Chapter 001 Dragon Ball World Earth Groove. Isn't this Dragon Ball World dragon set character Big Bald Naba? And isn't it the Dragon Ball protagonist Monkey King who chased him behind his back? How do they pounce on their side? Did I travel to the world of Dragon Ball? Su-mu looked at the two who were rushing over with a shocked expression. Gohan, hurry up and get out of the way. Klin roared loudly, thinking that Son Gohan was frightened by the momentum of the other party. After all, Gohan had only been practicing with Vic for a year, and he had encountered such a powerful opponent in his first battle. Vegeta folded his hands in his arms, watching the situation, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. Kakarot's son lived too comfortably on Earth, and was frightened by this scene again and again. After the nemesis was killed by Naba just now, didn't it break out very well? How did it become a soft-footed shrimp now? Suddenly, a powerful memory flooded into Su-mu's mind. He finally understood that he had traveled to the Dragon Ball world and became the same as Son Gohan when he was a child. Su-mu turned out to be a cook on another Earth, 1 meter 8 meters tall, and his eyebrows were clear. Working the night shift in a hotel at night, I suddenly felt a colic in my heart, and then I lost consciousness. When I woke up, I found that my soul had traveled to Son Gohan's body when he was a child. The souls of the two of them unexpectedly fused together, which means that now the two are not separated from each other. That is to say, he is now equivalent to living a new life, and his current name is Son Gohan. Su-mu has been a die-hard fan of Dragon Ball since he was a child. He likes the spirit of Dragon Ball protagonist Monkey King who is not afraid of losing. From a lower-level warrior, step by step surpasses the genius warrior Vegeta. And now he has crossed over to Son Gohan, and Sun Wukong has become his father. Although I like the Monkey King, this plot is too bloody. Gohan. It's too late, King of the Realm Fist. Sun Wukong roared anxiously. Naba was still 5 or 6 meters away from Zheng Gohan and Klin. He decisively used the out-of-realm King Fist, his speed skyrocketed, and he caught up with a heavy punch on the opponent's spine. Then he moves at super speed to hold the seriously injured Naba with one hand and throw the opponent to Vegeta. What? Just now, Kakarot's combat power soared to more than 8,000 in an instant. The combat effectiveness data of the detector in Vegeta's ear increased dramatically, flashed away, and soon returned to normal. He looked at Kakarot with a shocked face, and an evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, which was really more and more interesting. The probe only affects my judgment, and the combat power of the Earthlings and Kakarot can be increased at will. He took the detector in his ear off his ear and instantly pinched it. A year ago, Kakarot's combat power was only a few hundred, and he could only kill Raditz by combining forces with the Nemesis. Now that he actually killed Naba, who had 5,000 combat power in seconds, how did he cultivate? Gohan, are you all right? Sun Wukong lowered his head and looked at his son with a fond look and asked. Just now, Naba was also going to attack Son Gohan and Klin, and he used the out-of-realm King Fist when it was too late. A heavy punch broke Naba's spine. Fearing that the other party would hurt his son and brother Klin again. The price paid by the Earth this time was too heavy, and Vic and others died in battle to protect the Earth. He would never allow anything like this to happen again. I scared me to death just now. Fortunately Goku, you caught up in time, otherwise Gohan would be less fierce. Klin patted his chest and pressed in shock. Seeing Son Gohan seemed to be frightened and stupid by Naba. He walked over and grabbed the other's arm and comforted, Gohan, it's okay, with your dad here, we're safe. After all, now that Son Gohan is still a child, this battle is too fierce. Dad, Uncle Klin, I'm fine. Son Gohan didn't expect that he called Dad without a sense of discord at all. After all, the souls of Su-mu and Son Gohan are fused together, as if awakening the memories of their previous lives. Now the Dragon Ball plot comes, Yamcha and the others are killed by Naba, a scion who invaded Earth. Vic also died to protect Son Gohan, and Earth's gods and Dragon Balls disappeared. Just when Son Gohan and Klin's lives hung in the balance, Suumu's soul crossed into Son Gohan's body. After a battle between Sun Wukong and Naba just now, Vegeta could see that Naba's combat power was not the opponent's opponent at all. Vegeta ordered Naba to withdraw from the game and play himself. But he became angry and wanted to strike again at Son Gohan and Klin. How could Sun Wukong let him be presumptuous in front of himself, decisively strike and destroy the other party? Only then did Suumu see the scene where the bald-head Naba and Sun Wukong pounced on him. Suumu looked at the characters in the Dragon Ball world, similar to those in the anime. Just as he was looking at the 1,000-year-old Vegeta and the little Klin, a mechanically synthesized voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the pickup attribute system. This system can pick up the combat power attributes and skill attributes dropped by the opponent. System? The ancients sincerely did not deceive me, it is indeed a must-have for crossers. Goldfinger, Son Gohan is very happy. Vegeta, save me. Badly injured and fell to the ground, Naba weakly stretched out his hand and pleaded with Vegeta. I never thought that after being hit hard by Kakarot, I couldn't stand up. Go and die, Naba, I don't need waste around me. An evil smile appeared at the corner of Vegeta's mouth. Turning the terrified Naba in place 360 degrees and throwing it into the air, a huge energy wave condensed in his hand and chased after it. Vegeta, you must not die well, I will not let you go. Naba never expected that he had been obeying Vegeta all along, and in the end, he would end up like this. It is ironic that he was not killed by Kakarot just now, but died at the hands of his companions. The energy wave instantly devoured Naba's body, and there was one less Scion in the universe. Ding! Detected 100 combat power attributes dropped in front, whether to pick up. Son Gohan's mind sounded the system's mechanically synthesized voice. He was thrilled and looked in Vegeta's direction. Sure enough, he saw an attribute drop under the other party's feet. Of course, this can only be seen by himself. The big bald Naba finally died at the hands of the 1,000-year-old Vegeta. It seems that the direction of the development of the Dragon Ball plot has not changed because of its own crossing. Pick up. Son Gohan was overjoyed, and subconsciously thought silently in his heart. The attribute instantly flew into his body, and he felt that the power in his body increased. This system is simply going against the sky, and I increased my combat effectiveness by 100 at once. Chapter 002. You even kill your own companions, do you still have humanity? Seeing what Vegeta did, Monkey King scolded angrily. He was completely uncomfortable with the ruthlessness of the Scions, and even his brothers and friends had to be killed. Ha ha ha, Kakarot, you are now a mud bodhisattva crossing the river, and you still care about others. Vegeta looked at Monkey King like a fool. Even if you can kill Naba in seconds, it is absolutely impossible to defeat yourself. I'm the Scion Prince, the genius warrior Vegeta. This place is not suitable for fighting. If you have the ability, follow me. After Sun Wukong finished speaking, he glanced at Klin, and then flew towards the other side of the sky. He thought that by cultivating at the Realm King, his strength had reached its peak. Unexpectedly, after seeing Scion Vegeta, his psychology began to waver. Vegeta's aura is too strong, and he does not have the confidence to defeat the other party. He prepared for the worst, that everyone would die together. If Gohan and Klin were on the battlefield, it might distract him, so he chose the venue for the battle. Klin and Sun Wukong are worthy of being good friends, and each other can read each other's thoughts with a single look. Goku is away from here to fight because he fears for his safety and Son Gohan's safety. Kakarot, the outcome of the battle is the same everywhere. Do you think I'm going to be like Raditz trash, and let you seize the opportunity to die with me? Vegeta also chased after Sun Wukong, and said confidently. He is a Scion Prince and a genius warrior. You, a low-level warrior, still dares to try to challenge me. I really don't know whether I am dead or alive. Now only Kakarot alone on the earth can compete with himself, knowing that the other party will definitely fight with himself. Strong self-esteem makes Vegeta unscrupulous, a low-level warrior. Sun Wuhan was in the joy of getting the system just now, and he didn't have time to study the function of the system. Seeing that Vegeta and Sun Wukong both flew away, the sweetness Sun Gohan that he had just tasted might waste this good opportunity to pick up combat power attributes. Shout! With a sound, Sun Gohan also flew in the direction of Sun Wukong and the two flew up to catch up. Gohan, come back quickly! After Klin saw it, he also chased after him with a worried face. Just now, Sun Wukong had explained that he should take a good look at Sun Wuhan. The purpose was not to let the two of them go over and let him distract himself from dealing with Saiyan Vegeta. Klin also has self-awareness, knowing that his strength is really unable to help now. When Sun Gohan and Klin arrived, Sun Goku and Vegeta were already fighting. They stopped on a hill to watch the battle. The combat effectiveness of the two has just exceeded the early 1000s, and it is not clear at all that the actions of the two of Sun Wukong in battle. Only the constant sound of clash of forces was heard in the sky. One after another the impact force knocked the ground down, and the small hills collapsed in an instant. The battleground of the two was very bad. Ding! The falling Realm King Fist attribute ahead. Drop 50 combat power attributes ahead. Drop 100 combat power attributes. Sun Gohan's mind kept ringing with the sound of mechanical synthesis. He saw the combat power attribute falling all over the sky, as if it was raining. And his heart was excited. It turns out that the greater the drop in the combat power attribute that must be released. King of Realm Fist? Combat power attributes? Pick it all up! Sun Gohan said excitedly. The Realm King Fist can be dropped, and the system is really two against the sky. The combat power attribute and the Realm King Fist attribute were like tadpole scriptures, pouring into Sun Wuhan's body continuously. His combat effectiveness is constantly increasing. Add more. The Realm King Fist is a secret method to instantly improve one's combat effectiveness. Twice the Realm King Fist is to directly increase one's own strength by 2, and 3 times the Realm King Fist is to increase one's own strength by 3 times. By analogy, several times the combat effectiveness will directly increase how many times. In the Dragon Ball anime, when Sun Wukong was on the planet Namek, he used the King of Realm Fist to make a big splash. He once fought the Cosmic Emperor Frieza with the 20-fold Realm King Fist. It was a very tragic scene. The battle between Vegeta and Son Goku is the same as in the anime, and the two are doing their best as soon as they strike. Sun Wukong passed several rounds of temptation, but was pressed and beaten by the other party. He soon concludes that the only way to defeat Vegeta is a quick fix. Sun Wukong used the maximum limit he could withstand at the beginning, the 3-realm King Fist. His whole body burst into red chi, and his combat power was directly increased to 15,000, while Vegeta's combat power was only 12,000. Therefore, Sun Wukong, who used the triple realm King Fist, pressed and beat Vegeta. But Vegeta has been fighting on alien planets for many years, and his physical strength and resistance to beatings are not generally strong. Although he hanged Vegeta with the blessing of the triple realm King Fist, it was simply delusional to want to solve the other party in a short time. Damn, how can Kakarot's combat power be stronger than mine? I am a Scion Prince, the strongest warrior in the universe. I won't lose to a junior fighter. Vegeta was beaten all over by the Monkey King, and his proud self-esteem was stimulated. His eyes were bloodshot, his face became hideous, and he angrily raised the breath on his body to the maximum, and rushed towards Kakarot to punch and kick. Sun Wukong did not give Vegeta a chance to fight back, and played the triple realm King Fist to the fullest. Neither strength nor speed Vegeta could keep up. He seized the opportunity to punch Vegeta into the air with one punch, catching up with his opponent's body at super speed, and his fist was output like a machine gun. Bang bang! All the fists were greeted on Vegeta's body, and finally Sun Wukong slammed the other party into a hill with a heavy punch. The hill was pierced by Vegeta's body, and the rocks and dirt fell and instantly buried the opponent alive. Sun Wukong also slowly landed on the ground, panting slightly, and the red aura on his body disappeared. He wants to preserve his strength now, and he can't waste his strength, so he removes 3 times the Realm King Fist. As soon as he withdrew the Realm King Fist, Sun Wukong's body took a few steps back, and there was a soreness all over his body. It seems that using the triple Realm King Fist is still too reluctant. Sun Wukong shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. Every punch they fought between the two dropped the combat power attribute, and now it has fallen all over the ground. Pick it all up. Sun Gohan was stunned. This is really going to be opened. The combat power attribute was like a river, lining up to gather to his side, slowly integrating into his body. In a few breaths, the combat power attributes on the ground were all integrated into his limbs. Open the personal properties screen. Suddenly, a virtual light curtain appeared in front of Sun Gohan that could only be seen by himself. Host, Sun Gohan. Race, Scion. System Space, 100 Cube Special Ability, No. Skill, Air Dance, Perception and Use of Chi, Magic Flash, Energy Light Wave, Realm King Fist. Transformation, No. Combat Power, 10,000. Chapter 003. On the battlefield. Boom. The hill was instantly blasted into powder by the white flames that emerged from Vegeta's body, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He flew into the air angrily, condensing a huge ball of energy light in his hand, which was currently his most powerful move. Damn, Kakarot, I didn't expect that a subordinate warrior of yours would be able to beat me to the blood by crossing the level to challenge the superior warrior. There is no need for this earth and you to exist. This is my strongest trick, you can't stop it. If you dare to avoid the earth, you will be shattered. Now Vegeta was red-eyed, and a lower-level warrior actually injured a superior warrior like this. His strong self-esteem cannot accept this fact and wants to destroy Kakarot along with Earth. Bastard, are you crazy? The pie of the Triple Realm King Fist. Gas. Merit. Wave. Sun Wukong saw Vegeta condensing such powerful energy, and cursed through gritted teeth. The Earth simply cannot withstand such a large energy wave, and if it dodges itself, the Earth will be disintegrated in an instant. It can be seen that Vegeta is forcing himself to fight hard. Sun Wukong instantly used the 3 Realm King Fist, and also made the movement of the Turtle School Qigong Wave, and put his hands on his waist and began to condense strength. Suddenly, the rebel on the ground was suspended in the air. Both of them put the victory and defeat on this move, and the energy wave was frantically condensing. Damn, Scions are going crazy, where did the earth suffer such a powerful energy wave? Goku, you must hold on. Klin shivered with fear when he saw Vegeta condensing so much energy, and pinned all his hopes on Goku's Turtle Pie Qigong Wave. The survival of the earth depends on this energy collision. If Wukong loses, the earth will cease to exist. He clenched his fists and prayed in his heart. Ding, the Turtle Pie Qigong Wave dropped in front, do you pick it up? Drop combat power attribute 100 ahead, pick them all up. The moods of Klin and Sun Gohan are in stark contrast. Ha ha ha. Now Sun Gohan really wants to laugh up to the sky, and the system's prompt sound keeps coming from his mind. In this battle between Monkey King and Vegeta, the biggest winner is himself. Thanks to the selfless dedication of the two, they are now reaping the Realm King Fist, the Turtle Faction Qigong Wave, and a steady stream of combat power. Vegeta pushed the huge wave of energy in his hand out. Not to be outdone, Sun Wukong blasted the energy wave of the Turtle Faction Qigong Wave towards the other party's energy. Thundered. The two huge energy waves collided together instantly, setting off a terrifying wave of chi on the ground. The surrounding hills collapsed instantly, and Yachilobe, who was hiding on the sidelines and watching the battle, was also blown away. It turned out that he had been watching the battle between the two. Impossible, this is my strongest move, you can't follow up. Vegeta didn't expect his big move to be resisted by Kakarot. With his crazy output, the sky cannon began to slowly press down on the turtle sect Kigong wave. Goku, you have to hold on, if you lose Earth, you'll be done playing. Klin clenched his fists, and cold sweat involuntarily oozed from his palms. Now this time the collision, Sun Wukong obviously fell into the downwind. Son Gohan's face was expressionless. And his heart turned over the earth-shattering waves. The system's prompt kept ringing in his head. It turned out that the energy light waves of Sun Wukong and Vegeta collided, and 100 combat power attributes fell madly. King of the North. The King of the Northern Realm, who had been paying attention to this battle, was also nervous. The Scions are worthy of being a fighting people, their strength and body are so terrifying. Still no way? The Triple Realm King Fist is already the limit of Sun Wukong. The King of the Northern Realm saw that Sun Wukong's turtle sect Kigong wave under the Triple Blessing could not defeat the Scions. He also clenched his fists, his forehead covered with cold sweat. If Goku loses, then the Earth will not exist. If Goku was still increasing the Realm King Fist, his body would not be able to withstand this furious force. There is no way, the body holds me up, 4 times the Realm King Fist. Sun Wukong knew that if this stalemate continued, it would be harmful to him, and his body would not be able to withstand long-term consumption. He had no choice, gritted his teeth and raised the Realm King Fist to 4 times, and the sharp pain instantly spread throughout his body, and Sun Wukong's face became hideous. The energy of the turtle faction Kigong wave skyrocketed, and the heaven-bombarding cannon was frantically pressed back. What? This is my strongest move, how can Kakarot be stronger than me in such combat? I'm the strongest Scion warrior. Vegeta said with a look of disbelief, and her heart was full of fear. His own energy waves could not resist Kakarot's energy waves at all. His whole body was blown into the air by the energy wave and passed through the clouds. Vegeta used all his strength to come down from the energy wave. The turtle sent Kigong waves to continue flying towards the Earth's atmosphere. But, hateful, it would actually lose to a lower-level fighter. I can't possibly lose. Now no matter what appearances, I will turn into a gorilla and trample Kakarot to death. Vegeta's angry face turned hideous. Quickly in the air began to look around for the moon of this planet. He deliberately waited until the full moon to invade the Earth and kill all the Earthlings. Ha ha ha, in order to prevent Son Gohan from turning into a gorilla, Vic destroyed the moon, and it is useless for you to look for Scions. The Realm King, who was far away in the Northern King, saw the Scion movement and knew that he was looking for a power transformation. Are Scions monsters? So none of them died. Klin, who was observing the battle, saw that Vegeta was not dead yet, and couldn't help but complain. System, charge combat power attributes. Son Gohan saw that the ground was full of combat power attributes, and his eyes flashed with small stars. The combat power attributes were like a thin stream of water, all of which flew in this direction and poured into his body. The combat power attribute on the light curtain is increasing wildly. After a few breaths, he felt that the combat power attribute on the light curtain did not increase anymore. He fixed his eyes and involuntarily took a breath of cool air, and his combat strength was 30,000. Goku, I didn't expect that your kid still hid his strength, the battle just now was too terrifying. Like in the anime, Archie Loeb doesn't know where to drill out and face Sun Wukong is a. Sun Wukong clearly told him that the Scions were not dead now, and told him to run away quickly. And using the big move himself, the body is already overdrawn, and there is no way to protect him. When Yachai Loeb heard this, he said take care and ran. Damn, Kakarot, do you think that by destroying the moon of the Earth, I can't transform? It's really ridiculous, although it wastes some of my combat power, but it doesn't matter. Vegeta searched the air for several times without a trace of the moon. He slowly landed in front of Sun Wukong in the air, and said with a bad smile on his mouth. Transformation. Monkey King looked puzzled, and did not know what Vegeta was talking about. Isn't this guy's head broken? Kakarot, don't you know that Scions turn into gorillas when they see a full moon, stimulating the latent power in our bodies? The tail is the condition for our transformation, and you now regret that your tail was broken. Ha ha ha. After we became gorillas, our combat effectiveness increased tenfold. Vegeta saw that Sun Wukong did not have a tail, and said with a look of excitement. A white aura condensed in his hand, and the energy instantly formed, and then threw it into the air. Chapter 004. Earth. Come out, Moon. The energy that Vegeta threw into the air instantly turned into a full moon. After creating the moon, the breath on his body plummeted, and he also began to gasp slightly. But Vegeta's face was full of indifference, and after seeing the energy turn into the moon, he smiled with satisfaction. Oops! The Scion just created the moon, and he wants to transform into a gorilla. At this time, Klin also reacted and looked at the ball of light in the sky with a shocked face. I didn't expect that the Scions were so terrifying that even the moon in the sky could be created. Because Sun Wukong turned into a gorilla after seeing the full moon when he was the first martial arts conference in the world. And also lost his mind, sabotage everywhere, and his perverted personality is extremely fierce. As a result, the Turtle Immortals destroyed the moon of the earth, and Sun Wukong returned to his human form from the gorilla. King of the North. What? Scions, actually able to create the moon. The king of the Northern Realm, who had been observing this battle, was also shocked when he saw this scene. He sat limply on the ground, and his eyes kept nagging, "It's over, this time the earth is completely finished." Because Sun Wukong uses 4 times the Realm King Fist, his body is already at the end of a strong crossbow. Even if the Scions don't turn into gorillas, Goku has no chance of winning. If Vegeta transforms now, his combat power will instantly increase to 10 times, and no one on Earth can fight against him. Then the chances of the planet surviving are equal to 0. The Realm King was now sitting on the ground with a decadent face. He was already able to guess the fate of the Earth next. What? Full moon? Gorilla. Sun Wukong suddenly seemed to remember something. He was instantly stunned in place, and tears flowed involuntarily. Goku, don't go outside when the moon is full, because gorilla-like monsters will appear when the moon is full. The gorilla is very fierce, destroying everywhere, and being hit by it is finished. You must remember what Grandpa said, remember. Monkey King's mind sounded what Grandpa Gohan said before he died. Grandpa, I'm sorry, if I die this time, I'll go and apologize to you. After hearing the words of the Scion Vegeta, Sun Wukong finally figured everything out. It turned out that Grandpa did not tell himself until he died. The gorilla, it turned out that he saw the full moon change, and also trampled Grandpa Gohan to death. Grandpa was afraid that after he knew the facts, he would always live in guilt and self-blame, so he did not tell himself the truth. Ha ha ha, Kakarot, I haven't transformed yet, and you're scared to talk to yourself. Vegeta looked at Monkey King with a smug look and mocked. Then he turned his head to look at the moon, and the frequency of his heart beat faster and faster, and the tail in his ass began to come alive, shaking wildly. Bang bang! The heartbeat like a drumbeat is getting denser. Vegeta's body began to grow huge like a hill, his mouth showed pointed fangs, and he instantly turned into a gorilla. How could this be? Gorilla? When Sun Wukong saw the whole process of Vegeta's transformation, he was stunned. After Vegeta turned into a gorilla, the breath on his body became 10 points terrifying. Now the only whole card is the Genki Bomb learned from the Realm King. But to gather vitality, it takes a long time to collect. Coupled with the fact that he forcibly used 4 times the Realm King Fist, his body was exhausted, and he was already at the end of the strong crossbow, and now he could only see the will of heaven. How? You regret now that you don't have a tail, right? Vegeta was very happy to see Sun Wukong's stunned look. His body is now full of power, and the thought of killing Kakarot and the people of Earth in a moment makes his heart crooked. Vegeta, let me learn about your power. Son Gohan's figure suddenly disappeared, and when he appeared in the next moment, he came to Sun Wukong. Klin saw that Son Gohan suddenly appeared in front of Sun Wukong. He rubbed his eyes hard, thinking he had seen it wrong. Subconsciously looked at Son Gohan next to him, but there was still the shadow of the other party here. What can I do about this? Although Klin can also feel the incomparably strong breath on the Scion after he turns into a gorilla. It has far surpassed the breath of the Monkey King. But what can you do? Rush to the front like Gohan to fight? I'm going to calm down and see how I can help Goku father and son. By the way, by surprise, cut off the tail of the Scion. Klin soon thought that Scion transformations require tails, and if they cut off the opponent's tail, they will return to human form. He thought of it and began to act, flying to the vicinity of Vegeta, and a thin piece of chi began to condense in his hand, which was his best move. Ding! The Chi Yuan / attribute dropped in front. Do you pick it up? Son Gohan's mind suddenly sounded a system tone. He knew that Klin was using a trick. Ki Wan Chop? Pick up. His personal attribute column is full of anger. The Chi Round / was created by Klin, and the tricks of the Chi Round / in Dragon Ball also appear frequently, and many people are imitating it. In the anime, Klin used the gas circle / on the planet Namek to almost cut off the tail of Emperor Frieza, which shows that this move is extremely powerful. Gohan, hurry up, before Sun Wukong could finish speaking, he was shocked. Because Son Gohan's breath is skyrocketing at an alarming rate. Just now, because he was concentrating on dealing with Vegeta, he did not find that there were other people on the battlefield. If Yachilobe hadn't run out on his own, he wouldn't have found it until now. Now he ran out of his son Gohan. He looked at Son Gohan with a shocked expression. Is this really my son? There was a powerful aura in Gohan's body, as if he was awakening. Dad, trust me. Son Gohan exudes great confidence. His eyes also became extremely sharp, as if a sleeping ferocious beast was waking up. Earth pleases you, Gohan. Sun Wukong nodded and instructed, and then quickly flew away from the battlefield. He felt this powerful aura and knew that his son Gohan's strength had far surpassed his own. What's more, the Realm King fist that he forcibly increased by 4 times was no longer capable of fighting again. Ha ha ha, Kakarot, you are really a good father, you actually left this little devil to fight me, there is nothing wrong with your brain, right? Vegeta saw Sun Wukong flying away from the battlefield, and did not stop it, and said with a smug look. Seeing Kakarot's son appear here, then the little bald head beside him will definitely be nearby. Vegeta began to worry of the surroundings. Although the transformation is full of strength, but safety first. Go and die, Scion. Klin threw the Chi Yuan in his hand hard at Vegeta. If he is slashed by Chi Yuan, the other party will definitely stop and break it. Chapter 005. Insect Trick, do you think I didn't find you? When I clean up the Kakarot father and son, I will greet you little bald head properly. Vegeta Gorilla jumped hard, dodged the attack of the Chi Yuan, turned his head to look at Klin, and said with a look of disdain. When Klin heard this, he involuntarily took several steps back. His heart was as if it had been seized by the devil, and he trembled with fear. Klin, I didn't expect that Gohan's strength has far surpassed me. Sun Wukong flew to Klin's side, endured the severe pain in his body, and said with a proud face. He knew that Gohan's combat power might have surpassed his own now. This. Is it really Son Gohan? It seems that Vic was prescient and finally drew out the powerful power in his body. Klin saw Sun Wukong come to his side, and the fear in his heart slowly pressed down. At the same time, he also noticed that Son Gohan's breath was soaring wildly, like an ocean. His heart slowly calmed down, and the two flew away from the battlefield and looked at the battlefield below from a hill. Thinking of what Vic said, we have to use this powerful force in Son Gohan's body to defeat the Scions. It seems that Vic made the right decision. Kakarot, you also think too highly of your son, I will crush his bones now. Vegeta sees Kakarot leave the battlefield to her son. He wasn't angry at all, because he would kill all the people of Earth in a minute. This is the purpose of his choice of the full moon to invade the Earth. Although the moon of this planet was destroyed by the Earthlings, it did not affect his transformation into a gorilla now. Rumble. The sky was cloudy, lightning and thunder, as if the end was coming, the ground began to shake, and the hills began to collapse. A wave of chi gushed out from Son Gohan's body, and with him as the center, the wave of chi spread in all directions. As if a typhoon had blown, the ground flew sand, and the nearby hills and some sand and rocks were all destroyed. How is this possible? This little ghost, the Vegeta gorilla was closer, and his steps were pushed back by this wave of chi. He was dumbfounded. How could this be? How could the strength of Kakarot's son become so strong all of a sudden? Sun Wukong and Klin looked incredulous when they saw it. This is what Vic said, Gohan actually hides such a huge power in his body? Could it be the reason for the union of Scions and Earthlings? This force has surpassed Sun Wukong's just now. I didn't expect that Sun Wukong's son had such a powerful strength hidden in his body. The king of the realm, who was far away in the northern realm, King Star, also secretly smacked his tongue when he saw Sun Wuhan's exposed combat power. Scions are really monsters. I didn't expect such a small body to be able to hide such a lot of power. It seems that the Nemesis Vic really had the foresight. After training this kid for a year, is this power finally awakened? Now everyone thinks that Son Gohan has awakened the power in his body. In a few breaths, everything on Earth returned to its original state, and Son Gohan also increased his strength to the point of 30,000. Now that his whole body was full of power, he wanted to experience the thrill of great power. This is his first time he has crossed over. Arrogant, I am the most powerful Scion. Vegeta saw Kakarot's son burst into power, and there was such a sight. He angrily smashed his huge fist towards Son Gohan. If you want to blow up the other party, no matter how powerful you are still a child. 3 times the Realm King Fist. Not to be outdone, Son Gohan used 3 times the Realm King Fist. His whole body was wrapped in red chi, and he also threw out a punch, and the 2 fists formed a sharp contrast. Bang! A powerful wave of chi surged in all directions, and Son Gohan was as if he had taken root under his feet, not moving in place. Instead, the strong gorilla Vegeta was shocked back several steps by this wave of chi. The two collided together, and the judgment was divided at once. Ding! The combat power attribute 100 is dropped ahead. Son Gohan's mind sounded with a system prompt. The corners of his mouth showed a good-looking curve. Groove. Realm King Fist. Is this kid's talent so perverted? After seeing Sun Wukong use the Realm King Fist, he actually learned it. Oh sins! What kind of monster have you trained? The king of the Northern Realm was so shocked when he saw the Realm King Fist that Son Gohan used that he could stuff a duck egg in his mouth. Seeing the Scion transform into a gorilla and Son Gohan face off with the blessing of the Realm King Fist, he completely fell into the downside. His heart rekindled hope for the earth. If Son Gohan heard the words of the king of the Northern Realm, he would definitely laugh it off. Learn? That's impossible. I just picked up the properties with the help of the system. How can there be such perverted people in this world? Isn't that on hang? Hey! It seems that there are really people in this time and space who open and hang like this. Majin Buu. He just learned it by reading the moves used by Sun Wukong. And after devouring the opponent, you can have the opponent's moves and personality. Realm King Fist, no, I didn't expect Gohan to learn it. Sun Wukong was also shocked when he saw it. The Realm King Fist was learned after months of learning from Lord Realm King. I didn't expect Gohan's cultivation talent to be so powerful. Just watching me use the Realm King Fist to fight Vegeta, Gohan can actually learn it. Seeing his son's performance, Sun Wukong's heart finally relaxed. Is this the violent force in Gohan's body? It's really awesome, Vic, you really are a good teacher. Now Gohan's power has far surpassed me. Good, good. Klin saw a collision between Gorilla Vegeta and Son Gohan, his eyes shone brightly, and his heart was excited. The gorilla, who was as strong as a sword, actually took several steps backwards with one punch. Come on Gohan, and the earth will be guarded by you. Ding, drop combat power attribute 300. After the punch, Son Gohan's mind sounded with a system prompt. The corners of his mouth curved up, and the greater the combat power attribute dropped by the battle. This is the attribute that drops the most combat power. No, it's impossible. After I become a gorilla, the combat power in my body will also increase tenfold. Even if this is not my peak combat power, this little devil cannot be my opponent. Vegeta looked at Son Gohan with a hideous face. After the transformation, his strength increased by 10 times, which means that his strength now has at least 60 or 70,000. He was shocked several steps by Kakaroto's son with a punch. It must have been that he didn't stand firmly just now. Opened his blood basin and mouth, and spewed out a huge wave of energy. Magic Flash. Son Gohan raised his hands above his head and cast a flash of Bike's signature move. The two pushed out the energy wave, and in an instant 2 huge streams of energy collided together. Boom! The ground instantly sank down, Gorilla Vegeta's footsteps were pushed back by the huge energy, and 2 deep dents were plowed into the ground. Pick up! Son Gohan's mind kept prompting the sound of the system, and the combat power attribute fell wildly. A steady stream of combat power attributes all poured into his body. Seeing the combat power attribute block constantly skyrocketing, his heart blossomed. Impossible, how could you be so strong? Vegeta's face showed a look of disbelief. After his transformation, his strength was increased to 10 times, and the current energy wave collision actually fell into the downwind. Instead, it is retreating at an alarming rate. No matter how Vegeta outputs, the result cannot be changed. He decisively dodged the energy wave pushed back by the magic flash. Thundered. The magic flash instantly destroyed a high mountain not far away, and a huge mushroom cloud rushed into the sky. Chapter 006. On the battlefield. Bang bang! Son Gohan and Vegeta the gorilla fought very fiercely, fisting to the flesh. With each collision, there will be a drop in the combat power attribute. The more he fought, the more proud he became, and when he saw that the ground was full of combat power attributes, his heart was terrified. If it weren't for the combat power attribute dropped by the system, he would have the ability to solve Vegeta in one fell swoop. It seems that the combat effectiveness attribute of the system is 100% drop. It seems that not all of the skill attributes have fallen, because Vegeta's Sky Cannon did not fall attributes just now. Abominable. After Vegeta turned into a gorilla, he was too large, like a moving target. His body was constantly attacked by Son Gohan. Try my trick, turtle. Send. Gas. Sun Wuhan made the starting style of the Turtle School Qigong wave, and wanted to try all the moves picked up by the system. Now he himself has collected 30,000 combat power with the help of the system. Using 3 times the Realm King Fist, his combat power instantly increased to 90,000. So now Vegeta is just Son Gohan's sparring partner. Turtle Sect Qigong Wave. When did Gohan learn the Turtle Sect Qigong Wave? Klin and Sun Wukong looked at Sun Wuhan's actions with a stunned face. The two stared wide-eyed, but they were relieved to think about it. With Gohan's talent for cultivation perversion, there was nothing to be surprised about. Just now, Gohan also used the Realm King Fist. Now the Turtle School Qigong Wave is definitely not a problem. Merit. Wave. The energy of Son Gohan's Turtle Sect Qigong Wave has condensed to a terrifying point. I saw that his hands pushed out huge energy. The energy turned into a huge pillar of energy light and slammed into the other party. Groove. This trick again. No, I have to get out of the way. Vegeta saw this huge pillar of energy light and was terrified. He had just learned this trick from Kakarot. Now his son's energy is even greater than just now. Vegeta did not dare to risk a hard connection, and his life mattered. He quickly dodged this huge wave of energy. The turtle sent Qigong waves into the air, rushed out of the Earth's atmosphere, and disappeared into the universe. Where to run? Look at the move. Son Gohan, who saw Vegeta successfully dodge the Turtle Sect Qigong wave, used the prince's fighting style. Energy waves were constantly condensed in the hand, all of which slammed into Vegeta's gorilla like a machine gun, hitting the other party and wailing. Thundered. Gorilla Vegeta's body began to emit more and more smoke, and he could not be seen in an instant. Son Gohan also stopped the attack on his hand, and also came to try Klin's chi round slash. His right palm was pressed to the sky, and a thin aura instantly opened. What? Ki-Wan Chop? Klin looked at Sun Wuhan with surprise and joy. The other party's talent was too enchanting, and he was able to use his own trick after watching it twice. It's a trick that took me 3 years to create. After the smoke and dust cleared, the Vegeta gorilla was embarrassed, and the whole person lay on the ground and kept panting. Unexpectedly, Son Gohan has such a terrifying power hidden in his body, and the Saiyan-turned gorilla is not his opponent. When the King of Realm saw Vegeta, who had lost his combat effectiveness, he said with a shocked expression. This kid seems to be only 5 years old this year, his strength has reached this terrifying point. If he insists on cultivating, what step will his combat effectiveness reach when he grows up? Are you really looking forward to how far this kid will go? Gohan, show mercy to his subordinates, such a good opponent, it would be a pity if he died on Earth. Just when Son Gohan wanted to throw out the chi round slash, Sun Wukong's roar was heard not far away. Goku, you're crazy, you actually asked Gohan's subordinates to show mercy. How many people have Saiyans killed on Earth? Among them, there are Yamuti, Tianjin Rice, and so on. Klin yelled at Sun Wukong with an angry face. The loss of the Earth this time is too great, and the Saiyans are not enough to die 10,000 times. Klin, you let me be willful. I once thought that I was cultivating with the Realm King, and I thought that my combat power had reached the ceiling. But after meeting Vegeta, I felt that my strength was far inferior to him, and it would be a pity if he died now. I promise you, I will definitely practice well, and I will definitely be able to defeat him next time. Sun Wukong said bitterly. He fought with Vegeta with a sweaty feeling, as if the blood in his body was burning, extremely excited. Now seeing Vegeta die on Earth like this, his heart felt reluctant. Well, Goku, you have the qualifications to be willful. Not only is your strength powerful, but now Gohan's strength is even more terrifying. After hearing Sun Wukong's words, Klin no longer had a temper. After all, with the strength of the other party, he is qualified to be willful, and every time it is he who saves the Earth. I see. Son Gohan looked at the two and nodded. Threw the chi round at the gorilla's tail, and instantly cut off the opponent's tail. Vegeta also began to change back to human form, and he no longer had the strength to stand down. But evil, the strongest Saiyan warrior, actually. However, it will lose on the Earth. Vegeta spat out a mouthful of old blood, and the whole person said weakly. Now I don't even have the strength to stand up. He struggled to turn around, took out the remote control from his arms with difficulty and pressed it a few times. Then he lay on the ground on all fours, panting heavily. The spacecraft that was not far away received the signal and immediately started flying towards this side. Vegeta, I hope to fight with you in the future. Because of the overload of the 4 times Realm King Fist, Sun Wukong's whole body is now in pain, and his body feels like it is about to split. Just now in the battle, he just gritted his teeth and insisted, but now he relaxed, a feeling of exhaustion and pain struck, and he was a little unsteady on his feet. Goku, are you all right? Seeing this, Klin immediately helped Sun Wukong. He didn't expect the other party's body to be overdrawn so much. If it weren't for Sun Wuhan just awakening the power in his body, the consequences would be unimaginable. I'm fine, I used the big move just now, I have overdrawn my body, help me down. Sun Wukong said with a smirk. Klin put the other's hand on his shoulder, and the two flew in front of Vegeta. Pick it all up. Sun Wuhan also revoked the Realm King Fist 3 times, and seeing the combat power attribute all over the ground, Miyazi put it away. Those combat power attributes flowed into his body like a stream. In a few breaths, the combat strength attribute did not increase again, and he saw that the combat power of the personal attribute had reached 50,000. The system is bullish, and after fighting with people, the combat effectiveness has increased by 20,000. Kakarot, I won't be grateful to you, I will definitely kill you next time. Vegeta saw the arrival of the Monkey King and weakly released a few cruel words. Now his whole body seems to have stopped listening to the command, and his mobility is inconvenient. Unknown planets in the universe. Newspaper, Lord Frieza, listen to Vegeta's news from Earth. Planet Namek has a Dragon Ball thing that can grant human wishes. The electric door opens and a dog-headed alien walks in from outside. With a respectful face, he reported to Frieza, who was sitting on the throne shaking the red wine in his hand. Boom, Vegeta, I didn't expect you to bring me good news. Organize the team and leave for the planet Namek in 3 days. Frieza's eyes lit up, he always wanted unlimited life to rule the universe. Now regardless of whether this news is true or not, you must go to the planet Namek to see. Chapter 007. Earth, on the battlefield. Hehe, look forward to our next fight. Sun Wukong also smiled happily. He and Vegeta are like chess opponents, they just like each other's spirit of not admitting defeat. From Vegeta's body, he seemed to see his former self again. I remembered that when I fought with the Vic Great Devil, it was with the spirit of not admitting defeat that I finally knocked the other party down. Shout! At this time, Vegeta's spaceship landed in front of him, and the hatch was open. He climbed to the spaceship step by step, and Sun Wukong and the others did not stop him. You bunch of garbage, I won't let you go, I will kill you all when I come to Earth again. Vegeta climbed onto the spaceship and let out a cruel word. The corners of Klin's mouth twitched a few times. He wanted to rush over and pull the other party down and beat him up. It's really good intentions and no good reward, let you go, you even want to take revenge. The hatch slowly closed, and then the spacecraft took him away from Earth. Not long after Saiyan Vegeta left, a spray plane landed on the battlefield. Gohan, my poor Gohan, Mom is here. The Turtle Immortals and others arrived at the scene in a jet plane. Kiki rushed over as soon as she got off the plane and held Son Gohan in her arms, her mouth kept chanting. I'm all right. Son Gohan struggled a few times, but did not break free and let Kiki hold him. He felt maternal love for the first time, and in his previous life he was an orphan. Now he has gradually accepted the identity of Son Gohan of the Dragon Ball world. In this time and space, there are also parents and a large group of good friends. Kiki, Goku is injured more seriously, do you want to come and take a look? Klin took Sun Wukong's arm and said unevenly. The treatment of Goku's father and son is simply 108,000 miles apart. I don't care, if it weren't for him, my Gohan wouldn't have been involved in adult disputes, and this kind of thing happened at such a young age. Kiki said without looking back. She hadn't seen Sun Wukong's father and son for a year. Now seeing that both of them were safe and sound, a big stone in her heart finally let go. But she has a grudge in her heart, deliberately snubbed Sun Wukong, and vented her inner grievances. If it were not for his husband, his son would not have been treated in this way. After Sun Wukong heard Kiki's words, the corners of his mouth kept twitching a few times, and he didn't say anything. If it weren't for his own death, Gohan probably wouldn't have left Kiki's side. She has to blame herself, and it's okay, but without Gohan's help today, the Earth may be in danger. Goku, is it really nice to see that you're okay? The Turtle Immortal and Boomer, both of them came to Sun Wukong at the same time and asked. Seeing that Sun Wukong's father and son and Klin were still alive, their eyes involuntarily moistened. Grandpa, I'm sorry, the Scions have already run. Monkey King explained. It's okay, it's nice to be able to drive the Scions away. Let's send you to the hospital first. Now that the fairy beans are gone, they will not be planted in a month at the earliest. The cat fairy said with a smile on his face at this time. They didn't see Son Gohan burst into power, and they all thought that Sun Wukong drove the Scions away. I thought of a way to resurrect everyone. After everyone got on the plane, Klin saw everyone's heavy heart, and he suddenly said. After Son Gohan heard it, he knew that what Klin wanted to say was to go to Namex to find the Dragon Ball. He didn't say anything else. What? Klin, did you think of any good way? Tell us quickly. Everyone looked at Klin as if they had been beaten with chicken blood. They all wanted to know why the other person said such things. Did he know something? Boomer, let's preserve the bodies of Vic and the others first, and I'll tell everyone. Klin took everyone to the place where he fought with the Vegetable Man and collected all the bodies of Yamcha, Tianjin Rice, and Bike. Klin, can you tell us now? Boomer asked impatiently. Now that Yamcha is her boyfriend, she is curious to know what exactly is the method that Klin said to resurrect everyone. When Goku rushed back from the Realm King, Vegeta once said that Vic is a nemesis and that his hometown will definitely have stronger Dragon Balls. When Klin orders Vegeta to kill Bike, he says that the planet Namek has Dragon Balls. That's right, we can take the Scion spaceship to the planet Namek. Son Gohan also suddenly said. Boomer is pulling out a computer to calculate how long it will take for Earth to get to the planet Namek. Gohan is right, look what this is, the remote control of the Scion spaceship. Klin held the remote control in his hand and kept shaking it twice, showing that he was actually in a very good mood. Yay, really? Bring it to me and study it. Boomer took the remote control in Klin's hand with a happy face, and his heart was extremely excited, happy like a child. As long as you go to the planet Namek to find the Dragon Ball, you can resurrect Yamcha and the others. Zidu Hospital, Inpatient Department. In a room with 3 beds, everyone gathers to discuss who is going to Nemesis to find the Dragon Balls. After everyone came to the hospital, the doctor examined them. Sun Wukong's injuries were relatively serious, and he had to lie in the hospital for 2 months. The cat fairy also said that fairy beans will be planted in a month. That is to show that Goku will lie in the hospital for another month. What? Is Gohan's strength so strong? Klin told all of Son Gohan's heroic deeds. Everyone knew that Sun Wukong's son was so talented. Looking at Son Gohan with envy and hatred, is this really the power that children have? Are Scions really monsters? A 5-year-old child has such a terrifying power hidden in his body. It seems that the great demon king of Vic is really insightful. At a glance, he could see that there was a powerful and terrifying force in Sun Wuhan's body, and he also led this power out. After the shock, everyone finally discussed who would go to each star to find the Dragon Balls. Everyone's eyes are looking at Boomer. What? Let me go to the planet Namek to find the Dragon Balls? Am I a weak woman? Boomer asked with a shocked look on his nose, looking surprised. although she also wants to go to Namex to find Dragon Ball Resurrection Yamcha. But the road is far away, and there are too many unknowns in the universe, not to mention that she is still a weak woman. What if she encounters danger? Chapter 008. Zidu, Hospital. Boomer, who else will drive a spaceship here? You don't have to worry, I'll protect you. Klin said with a breezy face. Now Yamcha and the others have all died in battle, only he and Sun Wukong, father, and Sun Wushan teacher and Ya Chai Lobe still have combat effectiveness. But Sun Wukong is now lying in bed, teacher Wushan is old, and he still has to sit on the earth. Not to mention the coward of Archie Lobe. Now there are only himself and Son Gohan, but with Kiki's personality, he will definitely not let his son leave. Gohan. Son Goku looked at his son Gohan, and stopped talking. The meaning is obvious, he wants his son to protect Boomer and Klin. He knew that Gohan's strength was now able to take on this responsibility. Everyone's eyes all converged on Sun Wukong, who was lying on the hospital bed, and looked at Sun Wuhan. Goku, don't even think about it, I decided that I won't let my Gohan go to that Nami star to adventure again. People like Vic are terrifying, and now they have to run to his hometown. No, it's terrible. Kiki was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and her hair exploded in an instant. She knows what her husband Son Goku means, and wants Gohan to follow him to the planet Namek to find the Dragon Balls and resurrect the Earthlings. But whether the people of the Earth can be resurrected or not, she doesn't care at all. If it weren't for the great Demon King Vic, he wouldn't have gone a year without seeing his son. For a mother, she only hopes that her son Gohan is safe and does not encounter any dangerous things. Mom, I know you're for my own good, and I hope I will be a scholar when I grow up. But have you ever wondered what scholars would talk about if the Earth was destroyed by aliens? The invasion of Earth by the Scions is just the beginning. If everyone, like you, does not want their children to risk it, then who will guard the Earth? Sun Wuhan said seriously, he didn't want Kiki to be sad. In fact, Kiki is also a very poor woman. Since she got married, she has devoted herself to this family. Sun Wukong was fighting and killing outside all day, and she couldn't count on it anymore. Now all his energy is focused on his son Gohan. For a mom, she didn't think wrong. I just hope that my son will become a scholar when he grows up, so that his life will not be so hard in the future. The reason why she has not allowed Sun Wuhan to cultivate is not to be like his father Sun Wukong. Fighting and killing outside all day is not promising. Everyone looked at Sun Gohan in disbelief. Is this really the words spoken by a 5-year-old child? Sun Wuhan was right to practice with Vic this year, and everyone had long been impressed by it. I haven't seen it this year. The other party is simply reborn, not only has strong combat effectiveness but also matured a lot of ideas. It is worthy of being the son of Sun Wukong, who can understand such a profound truth at such a young age. This also sets off even more, and the great Demon King of Vic is really a very good teacher. I can't care about the rest, you just can't go anyway. Kiki said with a tough attitude. She didn't care about the lives or deaths of others. I just want my son to live in peace. Gohan, there is no danger anyway, I can go with Boomer. After Klin saw that Son Gohan was powerful, he also wanted the other party to go with him. So that his heart was at least a little more stable. But seeing Kiki's character of protecting the calf, I could only give up. Mom, don't you always teach me to be responsible? Uncle Vic will only be killed by the Scions this time to save me. I must go to Namex to find Dragon Ball to resurrect him, otherwise I will have a conscience for the rest of my life. Son Gohan also said with a firm face. He knew that this trip to Namex was a lot of luck. If he hadn't went, Klin and Boomer would have been a part of the head. Yes Kiki, Gohan has grown up, he has this sense of responsibility, you should be happy. After Boomer heard Son Gohan's words, he also spoke up to persuade Kiki. I didn't expect Son Gohan to be so responsible at such a young age. She couldn't help but think of the first time Sun Wukong brought Sun Wuhan to Turtle Immortal Island. Is this really the child who hid behind the Monkey King a year ago? Yes, Kiki, Gohan's strength, you also heard, he can even defeat the Scions, there is no danger. The Turtle Immortals also persuaded at this time, Sun Wuhan's strength is so strong, and the success rate will be greatly improved with him. Sun Wukong lay on the bed and nodded with satisfaction, worthy of being my son, you must know the entered newspaper as a person. In vain, Fabik taught you to cultivate for a year, and sacrificed himself to protect you. Now that he has the ability, he must take this responsibility and find the Dragon Ball to resurrect them. Kiki. Stop talking, the truth was right, but she just didn't worry, after all, her child was only 5 years old. Vic did live with his son for a year, and he was killed by the Scions to save Gohan. Mom, I promise, I will return safely. Son Gohan saw that Kiki's heart was a little shaken. He ran over and hugged her thighs, assured. Okay, mother promised you, but you must return safely, and study must not be left behind. Kiki is not an unreasonable person, and she also knows Jian Tobeo. She knew that Vic had been killed to save her son. Now everyone says that it is not dangerous to go to Namek to find the Dragon Ball. She allowed her son to go to the planet Namek to find the resurrection of the Dragon Ball. This spherical round unknown object, suspected to be something left behind by aliens. When I found 2 yesterday, I flew one and I am now studying it in the laboratory. The TV in the ward was being broadcast live, and a presenter was holding a microphone and introducing himself to the Scion spaceship. I finally studied the Scion remote control thoroughly. I'll call the spacecraft over now, and the people in the lab will definitely be surprised. Boomer took out the Scion remote and entered a string of codes. Everyone was staring at the TV, and this was their hope to go to the planet Namek. When Son Gohan saw Boomer's operation, he seemed to have thought of something and wanted to stop the other party's movements, but he was still slow. It is introduced in the anime that Boomer will explode because he pressed the spaceship self-destruct device. Boom! With a loud bang, the Scion spaceship exploded instantly. Chapter 009. Boomer? You actually pressed the self-destruct device, shattering everyone's hopes. Turtle Immortal couldn't help but complain when he saw the spaceship explode. After everyone saw it, their hearts sank, and they didn't know what to say. Kiki's heart is overjoyed, without the spaceship, my Gohan would not have to go to the planet Namek. Son Gohan, on the other hand, thought that Bobo would appear by the window later, telling everyone that Tenjin also had a spaceship. Ahem, accident, pure accident. Boomer coughed a few times dryly, hiding the embarrassment on his face. Shouldn't it? How could it go wrong? What went wrong? What can I do about this? Now that there is no spaceship, how do you get to that Mizing? Klin said with a look of invincibility. Now even the only spaceship to Nemesis has been damaged by Boomer. Where are the spaceships? It's all to blame you, Klin. Pick up a garbage remote control if you have nothing to do, otherwise the spaceship will not explode. Boomer brings out the woman's vexatious behavior to the fullest. After Klin heard it, the corners of his mouth kept twitching twice. Boomer, are you really good to say this? Won't your conscience hurt? Everyone looked at Boomer's quibbles with a surprised look and said that they were also speechless. You haven't even studied it clearly and pressed blindly, and now the spaceship explodes, you blame the person who picked up the remote control? Don't panic, I should have come by spaceship when I was a child. Besides, my eldest brother Raditz spaceship is still there, but it was destroyed by Gohan. Sun Wukong thought of what he had heard his grandfather say before, picking up his own in a spherical unknown object. That should be the Scion spaceship. Everyone's eyes suddenly converged on Sun Wukong's body. Yes, why didn't everyone think of it? You can modify their spaceship. Goku, you are too powerful, I'll find it quickly. Klin said with a look of excitement. Now he sees hope again. Hi everyone, I know where there are ready-made spaceships. Just when everyone was happy to hear Goku's words, a man's voice came from the window, drawing everyone's attention. A black man dressed like an Indian Asan. Iconic dead fish eyes, flaming red lips, isn't this exactly Bobo, the attendant of the gods? Wow, it's terrible. Boomer was standing by the window at this time, and when he turned his head, he saw a black man standing behind him. It looks so scary, I thought I saw something dirty. What's more, this is more than a dozen floors, just standing outside the window like this, it won't be a ghost in the daylight, right? She was so frightened that she retreated again and almost fell. After Son Gohan saw it, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Sure enough. This is Bobo, it's really exactly the same as in the anime. Don't be afraid, this is Mr. Bobo, the one who has always stayed by the side of the gods. Sun Wukong was lying on the bed and saw Bobo and introduced him to everyone. No one knows the origin of Bobo, and the gods have mentioned in the anime, and the other party is already serving the gods of the previous generation. After Sun Wukong's introduction, everyone relaxed their vigilance, and it turned out to be the attendants of the heavenly gods. Suddenly, there was a black man standing by the window, and many people in the hospital were watching. This is really news that there is no death at the age of 100. Everyone saw that the black man was standing on a flying carpet. Mr. Bobo, is it true that you just said that there is a spaceship? Where is it? Clint asked as he walked to the window with a look of excitement. Now the news brought by the other party is too shocking. It's true, I don't know where, but I can take you there. Who will come with me? Bobo nodded and said. He only knew the place, and a sentence or two was not clear. But he recognized the way, and the gods had taken him to that place before. Boomer, go with Mr. Bobo. Clint turned to look at Boomerdo, where she was the only one who could fly a spaceship. Ah, me? This wavelength is like the bad guys. I'm a weak woman, what if he plays hooligans on me? Boomer looked at Bobo with fear, no matter how he looked at the other party did not look like a good person. A picture involuntarily appeared in her mind. If this black man takes himself to a place where there is no one, do something bad to himself. At that time, I didn't know it even if I broke my throat. Boomer, I'll go with you. After Sun Wuhan saw Bobo, he thought of the heavenly god temple and the spiritual time house, which was a heaven-defying cultivation holy place. Now is the right time to use this time to cultivate and hurry up to improve your strength. Okay, I'll be relieved to have Gohan go with me. Boomer was overjoyed, now Son Gohan's strength is so strong, if he is there, it will be safe. Gohan. You be careful. Kiki. Stopped talking, wanting to keep Gohan by her side, and the two of them had been separated for a year. But she can't keep Gohan by her side, after all, the Earth is not in danger now. Sun Wukong and others also told their sons to protect everyone's safety one by one. Let's go, everyone is waiting for our good news. Boomer and Son Gohan jumped on the flying carpet, and Bobo drove the flying carpet and disappeared from everyone's sight. The edge of the earth, the land of extreme cold. Bobo, what is this place? Why is it so cold? Boomer got off the flying carpet, and there was a cold wind in the air, and she involuntarily hugged her arm and complained. This is the edge of the earth, where there is no sun all year round, which is why it is so cold. I'll show you the house of the gods, and I don't know if it's a spaceship. Bobo led them over the hill towards the house of the gods. This place Tenjin would come to see it every once in a while, and occasionally brought Bobo over, and now he was familiar with taking Son Gohan and the two to a house like insects. Gohan, do you ever think that Tenjin's house is like a shell? Boomer saw the spaceship in front of him and involuntarily said to Son Gohan. It's a little bit like that. Son Gohan also saw the spaceship for the first time, and the one in front of him looked like an insect, with 4 pillars towering over the house, covered with moss. Boomer is a man with a weak head, a straight personality, and never beats around the bush. If you know it, why say such disgusting things? Is this really a spaceship? Why doesn't it look like it at all? How do I open this? Boomer circled around the strange house of the god at this time, but did not find where the entrance was. Chapter 010. Vic! Bobo exclaimed, and a piece fell from the bottom of the house of the gods. In the past, every time I came to Tenjin, I would go inside to take a look, so Bobo wrote down the code for the entrance passage. Wow, this is still voice-controlled, this alien technology is really progressing. Boomer said with a look of admiration. If the technology of the Earth is as great as that of aliens, they have long built spaceships, is it necessary to find alien spaceships again? In a word, the Earth is too backward. Boomer, don't sigh anymore, let's go in and take a look. Son Gohan and Bobo jumped on a piece dropped by the spaceship and stretched out their hands and shouted at Boomer. Boomer also stretched out his hand when he heard it, and Son Gohan pulled her up. Then Bobo called out to Bike, like a lift, and sent them inside the house, and suddenly all the lights inside were on. Why is there nothing here? Is this really a spaceship? Fly, you fly to me? Boomer saw the inside of the spaceship at a glance, and it was tattered everywhere, really like a house. There was only a chair inside, and something like controlling a spaceship, and she yelled a few times at the place that controlled the spaceship, but she didn't respond at all. It is likely that this spacecraft is also voice-controlled, but the language is not comprehensible. She thought of when Tenjin and Vic were fighting, she was communicating in the language of Namex. Mr. Popo, you tell the spacecraft to fly near Jupiter in the Namex language to take a look. Son Gohan saw the spaceship for the first time and felt quite fresh. In his past, the world's fastest means of transportation was airplanes, and now he also wants to test the speed of this spaceship. Bobo chirped into the spacecraft a bunch of Nameki's language that neither of them understood. Suddenly, something that seemed to control the spaceship lit up, and it was also grunting in the language of Namex. Good guy, it's still voice-controlled? What does it mean? Boomer's eyes suddenly lit up, and Bobo was still able to understand the language of Namex. It means he knows. Bobo explained. Suddenly, the spacecraft flew into the air at an extremely fast speed, and everyone was on the ground of the spacecraft, which was too fast. Ah, what's going on? Why doesn't this spaceship even have a seat belt? Boomer screamed in fright, because the speed of the ascent was so fast, all three of them were lying on the ground of the spaceship. In half an instant's time, the spacecraft passed through Earth's atmosphere and stayed near Jupiter. Is this the universe? Amazing! This is our home planet? Boomer and the others inside the spacecraft also stood up and looked at the scene in front of them with a shocked face, and the Earth was like a basketball, in front of them. Son Gohan also came to the universe for the first time, and when he saw this kind of scene, he couldn't help but smack his tongue secretly. Yes, it's finally successful, this is really a spaceship, now you can go to Namex to find the Dragon Ball Resurrection God. Bobo cried with joy and took out a white handkerchief to wipe the tears from his eyes. He was so excited that he finally found the spacecraft. This spacecraft is too backward, and this control method also has to be transformed, it should take 10 days. The three sighed, and Boomer said to Bobo and Son Gohan. This spaceship is also too shabby. There is nothing in it, she wants to make it into 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, as well as bathrooms, other etc., etc. There is no problem, we also need to prepare. Please call my mom and dad and say that I will practice with Bobo. Son Gohan said there was no problem, and he also asked Boomer and his family to tell him about his movements. Boomer and her father, Dr. Mom, worked together to research and modify spaceships. After sending the spacecraft and Boomer back to the Zidhu Universal Capsule headquarters, the two took their leave, and Boomer's family also left. Bobo, I want to practice with you for a while, and then cultivate in the spirit time house of the heavenly god temple. Son Gohan sat on Bobo's flying carpet and said, Bobo's strength is unfathomable, and he was able to fight Gotenks in the anime. If you fight him, will you drop more combat power attributes? He wanted to use these 10 days of cultivation to improve his strength again. Although he had systematic help, he didn't want to waste Sun Wuhan's good cultivation talent. I remember that in the Majin Buu chapter in the anime, the old world king god channeled all of Sun Gohan's potential and became the god of rice praised by people. Sun Gohan is a Super 3 that can win against Sun Wukong without transformation, and you can imagine how perverted Gohan's cultivation talent is. Since childhood, he has practiced hard under the teaching of Vic and can also endure hardships and stand hard work. I must be a strong man in the Dragon Ball world and become a rice god. Super Saiyan 1. Saiyan God, Super Blue, Super Red. No problem, although Bobo doesn't like to fight, but in order to resurrect the gods, I promise you. As long as your strength can be strong, the chances of finding Dragon Balls will be a little greater. Bobo quickly agreed to Son Gohan's request, although he didn't know how the other party would know about the Spirit Time House. But none of this matters, what is important is to be able to resurrect the gods. Heavenly Temple. Bang bang. There were 2 figures staggered in the square. Look closer, there is no mistake, they are Son Gohan and Bobo. Control and use attributes of the drop gas ahead. Drop combat power attribute plus 10, combat strength attribute plus 50. Son Gohan's mind kept ringing the system's prompt tone. Every collision between the two will drop the combat power attribute. Seeing the combat power attributes all over the ground, Son Gohan's heart blossomed, and such an improvement method was really fantastic. The two of them basically fought every day except for eating and sleeping. Bobo is indeed a qualified sparring opponent, no matter how strong Son Goku's attack is, he is able to lie down and still does not feel tired. Collect them all. Son Gohan silently thought in his heart that the underground combat power attributes were all integrated into his body. Dad, there is a shower room here, the toilet is arranged here, and there are some stereos. Boomer, I think this setting is not beautiful, the stereo should be hoisted, so that more space will be vacated. Boomer, who is far away in the western capital, and her father and doctor are researching and designing spaceships together. They are not the masters of poor money, how to be comfortable. After the two fathers and daughters discussed it, they immediately began to modify the spacecraft and repair it. Chapter 011. Time flies. The days passed like this, and soon came the time of the 8th day. Boomer and her father, Dr. Mom, have built the spaceship. For 8 days, Son Gohan and Bobo fought non-stop except for eating and sleeping. Now Son Gohan has fiercely harvested Bobo's combat power attribute. Bobo also did not hesitate to teach each other all his skills and experience. Spirit Time House Gate. Son Gohan, I have left enough food and water in it, and the time flow rate of the Spirit Time House is different from the outside world. Everyone can only cultivate inside for 2 years in their lifetime, that is, 2 days outside. If you don't come out for more than 2 years, the door will be closed forever, and you will be trapped in that dimensional space forever. Bobo instructed bitterly. He had never said so much. Now in order to be able to resurrect the gods, I also broke my heart. Yes, I will come out on time. Son Gohan said with a smile on his face. I remember that in the Majin Buu chapter, Trunks and Sun Wushan merged and became Wushunks, wanting to trap Majin Buu in the Spirit Time House. But Majin Buu, with his strong strength, abruptly roared out a hole in the space of the Spirit Time House and ran out of it. Gotenks saw Majin Buu run out of the Spirit Time House, and he also did the same, breaking the space inside the Spirit Time House and running out as well. From this paragraph, not only can you cultivate for 2 years in the Spiritual Time House. As long as the strength is strong enough, it can become Super Saiyan 3, even if the gate disappears, it can break the shackles and come out from inside. Okay, you go inside, I've left enough food and water inside. Bobo was also completely relieved. His hope of resurrecting the celestial god now is all on Son Gohan's body. Thanks, I'm in. After that, Son Gohan pushed open the door and walked in without looking back. Inside the spirit time house, there is a white space, and the gravity inside is 10 times stronger than the outside, plus the weather here is very bad. I'll familiarize myself with gravity here first. Son Gohan used his control and attributes of Chi to compress the strength in his body. I started to do some simple movements in the spirit time house, like push UPS, and some sit UPS. He also practiced Bike's doppelganger technique, forced out the method of doppelganger, duel in pairs, and collected combat power attributes. Soon, Sun Wuhan cultivated in the spirit time house for a year and a half, and his aura became thick and terrifying. Now my strength should be able to become a Super Saiyan, right? With half a year to go, I'm going to try to break through the Saiyan barrier. Anger, only anger can transform into a Super Saiyan. What can I do to get angry? The Monkey King was on the planet Namek, and because the good friend Klin was killed by Frieza, he transformed into a Super Saiyan out of anger. Only in Dragon Ball, the saying of the magic power of Klin's sacrifice of heaven. Son Gohan racked his brains without thinking of angry methods, and even thought of self-harm. Flying into the air and falling down, with your head stuck into the ground, there is no anger. Now the only way to use Vegeta's method of teaching Gabe the Scion of the 6th universe is to do so. First guide the breath behind the back, so as to transform into a Super Saiyan method. Ah! Ah! The hair on his head stood up. And the breath of his whole body skyrocketed. The white of the body slowly alternates with yellow, flickering on and off. The hair is also black and yellow. Son Gohan gritted his teeth and insisted, "Break it for me." Bang! As if there was something fragmented in the body. Son Gohan instantly turned into a Super Saiyan. Before he had time to rejoice, he returned to normalcy. Just a Super Saiyan that lasts for a second. Ha ha ha! I didn't think this method would really work. I've been using this method for the second half of the year. Sun Wuhan was overjoyed. This power just now was too terrifying. Transforming into a Super Saiyan will increase your combat power by 50 times. Ha ha ha! Transform into a Super Saiyan and go to Namex, and I won't have any scruples. That Mex Dandy's healing technique, Team Kinet's Good's time pause technique? Son Gohan's eyes showed a glint of essence. This time he went to Namex with a purpose, wanting to use the system to pick up Good's time attribute and Dandy's healing technique. It is mentioned in the anime that Dandy's healing technique is compatible with Earth's Sendu. And Good's time pause has several seconds. I remember that there is a very powerful legendary killer, the Shadowman hit in the 6th universe. He has a trick that pauses time, flash time skill, which can make time stay 0.5 seconds during battle. For masters, even a 0.5 second pause can change the tide of a battle. Zidu, the headquarters of Universal Capsule Company. A spaceship like an insect rests on the pitch. Why hasn't Gohan come yet? Did he forget that he was leaving today? Klin looked at the time and said, since the last time in the hospital, he had not seen Son Gohan for a long time. I don't know where this kid ran to. Gohan, where is my Gohan? Mom brought you books and school supplies. Kiki's excited voice could be heard in the distance. She also had more than a dozen bags of luggage on her car, thinking that Son Gohan had already arrived here. Kiki, I'll help you get it. Gohan hasn't arrived yet. Klin came to the car and took down a dozen bags of luggage, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. This is not a trip, how can there be so much luggage? Heavenly Temple. Host, Son Gohan. Race, Scion System Space, 100 Cube. Special ability, No. Skill, Air Dance, Perception and Use of Chi, Magic Flash, King Fist, Turtle Kick on Wave, Chi Yuan Slash. Transformation, Super Saiyan 1. Combat Strength, 3 million. The door of the Spirit Time House slowly opened, and a teenager slowly walked out, the resolute face is full of confidence. Now that the combat power has reached 3 million, I have to say that Sun Wuhan's cultivation talent is really perverted. Sun Wuhan, I haven't seen you for 2 days, and your appearance is almost unrecognizable. Bobo had long been waiting at the gate and saw Sun Gohan the moment he saw him. He blinked his eyes involuntarily, the change before and after was too great. The immaturity on Sun Gohan's face had receded, and the baby's fat face could no longer be seen. Instead, he slashed his resolute face with a knife and an axe, and his height should have reached 1.4 meters. Mr. Bobo, I haven't seen you in 2 years. Sun Gohan came out after taking a shower and changing into new clothes, and saw Bobo waiting for him here, and teased. Go, it's up to you to resurrect the celestial god. Bobo waved his hand at Sun Gohan. I can feel that the other person's body is like it has been reborn. Thank you for taking care of you these days, then I will go first, everyone is waiting for me to go. After Sun Gohan finished speaking, a booster jumped in the direction of Kailan Tat, and when he passed the residence of the Cat Fairy, he heard the Cat Fairy roaring, resurrecting everyone's hope, it depends on you Sun Gohan. I will definitely not disappoint everyone, waiting for our good news. After Sun Wuhan finished speaking, a burst of chi erupted from his body and flew towards the direction of the western capital at an extremely fast speed. The cat immortal felt this terrifying momentum on the other party, and it couldn't help nodding, where is the limit of this kid? The physique of the Scion is too perverted, and such a small body contains such terrifying power. Chapter 012. Zidu. This. What is the force? Gohan? Klin, who was chatting with everyone, suddenly looked at the sky and felt a powerful aura flying towards this side at an extremely fast speed. This wouldn't be Gohan's breath, would it? How did the breath not see for 10 days was so powerful? What? You said my Gohan is coming. Kiki heard Klin's voice and looked towards this side as well. Suddenly, a demon wind blew through, and after everyone stood a little unsteadily, a young man appeared in front of him. Good, so fast, just now I felt that this momentum was far away, and the blink of an eye appeared here? Are you Gohan? The people here are Klin's strongest eyesight, and he quickly sees the appearance of the people who come. The resolute face and height are not like Sun Gohan, but there is nothing wrong with the breath. What's more, the other party's butt still has a tail exactly the same as Sun Gohan when he was a child. Are you my Gohan? What exactly have you been through? Why did it all change all of a sudden? After all, it was a mother and son connecting hearts, and Kiki quickly recognized that the person was her son who she hadn't seen for 10 days, and she said in front of Sun Gohan who came with teary eyes. In 10 days, the baby fat on the face has disappeared without a trace. The height is also 1.4 meters, which is no wonder that Klin can't recognize it at once, this is simply reborn. Mom, I'm back. Sun Gohan hadn't seen Kiki for 2 years, and he hugged the other party into his arms. He has never felt the existence of family affection in his previous life, and now he accidentally crossed over to Sun Gohan, and he also cherishes this family affection. After hearing Kiki's words, Klin finally determined that the other party was Sun Gohan. Wow, is this really Gohan? How handsome he looks! After Boomer confirmed the identity of the person who came, she couldn't help but tease a few words. This Sun Gohan, who has not been seen for 10 days, now looks so long that they can't recognize it. Boomer, your boyfriend is Yamcha, not to mention Gohan is still a child. After hearing Ho Boomer's words, Klin thought that the other party's flower dementia had committed again. He couldn't help but remind. Cut, Klin, your mind is so dirty. Boomer rolled his eyes at Klin and said with a look of disdain. I really don't know the mood at all. Boomer, you are also getting older and more beautiful. Son Gohan and Kiki hugged for a while, and asked each other a few words of warmth. After separating from his mother, he also teased Boomer. Seeing everyone, Son Gohan's heart also became happy. It's not like I haven't spoken to anyone in the Spirit Time House for more than 2 years. Yo, it seems that our Gohan has really grown up, and he talks so well. Now that you're here, let's get ready to go. Which woman doesn't like people saying she's beautiful? Boomer is no exception. She walked first to the spacecraft and called Bike. A lift was lowered at the bottom of the spacecraft, and the three of Klin walked up. Gohan, remember to wash your hair at night. I have prepared your homework for you, you have to remember to study more, said Kiki with a worried look at Son Gohan. I know. Son Gohan waved goodbye, and Boomer also went up the elevator, then told everyone to fasten their seat belts, came to the spaceship console, and issued instructions to set off for the planet Namek. Frisia headquarters. Lord Kai, Lord Vegeta's spaceship is back. A dog-headed soldier of the Frisia Legion of the Ministry of Surveillance saw a spacecraft approaching headquarters on the monitor. He immediately reported to Lord Chuyi, the Supreme Governor here. Let's go over and see if he's dead. Chuyi said in an indifferent tone. A few days ago, the Vegeta spacecraft sent a signal for help, saying that he was now seriously injured and needed treatment. After more than 10 days of flight, his spaceship finally returned. With a cigarette, Vegeta's spaceship landed at Frisia's headquarters, and the window door slowly opened. Ha ha ha, my Prince Vegeta, you also have today, don't you usually drag it very much? How did I eat up this time? Chew. Yi and the others saw that Vegeta was unconscious, his body was covered with scales, and the spacecraft also turned on the emergency treatment function, and he was very happy to see the other party like this. A few of you, hurry up and get Vegeta to the treatment room. The dog-headed soldier saw that Vegeta was unconscious and so badly injured that he would die if he was not treated in time. Chuyi didn't say anything, although he didn't like Vegeta's drag, but now was not the time to kill the other party. In the vast universe, there is a white light shuttling between the universes at great speed. When the line of sight zoomed in, it turned out to be a spherical spaceship, with Vegeta, who had been badly injured from Earth. Hey, it's so boring, I already knew I would get a dormant cabin. Boomer was eating snacks while watching the soap opera and said with a complaining face. Gohan, how strong is you, can I see it? Klin asked with a curious look. He wanted to see how strong Son Gohan's strength really was. In this way, my heart will be more stable. Well, let you see my strength. Son Gohan began to slowly release the breath on his body. Suddenly, Klin felt a strong oppressive force attack, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. Suddenly, the ship began to shake. Ah, what are you two doing? If you want to fight to the practice room, this is the universe, if something goes wrong with the spaceship, we will finish playing. Boomer shouted that the safety of the three was at stake. If there is a problem with the spacecraft in the universe, the consequences are unimaginable. I'm sorry, I've been careful to control my breath. Son Gohan compressed his breath, and the spacecraft stopped shaking. He said embarrassedly. This momentum is too terrifying, the oppression is too strong, I almost didn't stand firm. Klin patted his chest and said with a look of fear. Just now, his heart was like seeing a ghost, and he was scared to tremble. Standing in front of this momentum, he even had some difficulty in acting. Klin, shall we hurry up and practice? A little stronger, it will be safer then. Son Gohan knows that this trip to Namek will meet the Cosmic Emperor Frisia. He also hopes that Klin's strength will be a little stronger, and there will be a little more guarantee at that time. With such a tough teammate as you, what are you afraid of? Klin said with a smug look, and his heart calmed down a little after seeing Gohan's strength. Although I often comfort myself that there is no danger in this trip, there are too many unknowns in the universe. Then let's go to the practice room and compare it. Son Gohan wants to use this period of time to collect some combat power attributes, and it is better to talk than nothing. After hearing Klin's words, he couldn't help but smile. This kind of person has no determination to become stronger at all, and always wants to rely on people. Although the physique of Earthlings has great limitations, the premise is that you have the determination to become stronger. If you don't want to be stronger, how can others help you? Chapter 013. Okay. After that, the two walked towards the practice room, and after a while, there was a sound of fighting. It's really two idiots. Boomer said with a look of dissatisfaction, these two bastards have nothing else in their eyes except cultivation fighting? She started snacking again, watching soap operas boredly. Ding, the combat power attribute that drops 10 ahead. Ding, the combat power attribute of the drop ahead is plus 10. In the practice room, Sun Wukong's mind kept ringing with the system's prompt sound. Collect them all. No matter how small the mosquito legs are, they are also meat, and they accumulate into a lot, so you can't waste time in spaceflight. The combat power attribute flowed into Son Gohan's body like wet water, and the combat power was slowly improving. Due to the lack of time this time, Boomer only installed some furniture and daily necessities on the spacecraft, and did not build a gravity room. Therefore, the two of them are very careful in their fights, suppressing the combat effectiveness to a minimum, and if they accidentally break the spacecraft, it will be troublesome. Time flies. Time passed quickly for 7 days. In addition to fighting, the two of them are sitting in meditation. And Boomer is chasing bubble dramas every day in addition to reading books, and his life is very boring. Suddenly, there was a shaking of the spacecraft, as if it was being attacked by something. Not good, we are under attack. Boomer rushed to the control room, 10 fingers kept typing a string of codes on the keyboard, and suddenly the situation outside the spacecraft appeared on the display. Outside the spacecraft, densely packed flying machines are attacking them. Boomer, hurry up and attack. Klin saw the huge spaceship attacking outside, and he yelled at Boomer. If you are defeated by the other party, you may be buried in the universe. When Son Gohan saw this situation, he seemed to think of something. Verbose, you think I don't know, this spaceship is too old. Boomer's fingers kept tapping on the keyboard, and strings of codes were entered into it. The spacecraft weapons also fired at the same time, instantly shattering these vehicles into powder. What's going on? How can there be flying machines attacking us? Klin saw that all the vehicles outside the spacecraft were shot down, and he asked with a puzzled look. You see, how the spaceship exactly like us in front of us is coming, and it is about to collide with us. Boomer shouted in shock, his face instantly turned livid. If these two spaceships collided, they would definitely be shattered. Klin was also scared and shivered. He didn't expect that this trip would die in the universe, and he hadn't even gone to the planet Namek, let alone found the Dragon Ball to resurrect everyone. Boomer, Klin, you two calm down, the spacecraft on the opposite side is just our shadow, and it won't really collide. Son Gohan saw that the two of them turned blue in fright, and he shook his head and comforted. In the anime, Boomer, Klin, and Son Gohan meet a group of mysterious children in the universe, and it seems that they are them. Gohan, is everything you said true? Boomer and Klin's eyes were as big as a bullseye, and the spaceship on the opposite side was really exactly the same as his own. Was it really exactly the same as Gohan said? Ah! Yes! 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 Although Son Gohan had already explained that only a mirror flew over the other side, Boomer and Klin also chose to believe each other's words. But when it really collided, Boomer closed his eyes in fright, and he couldn't help but scream out with fear in his heart. Boomer, it's okay. Klin said to the yelling Boomer. He looked around and found that his spacecraft had stopped. Gohan, it's still your subtle observation, and you suddenly found that the spaceship on the opposite side is our shadow. After Boomer calmed down, she saw that her spaceship had stopped, and she praised Son Gohan. It seems that Son Gohan is right to come with him this time, and he does things at a young age without leakage, strong strength, and good observation. We should be inside another huge spaceship, everyone be careful. Under Son Gohan's powerful perception, there is a lot of weak aura here, and there is no combat power at all. The three of them soon got out of their spaceship, and outside it was really another spaceship, and the ground was all steel plates. Anyone here? We have no malicious intent. There was no need for Son Gohan to waste everyone's time, and he roared loudly as soon as he came out. Suddenly, a dozen children came coming with guns pointed at them. They are all distributed in a few years old, the oldest is about 11 or 12. Who the hell are you? Why attack us? We are flying between the universe so decently, who are we provoking? You have gone so far as to attack us. With Son Gohan's strong strength as a backing, Boomer was not to be outdone, and asked loudly to a group of children. You're not Frieza lackeys. An older child saw that the three of them were not malicious, and he also asked curiously. What Frieza? I've never heard of it, we're going to the planet Namek this time. Klin said angrily. A group of little fart children, who have not even figured out the identity of the other party, attack casually, which is fatal. We are not from the Frieza Legion, don't worry, we are just passing by, let's go now. Son Gohan felt no need to waste any more time with them, and he immediately proposed to leave now. I'm sorry, the people of the Frieza Legion are vicious, they have taken over our planet and killed our parents. We are afraid that you who are members of the Frieza Legion will attack you, we are really sorry, we will let you go now. An older child, about 11 or 12 years old, said with an embarrassed face. Because he felt a strong sense of oppression in Son Gohan and Klin, these two were definitely not idle people. He had this feeling for the people of the Frieza Legion, and if he didn't have the ability to annihilate the other party in one fell swoop, he might die by himself and others. Seeing that the three of them are not very old, they dare to shuttle between universes, and without a little strength, it must be a lie. He finally escaped, and he did not dare to gamble with everyone's lives. He turned his head to the little friend next to him and ordered, go to the cabin door and let them go. Son Gohan, Klin, and Boomer didn't say anything and went straight back to their spaceship. Anyway, this is a misunderstanding, and it will be fine. The window door above his head slowly opened, and Boomer drove the spaceship to continue to the planet Namek in order to get out. Chapter 014. Because of Son Gohan, the plot has changed a bit. The children didn't tell them the shortcut to the planet Namek, and even if they did, they wouldn't have taken that path. Because in the anime they get involved in a space tunnel and fall on a deserted planet. There are also two trapped aliens and create illusions for them to find the 7 Dragon Balls. In the end, they want to take their spaceship and leave them on this abandoned planet forever. Gohan, it's amazing, I solved the matter in just a few words. Klin said with a look of admiration. He thought he couldn't explain it to this group of little fart children. Unexpectedly, Gohan solved the matter perfectly as soon as he exited. Yes, Gohan, you have indeed matured a lot during this period of cultivation with Bike. I remember the first time I saw you were shy and often hid behind your dad's back. Boomer also sighed. She remembered the scene when Sun Wukong brought Sun Wuhan to Turtle Immortal Island a year ago. Both Klin and Boomer thought that Big had trained well this year, and never thought of other aspects. Yes, the world is unpredictable, people always have to grow up. Son Gohan also said with a sigh on his face. He never thought that he would cross into the Dragon Ball world where strength is respected. Doomed to never live a normal life in this life. After this farce, the three returned to their original situation. In order to pass the time, Boomer still watches soap operas as always. The two continued to fight, and Son Gohan was still collecting the combat power attributes provided by Klin. The headquarters of the distant Frieza Legion. What? Frieza has traveled to the planet Namek to find the Dragon Balls. Vegeta has been treated and is fully recovered. Chuyi tells him that after Frisia hears their conversation on Earth, he goes to Namex to find the Dragon Ball that can grant his wish. Vegeta is now anxious like an ant on a hot pot, and if Frisia gets eternal life, he will not be able to turn over. Vegeta, I know you want to get the Dragon Balls too, but that's what King Frisia fancy. If you want to rob it, it's a blatant betrayal, and you can't afford the consequences. Chuyi said warningly, and he was very happy to see Vegeta deflated. The Dragon Ball is mine. After Vegeta finished speaking, he rushed out towards the spaceship. When passing by a little Luoluo, he snatched the opponent's detector over. He wanted to hurry up and get to the planet Namek. In the blink of an eye, he got into the spaceship and flew in the direction of Namex. Vegeta, you dare to openly betray Lord Frisia, I will not let you go. Chuyi also walked into another spaceship and chased after Vegeta. Planet Namek. The environment is beautiful, the people who live here are kind-hearted, peace-oriented, and there are no strife and fights. There is no night on this planet, there are 3 suns in the sky that rise and fall in turn, and there are only 90 days a year. A day earlier, the Frisia Legion's spaceship landed on the planet, shattering the tranquility and peace here. As soon as they landed on the planet, they began to burn, kill, and plunder, killing people from various tribes, and then gathered the Dragon Balls together. It seems that the other party came for the Dragon Balls. There were several powerful auras on the body of the coming person, among which there was also a very powerful and terrifying evil aura. Namex has 7 Dragon Balls like Earth, and as long as you gather all the Dragon Balls together, you can summon the divine dragon Boranga to make a wish. On a tall tower, inhabited by the Great Elder of the planet Namek, which is very similar to the current tower of the Earth, and can be recognized from afar. Great Elder, what can I do about this? The breath of our people is disappearing more and more. Nero, the number 1 master of the Nemesis people, looked anxiously at the Great Elder who was sitting on the throne and closed his eyes to cultivate his spirit. Be calm in case of trouble, and believe in the existence of miracles. The Great Elder's eyes did not open, and he said angrily. The 7 Dragon Balls were created by the Great Elder. He is taller than the average Nemesis, and now his life has reached the point where the oil runs out. As long as the Great Elder dies, the 7 Dragon Balls will disappear with them. He has been hanging for a while, hoping for a miracle to happen and use the Dragon Ball to save their people. Thank you, Grand Elder, for your teachings. Nero took a few deep breaths of air and forcibly suppressed the irritability in his heart, hoping that the miracle that the Great Elder said would appear. In the vast universe, a spaceship like an insect has seen a large green planet in the distance. Expect to reach your destination in 10 minutes, Planet Namek. At this time, the intelligent voice inside the spacecraft reminded. Wow, it's so beautiful, finally arrived on the planet Namek, my body is about to become moldy. Boomer got up from his seat, stretched his waist, and showed off all his bumpy figure. Is this Uncle Bike's hometown? Son Gohan stood on the spaceship and saw the growing planet Namek in front of him, and said thoughtfully. A big battle is about to begin, and I look forward to your contribution to me. Dragon Ball, I'm coming. Klin was also eager to try, sitting on a spaceship for a month, and now the destination was in front of him, he exclaimed excitedly. Son Gohan looked at the excited two, and was involuntarily infected by the two, and he also smiled. Soon the spacecraft landed safely on the planet Namek. The 3 of them stepped out of the spaceship and came to the ground, breathing the fresh air of the planet with intoxicated faces. I didn't expect that the air on the planet of Vic was so fresh, it didn't seem to be polluted at all. Boomer greedily breathed a few breaths of air, feeling that the whole person was much more comfortable. Staying on the spaceship for a month was really boring. As soon as Son Gohan came to Namek, he felt several stronger breaths, and it seemed that Frisia still came to the planet Namek before them. Ha ha ha, no wonder our Lord Sob asked us to come here to find out the situation, it turns out that you 3 little ones landed here. At this time, 2 little Luo of the Frisia Legion came here. They habitually pressed the detector in their ears and checked that the combat effectiveness of the two was only over 1,000. It turned out that as soon as they landed, the Mesco ball was located by the detector of the Frisia Legion. Accomplices of the Science? How can there be so many evil breaths on this planet, among which there are also chi that is larger than Vegetas, I don't know how many times greater. Clin didn't expect to see Scion accomplices on the planet Namek. So does that mean that Guy Vegeta also came to this planet? How can there be such a strong evil aura? Noisy. Son Gohan had already noticed that two faint auras were flying towards this side, and he raised his hand and shot out an energy blow to solve the two little Luoluo. There is simply no time to waste here with them now. Chapter 015. What? Do Scions still have accomplices? There are also people who are unknown how many times stronger than Vegeta. The scene of the Bomayan invasion of Earth is vividly remembered. If he still has accomplices, what if he comes to Earth to seek revenge at that time? Yamcha and the others were killed by the Scions, if not to revive them. She would definitely not travel thousands of miles to a place as far away as the planet Namek. Now I just came to Namex and saw wearing a Scion combat suit. Boomer hates his teeth and wants to rip them off with cramps, and now someone even stronger than Vegeta appears. This breath is so familiar, is it Vegeta? There was another one as big as him chasing after him. Suddenly, Clin looked up and saw two spaceships in the sky descending on the planet. He immediately felt Vegeta's breath. Leave them alone, a bunch of little Rorals. Boomer, take out the Dragon Ball radar and see where the Dragon Ball is. Son Gohan said domineeringly. Even Vegeta was rubbing on the ground here. Looking at the combat uniforms of the two, it should be someone from Frisia's Legion. What do you think is going on? Did someone bring together the Dragon Balls one step ahead of us? Boomer took out the Dragon Ball radar and looked at it, and there were 4 Dragon Balls gathered together. Thinking that Vegeta had also come to the planet just now, their companions collected the Dragon Balls together. She immediately used her satellite phone to inform the Earth's turtle immortals that they had arrived safely on the planet Namek. There is also Vegeta and many accomplices on this planet, and a very powerful aura appears here. Earth. What? And the accomplices of the Scions all arrived at the Nemesis? And a very powerful aura appeared? Then I will inform Sun Wukong immediately. After the turtle immortal hung up the phone, he ran to the hospital non-stop. He wants to tell Sun Wukong about the planet Namek. Although Son Gohan's strength is strong, he is young after all. He was still quite worried about the safety of the 3. Half an hour later, the figure of the turtle immortal appeared in Sun Wukong's ward. That guy Vegeta actually ran to the planet Namek? And an aura more powerful than him appeared there? Monkey King didn't expect that guy Vegeta to be so seriously injured and recover so quickly. He also ran to the planet Namek. The aura of his accomplice is even stronger than his? I'm really looking forward to fighting them again. Goku, the fairy beans have grown, and the cat immortals told me to bring them all to you. At this time, the figure of Archie Loeb stood at the door and said. It turned out that it was a month away, and the fairy beans had already been planted. Great, it's really God help me, hurry up and give me a meal. Sun Wukong shouted anxiously. Just received the news that Boomer is on the planet Namek, and now Archie Loeb is simply in disguise. You guy, obviously can't beat the other party, you are still so excited. Akilobe pouted, took out a fairy bean from the cloth bag and threw it to Sun Wukong. This is the blood of the Scions, and they play against powerful opponents and it becomes their fun. The turtle immortal explained that he kind of understood. Sun Wukong has been cultivating by his side since he was a child, and this guy is naturally warlike. And where did the Scions come from with such a powerful combat power? That must have been tempered through countless battles. The last time Boomer's father came to visit the patient, I had asked him to help me find the spaceship that came to Earth when I was a child to help me transform. I'll go to Boomer's house now to see if the spacecraft has been modified. After Sun Wukong finished speaking, he snatched the fairy beans in Yachai Lobe's hand, jumped out of the window, and called Du Yun to fly towards Boomer's house. Gaku, this kid is a father, and his personality is still frizzy. The turtle immortal shook his head and smiled when he saw the direction Sun Wukong left. Universal Capsule Headquarters, home of Boomer. Uncle, can a spaceship really fly? Hurry up and teach me how to operate, and I'll rush to the planet Namek now. Monkey. King increased his speed to the extreme and soon arrived at Boomer's house. He looked at Boomer's father and a huge spaceship in front of him with a shocked face. Yes, I rushed day and night, and finally fixed it. You can go right now, just press this button and you will reach the planet Namek in 6 days. Boomer's father also said with a proud face. This is a spaceship that he personally transformed. He told Sun Wukong all about some operations and usage methods. There are also some daily necessities that are all ready, and how to use the gravity room. Uncle, you are so powerful, the spaceship of the celestial god will only arrive on the planet Namek in a month, and the spaceship you have modified can arrive in 6 days. Sun Wukong said with a look of admiration, and then he invited Boomer's father out of the spaceship. Shout! The huge spacecraft instantly flew to the sky, and soon flew out of the Earth's atmosphere and into the universe. The first time Sun Wukong came to the universe, he saw that there was nothing good to look like outside, and began his practice, 20 times gravity training. Planet Namek. King Frisia, the 2 scouts we just sent have lost contact, and it seems that they have lost their luck. Sob held 2 Dragon Balls and reported respectfully to Frisia, who was sitting in the BB car. How much combat power is the person who killed them? Frisia said expressionlessly, killing 2 scouts was no harm at all. He didn't care about the life or death of those 2 people at all, he just wanted to know how much combat power the person who killed them was. King Frisia, their strength is only a little over 1,000, it seems that they are not nemesis. Sob would think of the conversation between the 2 scouts just now, who should have just arrived on the planet Namek. Boom! The waste was actually killed by 2 people with more than 1,000 combat strength. Leave them alone, we'll solve them later when we meet, now we're looking for another Dragon Ball. Frisia heard that there were only more than 1,000 combat powers, and did not pay attention to them at all. With more than 1,000 combat power, a single look can kill them. They flew towards another tribe on the planet Namek. Because the detector shows that there are more than a dozen life forms there. There are still several powerful guys on this planet, we have to be careful. Klin felt that the planet was filled with evil aura, and there were several auras that were even more powerful than him. What's wrong with this planet? How can there be so much evil aura? Judging from various phenomena, this group of people should all come for Dragon Ball. Fortunately, Gohan also followed, otherwise his life would have been handed over to the planet Namek. Just fly in the direction of the Dragon Ball closest to us. Son Gohan sees that the Dragon Ball radar shows that there is a Dragon Ball in the direction closest to them. He pressed his palm on the spaceship of the celestial god, and with a move of his mind, he collected it into the system space. Boomer and Klin were shocked when they saw Son Gohan's operation. How did this happen? Chapter 0-16. That makes us. Frisia leads Sob and Doria to the tribe. Drive all the nemesis here to the square, coerce and lure them, and force their Dragon Balls to be handed over. Where else have you gone? Didn't you have 10 people in one tribe? Why are you the only old, weak, and sick? Doria said with a grin. All 4 Dragon Balls in his hand were snatched by him. Both he and Sob are Frisia's right and left hands, but Sob's strength is even stronger than his own. So some of the little things are basically handled by Doria. You actually have 4 Dragon Balls? The elders of the tribe were shocked, and the other party was holding 4 Dragon Balls in his hand. That proves that 4 tribes have been brutally killed. Because every tribe guards a Dragon Ball. And Dragon Balls are absolutely impossible to give to aliens. How do these aliens know how many people there are in their tribe? At the same time, the three of Son Gohan also followed the direction of the Dragon Ball radar to this tribe. On the high mountain not far from them, Son Gohan, Klin and Boomer suppressed all the breath on their bodies and lurked watching the scene happening here. Uncle Klin, you take Boomer out of here first, and I'll see the situation here first. Son Gohan sees that there are two children behind an elderly nemesis, one of whom is supposed to be Dandy. Dandy also plays a key role in the anime, and it is he who makes a wish for the dragon Boranga in the language of name-seeing. What's more, both Dandy and the Great Elder have very heaven-defying superpowers. Dandy's healing technique is exactly the same function as Xiando. As long as there is still a breath, the other party can heal. As long as the Great Elder put his hand on someone else's head, he could read other people's memories and stimulate the potential in his body. Son Gohan wants to use the attributes dropped by the system to take these two people's sky-defying superpowers into his own hands. That's why he supported Klin and Boomer. With his current combat strength, if he wanted to leave, absolutely no one could catch up. Gohan, you be careful, Boomer and I will leave here first. Klin said a word and left with Boomer. He also knew that he and Boomer would only become a burden if they stayed here, and the two left without hesitation. Not long after the two left, several warriors from the Nemesis tribe below returned, and a battle broke out immediately. Ding! Drop 10 combat power attributes ahead. Ding! Drop 10 combat power attributes ahead. Son Gohan's mind kept ringing the system's prompts. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly, and as the people of the Namex and Frisia Legion began to fight, the combat power attribute began to drop continuously. Meanwhile, far away, Vegeta and Kai stand opposite each other. Vegeta, I have long seen that you are not favorable. I have been suffering from not finding an opportunity, and now you dare to openly betray King Frisia, then don't blame my subordinates for being merciless. Chu Yi said with a smug smile. He always wanted to kill Vegeta, but he was nameless. Now he finally seized the opportunity, where he was willing to let go. His long-cherished wish was to suppress Vegeta. Chu Yi, you dare to challenge me, let you see the new skills I learned on Earth. Vegeta said with a smug smile. Now he just used the things of the Earth to pretend, and hit this guy in the face. And he didn't see clearly that the other party's strength dared to challenge. Ha ha ha, you shouldn't have learned the skill of escape to Earth. Chu Yi said with a disdainful smile. You guy bragged and didn't play drafts. He was beaten all over the Earth and was injured, and he lost half his life when he came back, and now he actually bragged. That's a skill to control combat effectiveness. Just open your eyes to see what my combat power is now. Vegeta was also unyielding and mobilized all the breath in his body. Cold sweat kept flowing out of Chu Yi's forehead, and his heart was very scared. Because the data of the detector keeps soaring up to 15,000, 18,000, 20,000, 22,000, 23,000. Bang! With a sound, the detector worn in the ear could not stand this force and exploded instantly. What? Vegeta's combat power has reached 23,000, is it already stronger than my people's combat power? At the same time, the detector in Sabo's ear, who was standing next to Frisia, also exploded instantly. Impossible? Your detector is old, there must be a malfunction, or let me take a look. Doria also pressed the detector in his ear twice, and instantly detected that Vegeta's combat power reached 23,000. Ginger is still old and spicy, and the elders of Namex have been keeping an eye on the battlefield. Hearing the aliens' conversation, it became clear that the instruments they carried in their ears could see their location and combat effectiveness. He seized the opportunity to destroy all these instruments in an instant. Doria also became angry, killing all the adults of Namex, and the two children were frightened and kept retreating. Charge! Son Gohan immediately made a decision and put away all the combat power attributes. Then he burst out of his body's breath, disappeared in place, and had already come to Daria's side when he appeared. He kicked the fat pig and crashed it into a building. Then he picked up the two small children and quickly fled the battlefield, and now was not the best time to fight Frisia. Because the probes of the Frisia Legion were all destroyed by the Nemesis. There is no way to detect the existence of the breath, and I don't know how powerful the opponent's combat power is. Everyone was blinded by Son Gohan's operation, but they didn't expect that there was still one hidden here. Doria stood up from the building in embarrassment and looked around for the enemy's tracks. Mr. Dodoria, what are you still stunned for? Over there, hurry up, and chase. Frisia raised her finger to the sky and smiled at Doria. The people on this planet have low combat effectiveness, and he doesn't even have the desire to strike. King Frisia, we don't have a detector now, what should we do to call someone nearby to send it? Sob saw that the detector was destroyed, and without the assistance of the detector, it was equivalent to getting lost, and he could not find the remaining 2 Dragon Balls. Immediately transfer the Kinnet team that is on a mission nearby to send the probe over. Frisia also knows the importance of the probe, but the quickest way is to go on a nearby mission with the Kinnet team. Damn, look where you guys are running. Doria looked in the direction Frisia had pointed to, and sure enough, he saw a black dot fleeing into the distance at great speed. He immediately burst out a white aura and chased in that direction with all his strength. Chapter 017. On the battlefield. Vegeta, you just let me go, let me join your team. As long as I join forces with you, I can kill Sob and Doria. In fact, I also hate Frisia. After Chu Yi saw the combat power that erupted from Vegeta's body, his eyes kept spinning, and his head ran rapidly. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and thought of a brilliant plan. Chu Yi, your guy's face makes me feel disgusting, do you believe what you say? Vegeta approached Kai Yi step by step, and the other party kept retreating. A sense of death instantly enveloped Chu Yi's whole body, and it seemed that he could only fight to the death. King Frisia! Chu Yi shouted at behind Vegeta. Vegeta's heart sank, and he looked back reflexively. Vegeta, you have a plan, take your life. The corner of Chu Yi's mouth showed an evil smile, looking like he had succeeded in his scheme. He shot out in an instant, playing a set of princely battle methods, and the energy bullets in his hand were like machine guns, all of which bombarded Vegeta. Thundered. The energy wave exploded instantly, the ground was sunken, and a huge mushroom cloud rushed into the sky, and smoke and dust rose all around. Chu Yi looked at his masterpiece, the corners of his mouth showed a good-looking range. Even if your strength is strong, when you encounter my wave of attacks, even if you don't die, you will be seriously injured. Stupid, don't you know that the speed of combat power improvement will also increase? You've managed to me off. Vegeta appeared behind Chu Yi, and it turned out that he fled the scene using high-speed movement at the moment of the attack. He looked at Chu Yi with indifferent eyes, as if he was looking at a dead man. Nope. Impossible. Chu Yi's back was cold, his steps kept retreating, and a red aura erupted on his body, flying into the air at great speed. He didn't want to stay here for a moment, Vegeta's eyes were too terrifying. Want to go? Ask my fist. Vegeta's figure suddenly appeared in front of Chu Yi, a sandbag-sized fist, hitting the opponent's stomach. Chu Yi's face suddenly became distorted, holding his stomach with both hands, and began to vomit non-stop, and the intestines inside seemed to be knotted. Vegeta condensed huge energy in his hand, instantly shattering the opponent's body into powder. He gritted his teeth and looked in the other direction, feeling a very familiar breath, Kakarot's son Gohan. He didn't expect to meet again on that nemesis, and a raging fire ignited in his heart. When I collect the 7 Dragon Balls and get eternal life, I will slowly clean up your group of garbage. Now you have to find 1 Dragon Ball and steal Frisia's 5 Dragon Balls, anyway, now they don't have a detector. Klin, Boomer, I'm back. Son Gohan held the 2 children and landed directly in front of Klin and Boomer, who were running. He was not afraid of Dodolia coming after him at all. Wow, why are the Nemesis kids so cute? What's your name? Boomer saw Son Gohan holding two small children and landed in front of them. She walked over and crouched down to touch the child's head, but the other party was afraid to avoid it. My name is Dandy and his name is Danja. Thank you. Dandy said that the two looked basically the same, but Dandy was a little taller and not so shy. Danja was afraid of seeing people, and did not say a word during the whole process. Gohan. There is a powerful aura chasing after him. Cold sweat broke out on Klin's forehead, and he felt a powerful aura approaching this side. What the hell is going on here? Could it be that Gohan was targeted by others? Ha ha ha, why didn't you run? Dodoria flew over and looked at Son Gohan and the others below, with a playful expression on his face. He slowly landed down and glanced at everyone. Gohan, leave this to me, you are optimistic about them. Klin stiffly walked out and stopped Boomer and the others behind him. Although he can feel the strength of the other party, he can't hide behind a child as a big man, right? No matter how you say that he is a generation older than Son Gohan. He also wanted to see where his limits were. Well, it's up to you. Son Gohan said with a slight smile, and then pulled Bauma, Dandy, and Danja to the other side. He just wanted this effect, like this, sitting and waiting to collect the battle attribute. Well, you little bald head, let you see how powerful Uncle Ben is today. Dodoria has no probe, and I don't know how much strength Klin has now. Seeing that Klin was small, he thought that he had no combat effectiveness, so he planned to play with each other. Come on, you big fat pig. Klin became vigilant and wanted to strike first, because the opponent's aura was too strong. He exerted more than 1000 combat power in his body, and with a force under his feet, he rushed out like an off-string arrow. Klin's fists all slammed into Dodoria like a machine gun, but the opponent was able to dissolve them one by one. No matter how fast he moved, he could not hit Dodoria. Ha ha ha, lowly human, you also try this punch of mine. As soon as Dororia's words fell, his sandbag-sized fist hit Klin's stomach. Boom! Clinton spewed out a mouthful of old blood, and his body was like a cannonball out of the chest, instantly running through the entire hill. Drop combat power attribute 50 ahead. Since the two began to fight, Son Gohan's mind sounded a system prompt. He watched the two fight with interest. Standing here can collect the combat power attribute, isn't it fragrant? Gohan, you hurry up and help, Klin doesn't seem to be able to beat the fat pig. Boomer saw Klin being punched and knocked down. Her face was livid, and her palm involuntarily grabbed Son Gohan's arm and said anxiously. The palms of the hands oozed sweat from nervousness, and the strength of the enemy was too strong. Yes, brother Gohan, you hurry up and help, or Uncle Klin will be killed. Dandy and Danja were also scared. These people are so terrifying, they killed so many of their clansmen just now. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to Klin. Son Gohan said with a calm expression. He knows the proportions, and he does it for a purpose. Damn, try my trick again. Klin got up from the ground in embarrassment and raised his hand to wipe the blood from his mouth. He knows that his opponent is strong, and ordinary attacks will not cause damage to his opponent. He quickly sent out a turtle faction Qigong wave. Thundered. The energy light pillar of the turtle faction Qigong wave instantly hit Dodolia, and suddenly smoke and dust were everywhere. Little bald head, it's time to end. The smoke and dust cleared, and Doria's figure emerged, looking at Klin playfully and smiling. The strength of the little bald head made him unable to raise any interest. And a huge energy condensed from his palm and blasted towards Klin. Klin saw a huge wave of energy coming towards him, and he closed his eyes in despair. Did you give up so soon? Are the people of Earth still waiting for us to be resurrected? Son! Gohan's figure suddenly appeared in front of Klin, and flicked his hand to knock the huge energy bullet away. Klin was overjoyed in his heart. Just now he forgot that his camp still had such a powerful existence. Chapter 018. Boy, your combat power is good, you can actually knock my energy bullet away, you deserve my shot. Dodoria looked at Son Gohan, his eyes became serious, and those who can easily shoot their energy bombs away are definitely not weak. Fat pig, you try my turtle too. Send. Gas. Merit. Wave. Son Gohan showed a disdainful expression. Dodolia's current combat power should be around 22,000, and he didn't put the other party in his eyes at all. He made a wave gesture, and his hand began to be placed on his waist, and a huge energy gathered in the palm of his hand. Damn it, you dare to look down on me and let you see how powerful I am. Doria also began to gather strength, and he didn't believe how much power there was in such a young child's body. If the other party dares to confront the wave by himself, then there should be the consciousness of death. The energy waves of the two instantly gathered and began to push out against both sides. Two huge energy light waves collided together instantly, and the dazzling light made people unable to open their eyes. Thundered. The ground flew sand and stones, and the turtle sect Kigong wave was like a broken bamboo, instantly pushing back the energy wave of Dodolia. Ah! Ah! The energy wave instantly devoured Dodoria, and he only had time to scream, and he was instantly blasted into slag by the turtle faction Kigong wave. To death, he didn't understand how he died at the hands of a child. After all, he did not know the combat effectiveness of the other party without the detector. I thought this kid had the same strength as a bald head. Charge! The combat power attributes on the ground all gathered towards him, and he saw that the combat power of the personal attribute panel soared to 3.3 million. Coming out of the Spirit Time House, his combat effectiveness has only increased by 300,000 now. If you give Vic a rise of 300,000 in combat power in just 1 month, he will definitely spit out a mouthful of old blood. Lao Tzu's hard cultivation for a few years is only 1,000 combat effectiveness. You are still too few, why don't you reach the sky? The bright light dissipated, and everyone was stunned. There was no trace of the fat pig here, and a deep ravine was left on the ground. Gohan, the strength is so powerful, fortunately you came to the planet Namek, otherwise we will die. Klin grinned, he had just punched Doria, and there was still pain in his stomach from time to time. Hey, it's still too low. Uncle Klin, let me heal your wounds. Dandy saw Klin clutching his stomach, his face twitching from time to time. He opened his palm to the other party, and then a gentle energy in his hand frantically poured into Klin's body. It's so comfortable, it really doesn't hurt so much now. Klin said with a look of enjoyment, feeling a very gentle energy into his injury, under the treatment of this energy, it was like soaking in a hot spring, and the whole body felt comfortable. Boomer looked at Dandy with a curious look, can this treat the injury? Seeing Klina enjoying it, the nemesis is really incredible. Ding, the healing attribute dropped in front, is it picked up? Charge! Sun Wuhan subconsciously said, and suddenly there were more healing functions in the personal attribute panel. He was in a good mood, and the purpose of bringing Doria here was to collect Dandy's healing properties. Uncle Klin. It's okay now. Dandy withdrew his hands and said with a happy look. Seeing that the other party's body was getting better, he also felt a sense of accomplishment. Thank you Dandy, your treatment is really powerful, no need to take injections and medicine, the body will fully recover, just like the fairy beans of our earth. Klin clenched his fists and jumped, feeling all better. Are all the children of the Mexian people so bullish? At a young age, there is such a technique. We are all eggs spit out of the mouth of the Great Elder, and the nemesis are divided into several types, including wisdom, healing, and combat. We don't have a distinction between men and women. Dandy told the origin and classification of the nemesis with Klin and others. There were no men and women on this planet, and Boomer was stunned when he heard it. They are all great elders, just like the great demon king of the earth, who can spit out eggs in their mouths. And the Nemesis people on this planet are all children of the great elder. Brother Gohan, can you take us to the great elder? I'm going to tell the great elder and brother Neera to get out of here quickly. There are a lot of bad people coming to this planet. Dandy looked at Son Gohan with a pleading look and said, now this planet is very dangerous, he wants to inform the great elder to leave here earlier. No problem, we'll go now. Son Gohan nodded, going to the great elder was also one of his goals. Everyone flew in the direction of the great elder. King of the North. After the death of Vic and the others, under the guidance of the heavenly god, several of them ran to the Snake Road to the Northern Realm King Star to cultivate after a month. Yamuti, Tianjin rice and dumplings all praised Bike's vicious vision. At a glance, he could see that there was a powerful force hidden in Son Gohan's body. It is really remarkable that he can also channel the power in the other party's body. Vic felt a light on his face and was proud that Son Gohan had achieved such good results. In fact, his state of mind has completely changed, and he has slowly integrated into this circle. Lord Realm King, can you let us express our gratitude to Sun Wukong? Tianjin Fan knew that they went to Namex to find the Dragon Ball, so he wanted to express his gratitude. No problem at all, as long as you put your hands on my back, you can talk to Goku, I'll contact you first. The King of the Northern Realm said with a smile, the current King of the Realm is lively, and with them cultivating here, they are not afraid of no jokes. In the vast universe, a spaceship is rushing towards Namex. 888, 920, 1000, 1200, 1500. Pulling his gaze to the inside of the spacecraft, Monkey King desperately did push UPS in the spacecraft to familiarize himself with 30 times the gravity. He knew that there were people on planet Namek who were even more powerful than Vegeta, and he had to use these 6 days to become familiar with greater gravity. Although he knew that Gohan's strength was strong, he was still young and had little combat experience after all. You must become strong quickly so that you can deal with the powerful people of the planet Namek. Goku, can you hear what I'm saying? I have a lot of guests here, all of whom you know. At this time, the King of the Realm contacted Sun Wukong through the 2 antennas on his head, and told the other party about Tianjin Fan and the others cultivating in the Northern Realm King Star. Yamcha and the others also had a simple communication with Sun Wukong through the back of the King of the Realm. Everyone knows that Son Gohan and the others go to Namek to find the Dragon Balls and resurrect them. Now Sun Wukong is also on the way to each planet, and they all thank you. Finally, the King of the Northern Realm also told Sun Wukong not to provoke the Universe Emperor Frieza. Because that guy is crazy, and if he is not careful, he wants to watch fireworks and destroy the planet. Chapter 019. Planet Namek. The residence of the Great Elder. Thank you for saving my child. Dandy and Danja took Son Gohan and the others to the residence of the Great Elder. Also said that Son Gohan and others saved themselves. Great Elder spoke to the 3. Boomer and the others finally saw clearly what Dandy was talking about as the Great Elder of the Nemesis. He is taller than the average Nemesis, and lies on the throne with his wrinkled face and eyes closed. You're welcome, it's all we should do. Actually, we all came to Earth to find the Dragon Balls and resurrect the Nemesis of our Earth. Ten Klin's purpose in the future was said, and the whole thing was briefly explained. Scions invaded Earth, Earth's Dragon Ball disappeared, and Vic was a Nemesis and said it all. Earthlings, come and let me touch your head and I will know what happened. Great Elder listened to the mess. How could there be that mimesis on Earth? Quickly figure out the whole thing when reading the memory. Is that amazing? Klin walked over half convinced, and the Great Elder's thick palm rested on the other's head. Instantly Klin's memories appeared in his mind like a movie. So it was, the Great Elder saw the birth of the Celestial God and the separation of the Great Demon King Vic and the death of Vic. Ding, the front drop reads the memory attribute, is it charged? The system's prompt sounded in Son Gohan's head. Earthlings, I already know the whole thing. I will help you unlock the potential hidden in your body, and I hope you can help us through this crisis. After reading Klin's memory, the Great Elder knew that his combat effectiveness was very low, and he almost died just now. Suddenly, a white aura came out of the Great Elder's palm, all shrouding Klin's body. Good. It's amazing, I feel like I've been reborn. Klin felt that a powerful force was awakening in his body, and the whole person was full of power. The body has never been better, that Myzian is too powerful. Ding, the front drops the potential attribute, do you pick it up? All picked up. Son Gohan subconsciously said, the method of improving potential is too awesome. Memory attribute and enhancement potential attribute are integrated into his body. Gohan, you hurry up and let the Great Elder help you stimulate your potential abilities. Klin's potential was enhanced, and he thanked the Great Elder. Then quickly pull Son Gohan under the Great Elder. Great Elder, that will trouble you. Son Gohan said with a happy smile, he also wanted to know how much power this body could hide. I remember that in the anime, the Great Elder of the planet Namek helped Son Gohan develop his potential, and the Old World King God also helped Son Goku develop his potential. Both times the potential is stimulated, both of which are boosted by leaps. You're welcome, you are all good boys, I hope you can help our planet Namek through this crisis. Great Elder's thick palm rests on Son Gohan's head. His palm glowed with a white flame, instantly enveloping the other party. There is a terrifying force awakening in Son Gohan's body. He forced down this furious combat power, otherwise the entire room would be wiped out in an instant. Good. Good horror potential. I can't even get them all out, you're a scion? Great Elder was shocked by this powerful force, and his closed eyes instantly opened. He saw a beast awakened like a gorilla on the child's body. I am indeed of scion blood, but I was born on Earth. Son Gohan shook his hands with excitement, this feeling was really refreshing. This body still has potential to develop, it seems that there is nothing wrong in the anime, there is a chance to find the Old World King to come out and develop the potential. Open the properties screen. Host, Son Gohan. Race, Scion. System space, 100 cubic meters. Special abilities, healing ability, reading memory, stimulating potential. Skills. Dancing void technique, perception and use of chi, magic flash, energy light wave, realm king fist, sky cannon, turtle kikong wave, chi yuan slash. Transformation, Super Saiyan 1. Combat power, 431-0000. Groove. Combat power has increased by 1 million, it seems that this body has a lot of hidden ability. Son Gohan himself feels very incredible. Ha ha ha. More than 4.31 million combat power if you use 10 times the Realm King Fist, that is more than 40 million combat power. If you use 20 times the Realm King Fist, you don't have 80 million combat power. Of course, the King of Realm Fist does not mean that you can use as many times as you want. With more than 4 million combat power should be 10 times more than a problem, 20 times that is a desperate state. The combat effectiveness of transforming into a Super Saiyan has increased to 50 times, isn't it more than 200 million? Kid, you take the Dragon Ball, and the next nemesis will please you. You take Dandy to find the Dragon Ball, just tell him to do anything. My time is short, you guys find Dragon Ball as soon as possible and make a wish. Great Elder slowly closed his eyes with a smile on his face. Miracle has finally happened, and it seems that the key to surviving this crisis is a few of them. He sees hope in Son Gohan. Yes, Grand Elder, I see. Dandy's eyes were full of tears, and he asked Brother Neru that the reason why the Great Elder did not leave was because he was too old to look down on life and death. Not to mention that his life has reached the point of running out of oil, and there are not many days left to live. Everyone said goodbye to the Great Elder and began to search for the Dragon Ball. On the other side, the Nemesis destroy all of the Frieza Legion's probes. Frieza returns to his spaceship with 5 Dragon Balls, while Sob continues to search for the remaining Dragon Balls. They don't have a detector and don't know how to sense the presence of breath. Everyone can only look for the Dragon Balls separately. And another Nemesis tribe. Vegeta is killing like crazy. He kills all the people here and snatches a Dragon Ball from here. Dragon Balls are too big to carry, throw the Dragon Balls into a fish pond. Suddenly, the detector heard that someone was approaching this side, and there were as many as 20,000 combat power, and he guessed that the person must be Sob. Now finally waiting for them to fall, the corners of Vegeta's mouth slightly upturned. Flew towards this breath, and he wanted to kill the other party one by one. Soon the two met in the air. Vegeta, give me your detector. Sob's eyes were hot when he saw that the other party still had an instrument on his ear. Now that the entire clan has no detectors, it is inconvenient to find the Dragon Balls. Chapter 020. Sob, you want the detector? You don't think about it. Vegeta took down the instrument hanging in his ear and said with an arrogant face. With a hard squeeze in his hand, the detector was instantly pinched and exploded. Anyway, the earth has learned to control the breath, and this thing is redundant. Vegeta, damn you! When Sob saw the other parties approach, his eyes seemed to spew fire. White chi appeared on his body and rushed towards Vegeta. At this time, he has forgotten that his detector was destroyed by the combat power of the other party. Sob, good come, it's hard to see you get off the list, now I'll let you see my true strength. Vegeta's body also appeared with a white flame, and the two stood together in an instant. Sob's combat strength is only 20,000, Vegeta's combat power is 24,000, and the difference in combat effectiveness between the two is more than 3,000. The two of them just started to fight back and forth, but after Vegeta was full of firepower, he punched Sob into the air and chased after him in a flash. Bang bang! Vegeta was in a burst of output at Sob's body, playing with the opponent in applause like playing football. Finally, both hands were raised high and a heavy punch hit the opponent's body. Boom! With a loud bang, Sabo's body was like a baked cannonball, smashing violently to the ground, and the ground instantly dented. Vegeta looked to the other side of the sky, 2 powerful auras were flying towards this side. Who the hell was this? How is it so familiar? On the battlefield. Boom! Vegeta, you completely angered me, appearance is no longer important, let you see the transformation of the demon. Sob's body erupted with a white flame, and his feet flew up from the ground with a force, looking at Vegeta with a fierce face. Now he can only transform to be able to suppress Vegeta, and in front of life, the image is no longer important. You guys go on, leave me alone. In a few breaths, Son Gohan and the others followed the Dragon Ball radar to show that they had rushed over, and seeing this scene full of gunpowder, he chose to stop on the mountain not far away. Standing here to watch the two fight, you can also collect combat power attributes, which is really cool and crooked. Vegeta glared angrily, not expecting to collide with this bastard so quickly. Turning into a gorilla on Earth is not his opponent, what should he do now? Tail, Scion? Are you from Earth? The little ghosts of the Nemesis actually showed you the way, how could I not have thought of such a simple way? Ha ha ha, when I kill Vegeta, I'll clean you up. Sob observed Son Gohan and the others, saw that his butt had a brown tail, and soon thought that only the Earth had scions. He saw that the other party was all children, and thought that the combat effectiveness was not strong. Coupled with the fact that the other party has the Nemesis imp leading the way, it will not be difficult to find the remaining Dragon Balls. After speaking, his fists were clenched, and a powerful aura gushed out from Sob's body. His appearance also began to change, instantly turning into an extremely ugly face. This, how is it possible? Vegeta was also stunned by Sob's momentum, and after getting along for so long, he never knew that the other party could still transform. Gohan, why did the two of them fight? Although Klin knew that Vegeta had come to the planet, the two had not yet met. Now, with the help of the Great Elder, his combat effectiveness has also improved, and he is not so afraid in his heart. Why are you so stupid? It must be because of the Dragon Balls that you will fight. Boomer rolled his eyes at Klin and said with a look of disdain. Now we just followed the Dragon Ball radar to find it, and halfway we saw the two fighting. As long as people are not stupid, they know that they are also here for Dragon Ball. Ouch, my brain. Klin touched his bald head and said with an embarrassed look. He was not a fool either, and after Boomer's explanation, he instantly understood. If we play well, it is better for two people to die together, then we will save a lot of trouble. It's that scoundrel who killed a lot of our clansmen, Brother Gohan. Wait a minute, you must avenge your dead brother. Dandy immediately recognized Sob as the man in their village. He gritted his teeth and said to Sun Wukong. If he were a combat-type nemesis, he would have rushed up to tear the other party to pieces. No problem, I will help you take revenge. Sun Gohan patted Dandy's shoulder and said. He still had some words that he didn't finish, that is, wait for their combat effectiveness to finish harvesting first. Dandy nodded vigorously, he knew that Sun Gohan's strength was strong, and he would definitely do it. How? Vegeta, didn't you play very well just now? Go ahead. After Sob's transformation was completed, he felt the terrifying power in his body and said with an arrogant face. His current combat power is already 27,000, and Vegeta's strength is only 23,000, and he can't help but press the other party to the ground and rub. After that, the body quickly rushed towards Vegeta as a punch, and the other party actually dodged it with a strange body. Vegeta could sense that Sob was dangerous now, and he had to give it his all. Fight and fight! Sabo saw that the blow was not hit, and the movements in his hand suddenly accelerated, and all the stormy fists slammed up. Ding! The striker dropped the combat power attribute 100. Sun Gohan's ears kept coming from the system prompt sound, and after a while he saw that the ground was full of combat power attributes. The corners of his mouth are slightly upturned. Cool, continue to fight, use some force. How is that possible? Your power has increased so much after transformation. Vegeta struggled more and more as he fought, as the opponent moved faster and faster. He felt a little overwhelmed, and there was a pain in his arm. Vegeta, enlighten! Sob seized the opportunity to punch Vegeta in the stomach, and the powerful impact knocked Vegeta's body into a mountain. Bang! The entire mountain collapsed in an instant, burying Vegeta's body in it. Rumble! Suddenly, a light came from the dirt, instantly turning the soil into ashes. Sob, I can't spare you. Vegeta's red eyes kept condensing energy bombs in his hands, and he threw them towards Sob, as if he was shooting with a machine gun. Sob, who was suspended in the air, did not retreat, shuttled in front of the energy bomb, and rushed down at an extremely fast speed. After the transformation, not only the strength has increased, but the speed has also increased. Ding! The front drops combat power attribute 100. Under this wave of Vegeta's operation, the combat power attribute on the ground fell wildly. Sun Gohan's mind kept ringing the system's prompts. Pick it all up. He said in his heart, it seems that Vegeta's leaks are the best to cut, and dozens of combat power attributes are harvested from his body. The combat power attribute frantically poured into his body, and the combat power in the system's combat power attribute column was constantly soaring. Interesting, such a battle is cool. Sob dodged the energy bullet attack with a super high speed, and then arrived in front of Vegeta, kicking the opponent's head with a sweeping leg. Chapter 021. Boom! Vegeta was kicked away by Sob again, and the whole person was embedded in a large rock, spitting out a mouthful of blood at the corner of his mouth. This is the second time he has been injured so badly, and the first time is to fight Kakarot father and son on Earth. Abominable, I am the strongest fighter, I will not lose, I must knock you down. Vegeta's body erupted with a strong aura, and a white aura appeared on his body that was an energy bomb against Sob, but it was casually knocked out by the opponent. Vegeta, is this a desperate rhythm? It's a pity that you are not my opponent yet. Sob's hands also began to condense energy bullets, and he also came to a prince's move, all of which blasted towards Vegeta. Ground exploded instantly, and Vegeta jumped left and right to dodge, but the opponent's energy bullets were densely packed, and soon he was hit on the body. Boom! More and more energy all bombarded his body, and the smoke became bigger and bigger. Sob fired a few hundred energies and stopped the attack. Boom! Smoke cleared, and Vegeta's combat uniform was tattered, covered with scars, panting constantly, and the corners of his mouth were bloodshot. Then the figure also fell heavily on the ground, and it seems that it has lost its combat effectiveness. If Sob continues to attack 180 energy bombs, he will definitely fall here. Charge! Son Gohan put away the combat power attribute on the ground and saw that the combat power increased to 4.4 million. His heart was overjoyed, and the corners of his mouth slightly showed a good-looking arc, which is really cool. Good, good, powerful, this monster's strength is even stronger than Vegeta's, what should we do? Klin's mouth couldn't close when he saw the battle on both sides. Although the Great Elder helped him improve his combat effectiveness, it would not surpass Vegeta's. What else can be done? For the sake of Dragon Ball, fuck him! Boomer yelled at Klin. The men were fighting so fast that she couldn't see the other side. It was like gods and demons fighting, and suddenly the whole mountain disappeared, and the ground still appeared dense from time to time. I just heard the sound of forces colliding from time to time in the sky, and just now it seemed to be attacked by a large area of missiles. If it weren't for Son Gohan and the others, she would be frightened. Gohan, my combat power has improved a lot, just let me try. Klin's eager Deo, after improving his combat effectiveness, he has never fought. He also wanted to see where his strength had come. Go, I'll watch you. Son Gohan couldn't ask for it, so he had the combat power to harvest again. He just looked at the properties panel, the battle between Vegeta and Sob, and he gained a lot. You monster, let me test your strength. After Klin received Son Gohan's affirmation, a white aura erupted on his body and flew towards Sob. Anyway, if you can't beat yourself, there are strong backers behind. Rampant, simply fearless and ignorant, I will teach you an earthling. Sob transforms into a powerful force in his body that makes him fearless. Anyway, I haven't used this form for a long time, and it's rare for someone to play with me. As soon as words fell, his figure disappeared in place, and when he appeared, he had already come to Klin. The two instantly punched and kicked, up and down, and Klin, with his rich combat experience, fought back and forth with the other party. Good boy, underestimate you, try my punch. Sob's strength and speed skyrocketed, and he threw a punch, and Klin didn't have time to react and put his hands in front of him. Boom! Powerful impact knocked his body out, and there was a soreness in his arm. Turtle. Send. Gas. Merit. Wave. Klin turned over 360 degrees, unloaded the impact force, and gathered chi to make a turtle pi Qigong wave. I want to compete with me for strength and complete you. Sob has the upper hand in the fist and foot universe, and now when he sees the opponent's posture, he will use energy attacks. He did not show weakness, and a white energy condensed in his hand gathered in his palm. The two instantly pushed out the energy gathered in their hands. Boom! Two huge pillars of light collided together in an instant, up and down. Klin's self-confidence soared when he saw this situation, but he didn't expect that the Great Elder would be so powerful after being able to channel his potential. Ha ha ha, little bald head, is this all your strength? Go to hell! Just when Klin was complacent, Sob's words were like pouring cold water on him, cold from head to toe. As soon as words fell, Sob's energy was output wildly, the energy light column instantly skyrocketed, and the energy of the turtle faction Qigong wave instantly retreated at an extremely fast speed. Hehe, I thought my strength had surpassed Vegeta, it turns out that this guy has been playing all the time, and he has not used his real strength at all. Klin's mind was full of thoughts, and he saw the turtle sect Qigong wave constantly retreating. His own strength is still too weak. You try mine too, turtle. Send. Gas. Merit. Wave. Son Gohan disappeared instantly, and when he appeared, he had already come to Klin. He also sent a turtle Qigong wave towards Sob, making you look down on our earthlings. Huge energy wave instantly engulfed the other party, and Sob did not let out a scream until death. Good risk. Klin breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Sob, who was bombarded by the turtle Pi Qigong wave. This guy hid too deeply, almost planted in his hand. Gohan, or are you awesome? Boomer saw that Son Gohan could solve the other party with one move, and his eyes were full of admiration and admiration. As long as the other party is by her side, her heart feels very secure. Pick. Son Gohan nodded with a smile, seeing that the combat power attributes on the ground were all pouring into his body. The combat effectiveness attributes of the system are constantly increasing, and now the combat effectiveness has improved. This Scion is not dead yet, what should we do? Klin walked over to see if Vegeta was still breathing, and asked Son Gohan, Boomer, and Dandy. He secretly admired that this guy's vitality was really tenacious enough, and he hadn't died after receiving so many attacks. I'm going to kill him and avenge my brothers. Dandy said viciously when he saw Vegeta lying on the ground. Although he did not see the other party kill his people, they wore exactly the same clothes. It seems that they are not a gang, let's wake him up. Son Gohan thought for a moment, and Vegeta in the anime got better in the end. It seems that his nature is not yet bad, and in the Majin Buu chapter, he died with Majin Buu to protect the earth. Not to mention leaving him. It will be easier to harvest combat power attributes in the future. Son Gohan walked to Vegeta's side and squatted, spread out his hands and slowly poured into the other party's body. What does? Dandy looked at Sun Wukong's actions with a shocked face, isn't this his own healing technique? How could Brother Gohan use this trick? Did he see that I used it once last time and only learned it? Klin also sees that it is too perverted. Dandy just used the healing technique on me once, you actually learned it. His jaw couldn't close, and he looked at Son Gohan with an incredulous face. But Klin soon laughed happily, the more Gohan was strong, the safer he was. Chapter 022. Boomer, seeing this familiar action, she immediately remembered that Dandy treated Klin like this last time. Unexpectedly, Son Gohan also learned to heal. Goku, you really gave birth to an amazing son. Learn? How can it be? I just picked up the attributes. When Son Gohan saw everyone's expressions, he had already guessed the thoughts of Dandy and the others. You saved me? What about Sob? In a few breaths, the wounds on Vegeta's body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. I felt that all the injuries on my body were healed. There was also a very powerful force in his body, and his heart was overjoyed. Vegeta immediately stood up from the ground and looked at Son Gohan and the others with a stunned expression. What was their purpose? The monster you said was killed by Gohan. Klin said with a smug look, although the person was not killed by him, but the two of us are a group. With Son Gohan by his side, he is not afraid of what tricks Vegeta plays. Vegeta, let's go. Son Gohan said coldly. The Dragon Ball radar shows that there is a Dragon Ball here, which should be the one this guy hidden. He wasn't in the mood to pay attention to what the other party would do, so let's find the Dragon Ball first. Are you really letting me go? Vegeta said incredulously. He still thought that the other party had some purpose, but now he actually said that he would let him leave, but he still didn't believe it a little. What's the use of staying by your side if you don't let you go? This guy is inhumane and kills even his own companions. If it weren't for Goku saying that he would release you, I would have killed you just now. Klin thought that this guy even killed his own companions. Where did he dare to let the other party stay by his side? If this guy doesn't stab him in the back, then it's dead. Bastards, you earth garbage, one day I will kill you. Vegeta would be on fire whenever she mentioned the earth, and if it weren't for them, she wouldn't have messed up so badly. He now wants to hang Son Gohan and the others up and beat, but his strength does not allow it. After the cruel words, a white light appeared on Vegeta's body and flew away towards the sky. Let's go quickly, Dragon Ball is 20 kilometers in this direction. Boomer took out the Dragon Ball radar and looked at it, pointing north. They had already obtained a Dragon Ball in the hands of the Great Elder, and now there was one more here, and the remaining 5 were all gathered together. Everyone flew in the direction pointed by the Dragon Ball radar, and soon they arrived in a village where all the Namexians were dead. Bastards, it must have been those 2 bastards just now, who killed all the brothers in this village. Dandy saw this scene and roared angrily. The entire village, men, women, and children suffered, leaving not a single living mouth. It must have been Vegeta's bastard, you shouldn't have saved him just now, this inhuman guy. Klin also said with an angry face. See how similar this scene is. Earth's partners were also ruthlessly hurt by the Scions. You don't need to be sad, according to the radar, the Dragon Balls are in the fish pond, and you can revive them by finding 7 Dragon Balls. At this time, Boomer was very calm, and the purpose of their coming at this moment was to find the Dragon Ball to resurrect everyone. At that time, as long as the Earth's Vic is resurrected, the Earth's divine dragon can be resurrected by the Namexians. Suddenly, Son Gohan and Klin felt that several powerful auras were landing on the planet Namek at an extremely fast speed. That makes us. Boom! 5 spherical spaceships smashed into the land of Namex. In an instant, 5 deep pits burst out of the ground. There was still a trace of black smoke in the pit, and a burning smell spread into the air. The hatch slowly opened and out 5 legends. The first mercenary group where Frisia sat is also the fearsome Kainu team in the universe. The vanguard of their Frisia Legion, popularly known as Thugs. Captain, Kainu. Vice Captain, Guys. Members, Bart, Likum, Gudu. They are on a mission nearby, and they are ordered by Frisia to come here to assist him in finding the Dragon Balls and delivering the probe. We are Team Kinnett. The 5, like in the anime, came out of the spaceship and gathered together to put on a very messy pose and shout. You guys go to find the Dragon Ball first, I'll report to King Frisia first, and send the probe by the way. Kainu is worthy of being a captain, clear-headed, and thinks of his mission as soon as he arrives. Everyone said yes and then separated. There is a combat power of more than 500,000 over here, it should be King Frisia. There are 4 people here, and 2 of them have a combat power of more than 3,000. There is one here, with a combat power of 12,000, it should be Vegeta. There are several more here, and one of them has a combat power of more than 20,000. Let's take a look at our lovely Prince Vegeta first. He dares to betray King Frisia, let's start with him first. Yes, first arrest Vegeta and give it to King Frisia as a meeting gift. The 5 people habitually look for the planet's detector on the detector next to their ears. According to the probe, it was soon found that the planet had few vital signs. Everyone said a word, and finally unanimously passed, first looking for Vegeta to start. Yikes! Kainu flew towards the position in the direction of Frisia, and the others flew in the direction of Vegeta. Oops, I didn't expect Team Kinnett to fall to Frisia so quickly to dispatch to the planet Namek, they seem to be coming in my direction. No, I can't sit still, I have to look for help, or I'll die. Vegeta could sense the presence of the breath and had found the other party's traces from the time the Kainuit team came to the planet Namek. He just didn't expect that as soon as the other party landed, he would come non-stop to find himself. He still knows the strength of the Kinect team, and with his strength alone, there is no chance of victory at all. The only way now is to seek allies. And Son Gohan was the best choice. He immediately made a decision and flew in the direction just now. In the vastness of the universe. I didn't expect that 6 days have passed. I wonder how Gohan is doing. You must hold on, I will land on the planet Namek immediately. Sun Wukong also stopped cultivating, and after eating a full meal, he changed into a set of martial arts clothes again and began to get ready. In these days of desperate practice, he has been able to overcome 100 times the gravity, and now he feels that his whole body is full of strength. If you fight Vegeta again, you will definitely be able to crush the other party. Monkey King's heart is very excited, and he will soon be able to fight someone who Boomer said is stronger than Vegeta. When he thought of being able to fight against a master, his heart trembled, not fear, but excitement. Chapter 023. Son Gohan's and others sensed the arrival of Team Kinect. Boomer and Dandy have been arranged inside a cave, and it is too dangerous outside for fear of something going wrong. Gohan, there are several powerful auras flying towards us, and Vegeta is also approaching us. What is going on? Klin looked at Son Gohan with a puzzled expression. Why did a group of aliens appear on the planet Mech? They had just landed and flew towards us, whether they were Scion helpers or not. It should have been to deliver probes to Frisia, and Vegeta flying towards us should have sought refuge. He simply does not have the ability to deal with 4 people now. The corners of Son Gohan's mouth turned up slightly. Gudu, are you finally coming? The pause time attribute is so much expected. His heart was happy. If he used to pause time to fight, to pause time, and then to slash with anger, wouldn't that be perfect? In a few breaths, Vegeta and several members of Team Kinect reached the sky above Son Gohan. My lovely Prince Vegeta, I thought you were going to run away? It turned out to be looking for help. Well, you see that little devil is a Scion, and he also has a tail in his ass. They're the Scions of Earth, right? Ha ha ha, it seems that Vegeta is not stupid, knowing that it is not our opponent, but he came to find a teammate. No matter how many of them there are, I Kolim alone can destroy them all. Kolim, you can't be so selfish, this time we draw lots fairly to select the opponent. Team Kinect didn't put Sun Wukong Rice and the others in their eyes at all. They discussed to themselves who would strike first this time. Son Gohan looked at them like a fool, especially keeping an eye on Gudu. They are not much different from those in anime. Bastard, is my Vegeta dead? You Frisia lackeys are too much of a bully. Vegeta is angry, he is the prince of the Scion, a genius warrior. When did he receive this anger? He sent out an energy bomb in his hand and blasted out at the 4 people. Bang! My lovely Vegeta, you don't need to worry, wait for us to discuss, and then greet you slowly. Kolim casually knocked Vegeta's blast energy bomb away, and said with a grin. Vegeta saw the silver teeth clenched, his face became hideous. These guys are notoriously perverted in strength. Judging from the fact that the other party was easily able to deflect the energy bomb he sent out just now, his strength was definitely not under him. With Son Gohan, a powerful backer, by his side, Klin felt very grounded. He didn't say anything, just wanted to see what tricks these guys wanted to play. Team Kinout's Gudu eventually won the game by cutting his head and stone cloth. Just start with these 2 imps. Gudu's 4 eyes kept shooting at Vegeta, Klin, and Son Gohan. His ultimate goal is Son Gohan and Klin. Because the detectors of the 2 showed that their combat effectiveness was only more than 3000, soft persimmons must be picked and pinched. Vegeta, let me tell you the rules of the game, you must not shoot when they fight, otherwise you will blame us for being unkind. Kolim said playfully to Vegeta, his tone full of menace. This battle is just a game for them. The 3 flew to another mountain to watch the battle. Stinky boy, be careful, this guy has a very powerful superpower, time suspension technique. Vegeta clasped her hands in front of her chest and pretended to be indifferent. In fact, his heart is happy. You dare to trouble Kakaroto's son, it is really a long life. Gohan, I'll go first this time, you seize the moment to kill that guy. Klin turned a blind eye to Vegeta's reminder, and the cat cried and the mouse was fake mercy. He volunteered to fight this time, after passing through the great elder of Namex to improve his strength. Now you have to hurry up and hone yourself, and the next battle will only get more intense. Son Gohan smiled and nodded, this is what he wanted, then he could charge the time pause technique. Ha ha ha, it's really fearless for the ignorant. Gudu saw that the little bald Klin was going to challenge himself alone, and dared to threaten to kill himself. Is it really me, a mud pinch? I'm the soul of Team Kinakinat, and I'm a great time pauser. Less nonsense, look at my coming. Klin made the first move, his body disappeared in place, and he came above Gudu with a super high movement, which was an energy wave attack. He felt that the momentum of the three people watching the battle above was very powerful, and he wanted to fight quickly, and the four-eyed monster opposite him was instantly solved. What? Time paused. Gudu saw that Klin's body suddenly disappeared, and when he appeared, an energy wave in his hand slammed over. Cold sweat on his forehead, is this really a person with more than 3,000 combat strength? Hurriedly holding his breath, he raised his hands to use the time suspension technique, and then he saw a shocking scene. It turned out that the energy wave of the small bald head had appeared in front of him. Gudu almost fell in fright and hurried away. He really couldn't hold that breath, so he spit it out heavily, and time resumed its flow rate. Thundered. The ground was instantly blasted out of a huge deep pit by energy waves. Gudu's forehead couldn't help but show cold sweat after seeing it. Fortunately he ran fast, otherwise he would be hit and would be seriously injured if he didn't die. It turns out that the length of the time pause technique is the time to hold a breath in Gudu's mouth. As long as the breath in his mouth is spit out, time will also recover. Son Gohan looked at the actions of the two with a surprised expression, wondering why there was no drop time attribute. Just now, this guy used the time pause technique. Vegeta also seemed to see something, and his eyes kept turning. This guy Gudu must have used the superpower of pause time, otherwise my eyes would not be able to keep up with his speed. This guy's time pause technique is too powerful, I must seize the opportunity to let the other party kill it, otherwise it will be troublesome when they join hands. Damn, are you that fast? I don't believe it. After the time pause technique was lifted, Klin found that there was no Gudu figure in front of him at all, thinking that it was just the speed of the other party. He didn't expect that the other party had used his superpower to pause time, and his hand kept sending out energy and throwing it over. Not good, time pause. Gudu saw a huge energy bullet blast over. If he was hit, it would definitely be dead, and he did not hesitate to use the time suspension technique. He held his breath, did not dare to gamble with his life, and desperately left the scene, feeling safe before daring to breathe a sigh of relief. Thundered. Gudu saw that the place where he was standing exploded instantly, the ground was sunken. And thick smoke billowed out. Something is wrong, why should I hide? Just kill the other party. Hey, how can my head be so stupid? He patted his head and said with a look of realization. Chapter 024. Ding, the forward drop time pause attribute and 100 combat power attribute, is it picked up? As soon as the time pause technique failed, there was a deafening explosion, and Son Gohan's mind sounded with the system's prompt. He was overjoyed in his heart and looked in the direction of Gudu, and the other party's feet really dropped the attribute of the time pause. Pick it all up. Son Gohan didn't have time to think about it, and said silently in his heart. The special abilities in the individual's attribute bar suddenly have more attributes that are paused in time. He didn't expect the other party to use 2 time pauses before it dropped, and he was really lucky. Groove. Klin saw that Gudu's figure was so far away from the original place, and he couldn't help but say a foul word in his heart. He couldn't help but think of what Vegeta said, this guy's superpower that will pause time, what can be done? What a headache alien, if he pauses time and sneaks up on himself, it is really not enough to die. It's scary to think about, Gohan, you must be optimistic about me. Clint shook his head to shake off all the thoughts in his mind and concentrate on dealing with this difficult guy. A white aura erupted from his body, and the ground under his feet instantly burst like a spider's web. On the battlefield. Goku, what's your situation? Have you not moved for too long, and your head is rusty? Ha ha ha, the head is growing grass. It's just an earthling, why are you so embarrassed? The opponent's combat power is only more than 3000, do you want to suspend the time twice? Yes, fuck him, don't lose the face of our Kinnet team. The Kinnet team is a group of melon-eating people, and Goku's performance makes them feel too much. I didn't expect that chasing and beating the little bald head of the earth really lost the face of our Kinnet team, and this bastard's superpower is not used like this. Bastard, you must not be forgiven, causing me to lose face, golden binding technique. Hearing the ridicule of his teammates and Klin's approaching steps, Goku finally thought of resisting. Just now, he must have been blinded by the other party, and with his superpowers, he will definitely be able to defeat the other party. Oops, my body can't move. Klin felt as if he was imprisoned by a force, unable to move at all, a power similar to the superpower of Earth Dumplings. He struggled hard in the air, and he couldn't break this force that would make him uncontrollable. Controlling matter. Goku saw the small bald head imprisoned in the air gritting his teeth and struggling. He was overjoyed in his heart, and used the control technique to continuously attack Klin, who was imprisoned in the air. Ugh! The continuous attack of sand and dirt on Klin's body was imprisoned, and a deafening scream was heard. He didn't expect that the superpowers of these four-eyed monsters were so powerful that he couldn't move at all, let alone fight. Ding! The attributes of the drop gold binding technique and the control technique in front of you, are you picked? At this moment, Son Gohan's mind once again heard the system's prompt. The corners of his mouth showed a good-looking arc, this guy alone mastered 3 superpowers, and now they are all his own. Pick up! He silently said in his heart, and 2 combat power attributes flew towards him, instantly merging into his body. These 2 superpower attributes suddenly appear in the special ability bar in the personal properties panel. Although fog control does not have a big effect on combat, it is still very good to use 13. Ha ha ha, little bald head, weren't you very arrogant just now? Go and die now. Goku used the control technique to climb a large tree, sharpened it at both ends, and threw it at Klin, who was screaming. He wants to string each other into meat skewers, see if you dare to make Uncle Ben lose face. Seeing this, Vegeta made a decisive move, his body disappeared in place, and when he appeared the next moment, he had already come to Goku's back, and he wanted to show Son Gohan that he was determined to be with them, so that Kakarot's son would help him. Boom! Goku's head moved in an instant, the signs of life disappeared in an instant, and blood spilled all over the ground. He never expected that he would die like this. Vegeta condensed a blow of energy in his hand, instantly beating the head of the ancient capital into powder. His eyes involuntarily looked in the direction of Son Gohan, and he saw that the other party did not feel disgusted. Instead, he glanced at himself. If Vegeta kills Goku before the superpower attribute is not dropped, Son Gohan will definitely come to the rescue. He made up his mind that even if he caught this alien to coerce and lure, he would pause time and fall. But now, Goku has no use value, even if Vegeta doesn't make a move, he will make a move. What? This guy Goku actually died at the hands of Vegeta, this bastard didn't follow the rules of the game. After this bastard of Goku dies, then there will be one less person in our Kainuit team, how to put on that perfect pose. Vegeta, you are so daring that you dare to destroy our good deeds. Team Kinnet is furious that Vegeta is breaking the rules of the game. Goku's death didn't care at all, they only cared that there was one less person in the team in the future, and they couldn't put on such a perfect pose. Che, did I say not to shoot? That's the rule you made, and I didn't say yes. Vegeta said sharply. He has already made his attitude clear, if Kakaroto's son does not help him, then he can only carry it. Vegeta, since you don't follow the rules of the game, I'll cut you first. Kolim said through gritted teeth. Fly to the opposite side of Vegeta. This bastard actually dared not to listen to his warnings, broke the rules of the game, and swept his face. He completely ignored Goku's death, just focusing on his own face. Vegeta and Kolim stand opposite each other, and the battlefield is on the verge of breaking out. Since Goku's death, the golden binding technique on Klin's body disappeared instantly, and his body was able to move. He didn't expect that it was Vegeta who made the move, and this guy seemed to want to show us goodwill. Klin didn't come down in the air either, observing Vegeta and the pineapple-headed Kolim. Son Gohan also looked at the two with interest. Where only people fight, they will drop the combat power attribute, so why should he make a move? Isn't it good to sit and wait to collect the combat power attribute? This guy Kolim just loves to steal the limelight, and every time he has fun, he grabs the front, and there is really no way to take him. Bart couldn't help but complain to Vice Captain guys. No way, this guy Kolim is a good face. Vegeta dares to ignore his advice and break the rules of the game. If you don't let him make a move, he will be anxious with you. As the vice captain, Guys is also the military wisdom of the entire team, and he knows 10 points for everyone on the team. The battlefield was full of gunpowder, and now the bodies of the two disappeared in an instant, and the battle soon began. Chapter 025. Vegeta, take your life. Kolim disappeared instantly, and when he appeared, he had already come to Vegeta's front and blasted out with one punch. Vegeta dodged his opponent's attack with a strange posture, then quickly counterattacked. Bang bang! The two faced each other for hundreds of rounds in an instant, and Kolim seized the opportunity to punch Vegeta into a mountain. Ding! The combat power attribute that drops 50 in front of him. Son Gohan's ears kept coming from the system's prompt sound, looking at the combat power attributes all over the ground, his heart blossomed. And Klin wanted to help, but he couldn't find a good opportunity, because the enemy of the enemy is a friend. Although Son Gohan's strong strength is backing him up, he doesn't need Vegeta's help at all, but the other party still helps. The meaning is obvious, they are now a team. Yes. Vegeta exploded, and the entire mountain instantly vanished, and he rushed towards Kolim and began a stormy attack. Yo, our Prince Vegeta is going to fight hard, I'm so scared. Kolim taunted while dodging Vegeta's attack. I like the way you look unpleasant and can't kill me. Damn, you look down on people less. I am a genius warrior of the Scion, how can I lose to you bastard? After Vegeta heard Kolim's petty words, his arrogant self-esteem made him angry, and the breath on his body began to gush out, and his movements became faster and faster. He can't lose the fight, he must screw the opponent's head off and kick it as a ball. Boom! Kolim's body was kicked into the air with a single kick, and Vegeta followed suit, as if playing football. Flushing the opponent's body back and forth, and then raising his hands high and punching the opponent's body. Bang! With a loud bang, Kolim's body was like a bomb, knocking the ground into a deep pit. Vegeta, suspended in the air, chased after the victory, using the prince's playing style, and the energy bombs in his hand kept attacking Kolim in the deep pit. Ding! The combat power attribute that drops 100 in front of you. Just when Vegeta kept sending out energy bombs, the system kept sending prompt sounds in Son Gohan's mind. Thundered! The energy bomb exploded in the deep pit, and thick smoke billowed out. After firing hundreds of energy bombs, Vegeta gasped slightly, watching the smoke and dust flying in the pit. Kolim, this guy just loves to play. Pick. The combat power attributes on the ground flew in the direction of Sun Wuhan continuously, all of them melting into his body. The combat effectiveness figures of the personal attribute screen kept beating, and after a few breaths, the combat effectiveness data slowly did not move. Sun Wuhan saw that the combat effectiveness had increased by more than 30,000, and the system was a cow break, and he could pick up the combat effectiveness attribute by being a melon-eating mass. My lovely Prince Vegeta, I was almost killed by you just now. This feeling of knocking down others is cool, right? Now it's my turn to attack. After the smoke cleared, Kolim's clothes were tattered and looked a little embarrassed. He got up from the pit and flew in front of Vegeta with an evil smile on his face. This impossible, how could this bastard be so strong? Vegeta saw the intact Kurim with a pang of fear in her heart. The footsteps involuntarily took a few steps back, just now it was already his full strength. Full fire! Kolim burst out with a strong aura, and he brought out all his strength to fight. The small stones on the ground slowly suspended in the air, and a strong aura gushed out from his body. Now there was no need to play anymore, and two sandbag-sized fists slammed into the ground. Bang bang! The energy wave flew up from under the ground, and Vegeta was instantly hit and flew into the air. Kurims didn't give the other a chance to breathe. His speed skyrocketed, chasing Vegeta's fist like a storm. Ah! Ah! Kolim slammed Vegeta to the ground with a heavy punch. Bang! The opponent's body is like a missile, throwing the ground out of a deep pit. Vegeta lay weakly in the middle of the pit. He kept panting and spitting out a mouthful of old blood from time to time. Now he is very embarrassed, and he is completely pressed and beaten by Kolim. Ha ha ha, the little ghosts of the earth have arrived for you. Kurim turned his head to look at Son Gohan and Klin with a playful look. Now his self-confidence is bursting, even Vegeta has been destroyed by himself, not to mention these two little points. Ha ha ha, those who don't know are fearless, let you see my golden binding technique. Son Gohan looked impatient and wanted to try out his newly learned skills. Now the purpose of coming to the planet Namek has been achieved. Dandy's healing attribute and Goodha's time attribute have arrived. What? My body couldn't move anymore. You actually learned Goodha's superpowers. Suddenly, Kolim looked at Son Gohan with a look of fear, as if he had seen a ghost, shivering. The body is as if imprisoned, unable to move. This feeling is too familiar to him, but the golden binding technique. Lie in the groove. It's impossible, the Earthlings can even use the golden binding technique. Kolim is in trouble this time. Team Kinet's guys and Bart looked at Son Gohan with shocked faces. How could this imp have Goodha's superpowers? You can't just learn it, right? It would be horrible if that were the case. That's awesome, Gohan, you're amazing. Klin, who was standing next to him, was also stunned, but he didn't expect Gohan to learn this trick. I have just learned the power of this move, and my body is imprisoned, and I can't use any strength at all. Ha ha ha, enjoy it. Son Gohan once again uses the controlling technique. The stones on the ground levitated and blasted towards Kurim like machine guns. Ah! Ah! His current strength is all imprisoned, and there is no way to use it at all. The body could not move, and in a few breaths, the nose and face were swollen by the smash. As the vice-captain, guys immediately saw that the situation was wrong and no longer needed to follow any rules of the game. Seeing that Kolim didn't look at the movement at all, sooner or later he would be played to death by this little ghost. He looked at Bart and nodded. After years of cooperation, the other party understood what guys meant. The two disappeared in an instant, and when they appeared, they had already arrived in front of Son Gohan. Guys and Bart kicked Son Gohan in the head. If you are hit by these two kicks, it will definitely burst like a loofah. The two of them are confident that they can save Kolim because their speed is the fastest in this universe. But their wishful thinking was wrong. What happened next completely turned their perception upside down. Chapter 026. On that megastar, a circular spaceship slowly landed on the ground. The hatch opened, and Sun Wukong walked out from inside. Start sensing the breath of the planet. What's going on with this planet? How come there are so many powerful breaths? And there are several strands that are very evil. Hey, how did Vegeta come together with Gohan and Klin? How can there be a few very powerful auras around them? What the hell is going on here? Judging by Vegeta's breath, this guy was already seriously injured. No matter what, as long as you find Gohan and them, you will know what the hell is going on. Sun Wukong lifted up all his breath and quickly flew in the direction of Sun Gohan, Klin, and the others. Frisia spacecraft. What? The combat effectiveness actually reached 90,000? Kainu said with a puzzled look. Sun Wukong landed on the planet Namek, and the 90,000 combat power jumping on the detector of Frisia and Kainu was also slightly surprised. He has also been paying attention to the movement of this powerful combat force. As soon as the opponent landed on the planet Namek, he quickly approached the rest of the Kinnet team. Interesting, Kainu, go see what's going on. An evil smile appeared at the corner of Frisia's mouth. The combat power of 90,000 is simply not worth doing it yourself, and Kainu can handle it. He is now going to continue his search for Dragon Ball. Through the prober, he locked onto the Great Elder of Namex. Frisia thought that the last Dragon Ball was in the hands of these two nemesis. Yes, I'll do it now. Kainu flew quickly in the direction of Sun Wukong. Frisia flew in a BB car in the direction of Niru and the Great Elder. On the battlefield, Sun Gohan looked in the direction where Frisia's breath began to move. It seems that he thought that the last two Dragon Balls were in the hands of the nemesis. Now that Frisia's breath was moving, he went to find the only remaining Great Elder and Genius-type First Master Niru. Gohan. Klin only felt the figure in front of him flash, and two aliens appeared. Good, so fast, he was so frightened that he instinctively reminded Gohan. But the strength of the other party is too strong. Good to go. Sun Gohan said with a smug smile. He shot like electricity and instantly grabbed the kicks kicked by Guys and Bart. What? No, it can't be. Bart and Guys were shocked. Their cooperation has never failed. Bart, in particular, always thought he was the fastest in the universe. The two burst out with all their combat power and wanted to break away from Sun Gohan's hand. Klin was instantly blown out by this powerful aura. A huge force erupted, and the ground instantly sunk. But Sun Gohan didn't move, like a vice, and grabbed the feet of the two deadly. Hehe, it's not so easy to run. Sun Gohan forcefully picked up the feet of the two and smashed them towards each other. Bang! The two were instantly smashed by each other's dizziness. Then the two were thrown in the direction of the imprisoned Kolim. Magic flash! Sun Gohan put his hands above his head, and a huge pillar of energy light flew towards the three of them. Ah! But all three were physically imprisoned, and there was no way to escape. The huge pillar of energy light instantly devoured the three people. Since then, only one captain has remained in the Kinnet team. Klin was simply handsome when he saw Sun Gohan's wave of operations. Killing three powerful opponents in one breath is really a great pleasure. Bang! Captain Kainu's detector exploded while rushing to the battlefield, startling him. But evil, stinky imp of the earth, I will surely cut you by 1,000 cuts. His forehead bulged and he roared through gritted teeth. Push speed to the limit. At the same time, Frisia's detector exploded. He stopped and looked in the direction of Sun Gohan. Then he continued to fly in the direction of the Great Elder. Kainu is rushing there now, and he'll take care of it. My main purpose now is to find Dragon Ball and make a wish. This is... Goku's breath is so powerful. Klin looked into the air and said with a happy face. Now his mood was extremely excited, and Goku finally rushed over. A few breaths of time. The small gravel on the ground was all suspended. A gust of wind blew through, and smoke and dust rose on the ground. Klin had some unsteady standing. Gohan, Klin, are you okay? The smoke and dust dispersed, and the figure of Sun Wukong was revealed. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with the two of them, his mood also relaxed. Dad, you're here. Goku, that's great. Sun Gohan and Klin soon came to Sun Wukong's front and said with a happy face. Several people exchanged a few pleasantries. Klin chattered about coming to Kinemix. There is a powerful aura that is coming to this side. Let's save Vegeta first. Sun Wukong probably understood about Namex affairs, and looked at Vegeta in the deep pit. He felt that the other party was not bad to the bone, at least he had fought against Klin together just now. This time, Klin saw that the Monkey King had nothing to say about Vegeta. Now both of them are father and son, and the breath is so terrifying, they are afraid that the other party will not succeed. Dad, the life of the great elder is almost at the end, I want to go to the Dragon Ball first to make a wish. The breath of the coming person is not as strong as yours, but the other party has a superpower, that is, it can exchange bodies, you be careful. Sun Gohan reminded Sun Wukong. At this time, he saw a large earthworm on the ground, he picked it up and stunned it, and then handed it to Sun Wukong. What? How powerful are aliens, they can actually exchange bodies. I'll be careful, you just go find the Dragon Ball first. Sun Wukong took the earthworm and said with a surprised look. I didn't expect that people would have superpowers. Be careful yourself. Gohan, I'll go find Dragon Ball with you, I can't help here. Klin was also startled when he heard Sun Gohan's words, and the four-eyed superpower just now was perverted. I didn't expect that the superpowers of the coming people would be perverted. Well, let's go. Sun Gohan nodded at Klin. Then flew in the direction of Dandy and Boomer. The dragon of the Nemesis requires the language of the Nemesis to make a wish. Soon the two disappeared from Sun Wukong's sight. Monkey King puts the earthworm in his arms and jumps down the pit to Vegeta. Card. Carrot, you bastard, I'm going to kill you. When Vegeta saw the Monkey King, he thought of what happened to Earth, and fire burst out of his eyes. Lying in the deep pit, he gritted his teeth and said. He was angry at how the other party's current aura could be so powerful. I am the Scion's genius warrior. You are a low-level fighter, you have only been seen for a month. Why did your combat effectiveness soar so fast? Ahem, Vegeta, you're still so angry. Eat this fairy bean first, restore your combat effectiveness, and then say, a powerful guy is approaching here. Sun Wukong said with a smile. Place a fairy bean in Vegeta's mouth. Such a good opponent, don't die. Grunt. Vegeta had seen the effects of this bean when he invaded Earth. He chewed unceremoniously and swallowed. Suddenly, as if it had been beaten with chicken blood, it was revived with full blood. He got up from the ground and looked at his body with a shocked expression. The injuries on his body not only recovered completely, but his combat effectiveness also improved a lot. Why does my combat effectiveness improve a lot every time I recover from injury? Could this be the physical reason for the science? Or can you improve your combat effectiveness by fighting? You'll have to find a chance to verify it. Here it is. Sun Wukong looked up into the air. See an alien dressed like Vegeta's suspended in the air. He looked at the two of them condescendingly, his eyes full of disdain. Chapter 027. On the battlefield. Ha ha ha. Kainu, you're too slow. Arrive now, Team Kinet will have you left with a light pole commander. After Vegeta was revived with blood, he saw that Kainu had arrived here and said sarcastically. It was too humiliating to be pressed and beaten by Kolim just now. Vegeta, nice to meet you. Where are those little kids from Earth? Kainu was not angry when he heard the other party's words. Seeing that the battlefield was in a mess, there were only two people, Sun Wukong and Vegeta, and did not see two imps on the earth. It seems that the detector just showed that 90,000 is this person. He looked at Sun Wukong with a curious expression. You said Gohan and Klin? They went to find Dragon Ball. Hehe, the aura on your body is very powerful, it must be an opponent. Sun Wukong saw the powerful aura on Kainu's body. His heart was so excited that his blood seemed to be boiling. What? Dragon Ball? Kainu was taken aback when he heard Sun Wukong's words. Worst. Now Frieza has gone to find the remaining Dragon Balls. The dragons inside the spaceship are leaderless, and there are still 5 Dragon Balls there. If you are driven there by the two imps of the earth, the consequences are unimaginable. Vegeta, however, was unhurried, as he had already hidden the last Dragon Ball under the fish pond. Even if those two imps found the other Dragon Balls, it would be impossible to make a wish. However, Vegeta never expected it. The Dragon Ball that he hid was actually found by Boomer using the Dragon Ball radar. He has also been complacent and hid a Dragon Ball himself. Shout! Kainu immediately made a decision, and a white flame erupted from his body, flying towards the spaceship. He no longer has the heart to fight here, so he must rush back to protect the Dragon Ball. Want to go? Not so easy. Son Goku knows that this alien must have rushed back to stop Gohan and the others from collecting the Dragon Balls. He also used 3 times the Realm King Fist, increasing his speed to the extreme, instantly blocking Kainu's way. Kainu had no intention of fighting and flew from the other direction. The two are in the air, you chase me. Frieza spacecraft. Not good, enemy attack, there is enemy attack. It turned out that Son Gohan and Klin found Boomer and Dandy through the Dragon Ball radar. The Frieza Legion sounded a warning. Suddenly, a large number of little Luoluo rushed out from the universe. The combat effectiveness of these people is in the shape of 2 or 3,000. In less than a few minutes, all of them were given to Son Gohan and Klin, and they were all dried up like cutting melons and chopping vegetables. The 4 quickly found 5 Dragon Balls with the help of the Dragon Ball radar. Son Gohan took out 2 Dragon Balls from the system space and gathered 7 Dragon Balls. Jabber! Dandy shouted in nemesis at the 7 Dragon Balls. The meaning is like the Dragon Ball of the earth, come out, Shenlong. In the sky, in an instant, dark clouds were thick, lightning and thunder. Boomer hid behind Son Gohan with a look of fear. The 7 Dragon Balls emit dazzling light and soar into the sky. Suddenly, a toad-like divine dragon, Polenga, appeared in the air. Those who gather the 7 Dragon Balls, say your wishes, and I will fulfill them for you. However, there are only 3 wishes. The scarlet eyes of the divine dragon Boranga swept towards everyone. The mighty and domineering voice came out. Finally gathered 7 Dragon Balls. A smile appeared on the wrinkled face of the great elder sitting on the throne. Then the planet Mech will ask you. Frieza, who was heading towards the great elder, stopped and looked into the air. What the hell is going on here? A golden monster appears in the direction of his spaceship. Difficult road. This is the Shenlong? He opened up with full fire and flew in the direction of the divine dragon. Which bastard the hell? Dare to snatch the Dragon Ball of my Emperor Frieza? Damn, I must rip off the other party's cramps and slowly torture him. Frieza gritted his teeth, his forehead showing blue, and his eyes looked like they were about to burst into flames. Now the cooked ducks are flying. You can imagine how angry he is now. Meanwhile, Kainu, Vegeta, looked stunned. Good day, how did it get dark? They saw a huge monster appear far away. The monster emits a golden light, which is very obvious in the dark night. Is this the divine dragon? No, it can't be, there is another Dragon Ball that I have hidden. How could those 2 imps on Earth possibly collect 7 Dragon Balls? I won't let you get away with it. Vegeta's body erupted with a strong aura and flew towards the golden dragon. Kainu was also shocked when he heard Vegeta's words. I didn't expect that the two imps on earth would gather 7 Dragon Balls so quickly. He also flew towards the place of the divine dragon, hoping that it would still be time. On the contrary, Sun Wukong saw this situation, and the corners of his mouth curved. Also flew towards the place of the divine dragon. Dandy, the first wish is to resurrect the dragon on earth, a person named Vic Kerr. The second wish, I want the skill of teleportation. The third wish allows me to survive in space. Son Gohan is not like the people in the anime. He uttered 3 wishes to Dandy in one breath. In the anime, before the 3 wishes have been fulfilled, the Great Elder dies. The divine dragon Polenga also disappeared, thus wasting the opportunity to make a wish. Teleportation skill, but the anti-sky skill in Dragon Ball. The Monkey King has done a lot of incredible things with this skill. For example, in the Shalo chapter, use teleportation to take the self-detonating Shuru away from the Earth. When Majin Buu destroys Earth, he uses teleportation to save Vegeta and Satan. Teleportation can travel through the universe, save people and save themselves, and so on. Son Gohan's third wish is to think about safety. If you can survive in the universe, even if the planet is destroyed by the other party, it can survive in the universe. Finally, use the Dragon Ball to resurrect the planet. Brother Gohan, I see. Dandy pointed at Son Gohan in the Namek language and said a lot to the dragon. The Great Elder had instructed himself to help Brother Gohan make a wish to the dragon. As for what wishes the other party wants to make, there is no need to pay attention to it at all. Klin and Boomer did not have any objections to Son Gohan's wish. The two who couldn't understand the Nemesis language were like listening to a book from heaven. All 3 wishes are simple and will be fulfilled for you right away. Shenlong's scarlet eyes flickered. Vic, who was cultivating far away in the northern realm King Star, the fiber optic circle on his head instantly disappeared. The heavenly gods on earth also appear on the temple of the heavenly gods. After Bobo saw it, he was happy like a child, wiping his tears with excitement. The first wish has been fulfilled, now for you to fulfill the second wish. The eyes of the divine dragon once again flashed with enchanting light. A white aura melted into Son Gohan's body. His mind was clear, and there was a wonderful feeling in his body. The skill of teleportation is integrated into your mind. The second wish has been fulfilled, now the third wish is fulfilled for you. The voice of the divine dragon came out again, and his eyes flickered. A white light once again entered Son Gohan's body. He felt as if he could breathe in the pores of his body. Is this the skill that can survive in the universe? 3 wishes have been granted, goodbye. The divine dragon Borenga instantly turned into stone. The sky instantly cleared. Bang bang! 7 stones fell from the air. Chapter 028. Eventually. After the divine dragon disappeared, the Great Elder also had a smile on his face. I have been hanging this breath, waiting for a miracle to happen. Now that he has finally completed his mission, he does not need to live for a long time. His voice grew quieter and quieter, and finally he seemed to fall asleep. Great Elder. Niru and Danja's eyes were red, and they knelt down in front of the Great Elder. Now there are only the 2 of them and Dandy left. Damn it, I will never spare you. Frisia, who was still halfway through, saw a sudden light up in the air. The divine dragon has also disappeared, which means that his wish has been dashed. I came here to find the Dragon Balls all the way to make wedding clothes for others. The silver teeth of the Chi clenched, as if eating a dead fly. When did he Universe Emperor Frisia receive this bird Chi? It is necessary to torture the other party alive to death in order to relieve this resentment in the heart. At the same time, seeing that the sky lit up, the divine dragon had also disappeared. Bastard, unforgivable. Abominable little earth devil, I will definitely slaughter you. Vegeta stopped on the road, her angry eyes bloodshot. Unexpectedly, his wish still failed. He knew that with such a big movement, Frisia would definitely rush over. Now there is no need in the past. You dare to rob even what King Frisia fancy. Be prepared to accept his wrath. Kainu saw the sky light up. The dragon has also disappeared. Knowing that Frisia's wish could no longer be fulfilled, he saw Vegeta stop, but instead there was a feeling of schadenfreude. Ha ha ha, it seems that the wish has been fulfilled. Let's fight the winner. Sun Wukong saw that both of them stopped, and said with a look of excitement. It wasn't that he couldn't chase the two just now, he just wanted to rush to Sun Gohan's side to take a look. But now that the wish has been fulfilled, there is no need to go any further. Klin, you take Boomer and Dandy to find a place to hide. Sun Gohan said to Klin. Frisia's spaceship is then placed in system space. This spaceship looks very luxurious, and the space inside is large, maybe it can be used in the future. Got it, I'll protect the two of them. Gohan, you have to be careful. Brother Gohan, you have to be careful. Klin, Boomer, and Dandy instructed Sun Gohan. Then the three left the place. Klin knows his strength and can't help much here. It's better to protect Boomer and Dandy. Not long after they left. Try this new skill. Sun Gohan's body exploded and flew directly into the air. Quickly go out of the atmosphere of Namex and come to the universe. Ha ha ha. It's a great skill. There is no discomfort in the universe. Sun Gohan saw that there was nothing to look at in the dark universe. He silently felt the breath of each planet. But evil. Ah, who the hell? Frisia didn't leave long in Sun Gohan, and the first one rushed back. See the corpses of the Legion all over the ground, and the spaceship has disappeared. His angry green tendons burst out, and his triangular eyes looked like he was about to breathe fire. This is simply deceitful, if only one knew which bastard did it. Be sure to torture the other party alive to death. With this intention, the person with a combat power of 90,000 should be you. Because I know best about Vegeta's strength. Kainu has long seen Sun Wukong unpleasantly. If it wasn't for the purpose of coming over just now to prevent the Earthlings from making a wish, this bastard has long been killed. Since the Divine Dragon has disappeared, there is no worries. After killing these two guys, go find the little ghosts of the earth. This bastard, look down on people less. Vegeta's full of anger was nowhere to be released. Hearing Kainu's words, he immediately became angry. He shot out instantly, and a powerful energy bullet blasted over. Kainu's body disappeared instantly, dodging the attack of the energy bomb. Thundered. The energy bomb instantly blasted a mountain into powder. A huge mushroom cloud rises into the sky. What's going on? Is it fighting? Is it the one who stole the Dragon Balls just now? Frisia, who was gritting his teeth, saw a mushroom cloud rising in the distance. He was full of fire and quickly flew in the direction of the explosion. Vegeta, you are cheating, he is my opponent. Monkey King saw Vegeta strike first. Not to be outdone, he rushed towards Kainu. Bastard, when did he become your opponent? Vegeta's anger rose. He needs a sweaty battle to dissipate the anger in his heart. Ha ha ha, you two wild monkeys, even if you go together, I am not afraid of you. Kainu saw both take the lead. He also did not show weakness and rushed towards Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Bang bang! The three fought together in an instant. Has it finally started? In the universe, Sun Gohan feels the battle on the planet Namek. The corners of his mouth smiled involuntarily. Sensing the breath of the Monkey King. Shout! Sun Gohan's body instantly disappeared in place, and when he appeared, he had already reached the battlefield. In the Dragon Ball anime, there are two versions of teleportation. The teleportation of the people of the planet Yadetra can only be used by capturing the breath, which is very convenient to find people. And the teleportation of the Realm King God Attendant Jebit can only travel between the universes, and cannot move by breath. Son Gohan felt that the teleportation skill given by the dragon was perfect. It's like a combined version of the planet Adetra and the realm king god attendant Jebet. The place where he appears now is simply as he pleases, and does not appear next to Sun Wukong. In the anime, Monkey King uses teleportation many times to appear around others. I remember once, when Son Gohan was wielding the Realm King Excalibur, Sun Wukong moved over in an instant and almost cut off his head. Ding! The combat power attribute of dropping a head is plus 300. Son Gohan's sudden appearance on the battlefield did not attract anyone's attention at all. As soon as his figure appeared, the system's prompt sounded constantly in his mind. In the battle between Vegeta, Kainu and Son Goku in the sky, every punch drops the combat power attribute, as if it is raining. Pick it all up. Looking at the combat power attributes all over the ground, Sun Wuhan was happy. The combat power attribute all over the ground was like a river, and the formation slowly merged into his limbs. In the combat effectiveness column of the personal attribute screen, it is like counting money on a printing machine, turning wildly. Suddenly, the stones on the entire battlefield were levitated. A powerful aura instantly arrived on the battlefield. All three stopped fighting and watched as they came. Chapter 029. Boom! I didn't expect it to be really lively here. Vegeta, it looks like your wings are hardened. Frieza smiled angrily, and the air was a little colder. The triangular eyes turned towards the three on the battlefield, and finally his gaze rested on Vegeta's body. When he saw Sun Wukong, he had a sense of familiarity. This person seemed to have seen it somewhere, but he couldn't remember it all of a sudden. And Son Gohan was directly ignored, just a child. On the way he came just now, he had already thought about how to torture these people who stole his Dragon Balls. Be sure to let them live better than die. F. Lisa. Vegeta was somewhat timid when he saw Frieza's arrival. His forehead was constantly covered with cold sweat. King Frieza, you are finally here. Kainu exclaimed respectfully. Seeing the arrival of King Frieza, the mood was extremely exciting. Finally out? When Son Gohan saw Frieza's arrival, his mood was also extremely excited. The stronger the strength, the stronger the combat power attribute that falls. In the battle between the three of Kainu just now, the largest attribute that fell was as many as 300. This is the biggest combat power attribute that has fallen at the moment. You are the Universe Emperor Frieza. Can I fight you? Sun Wukong felt the strong aura emanating from Frieza's body, and his heart became restless. I can't help but want to fight each other. Whoops, what a fearlessness for those who don't know. Humble wild monkey, who gave you the courage to challenge me? An evil smile appeared on Frieza's face. People who used to talk to him like this have become dust in the universe. King Frieza, his subordinates will solve them immediately. Kainyumo said with a fist. Now is the perfect time to perform. Well, I'm going to torture them slowly, so that they are better off alive than dead. Frieza is also in no hurry to make a move. Let's see the good show first. A scion with a combat power of 90,000? This guy is so familiar the more he looks at it. I remembered that before the explosion of planet Vegeta, a man who looked like this guy took the lead to block the energy waves he emitted. It seems that the scion of Earth is the son of that guy. This is still really fate, kill his old son, and then kill his son and grandson. Ha ha ha. It's fun and exciting to think about. The subordinates understood. Decided to show all its strength. Let King Frieza see how he performs. His body was wrapped in a layer of white chi. Sand and rocks began to fly on the ground, and waves of chi surged in all directions. The entire planet Namek began to shake slightly. Ah! Ah! Sun Wukong stood up and burst out all the breath on his body. Suddenly, a wave of air formed a tornado. The ground also began to shake slightly. Ah! Vegeta was not to be outdone, constantly improving his strength. He also took out the full strength of his body, and a white aura wrapped his whole body. Already torn face with Frisia. Today either he dies or I die. It is now on the same side as Kakarot. The two work together to take out Kainu before coming back to Frisia. This will bring a glimmer of life. Are you going to start? Such a powerful breath, you can feel it so clearly from so far away. Klin took Boomer and Dandy from this peak in the distance to watch the battle here. His task now is to protect the two of them from being affected by the battlefield. What the hell is wrong with this planet? Is this an earthquake? Boomer looked at the rickety planet Namek and complained. This is Gaku, they're going to start fighting. This planet is affected by their power that it keeps shaking. Klin explained, looking in the direction of the breath. Take your life, wild monkey. Ki Nu took the lead in attacking, and a flash came to Sun Wukong's front with a punch. Sun Wukong threw a punch at the same time, wanting to test the opponent's strength, which was his usual style. Bang! With a loud bang, the two fists collided together, and the Ki Nu did not move. And Sun Wukong was shocked by the powerful impact force and flew more than 10 meters away. Kakarot, this bastard is still hiding his strength. At this time, Vegeta also killed, and his fists and feet were output against Kainu. As soon as he made a move, he was desperate, and he had a completely different way of fighting with Sun Wukong. Fight and fight. Kainu easily dodged Vegeta's attack. No matter how fast his attack was, it was easily dodged by Kainu. That's awesome. Monkey King soon joined the battlefield and attacked Kainu with Vegeta. Threesome battles hundreds of rounds. Son Gohan, who was watching this battle, was happy. Because what he saw was the combat power attribute of the three people dropped. It's like a heavy rainstorm. Sun Wukong punched Kainu, but it hit the phantom, and he punched to the right, but it was still slow. Bang! Son Goku was soon hit by a broom leg from Kainu. The body is like a kite with a broken thread, smashing towards the ground. I saw him somersault at 360 degrees, unloading the impact on his body. 2 feet plowed 2 deep ravines in the ground. Kakarot, stop playing, hurry up and get this bastard, there is still Frisia to deal with. Vegeta yelled angrily at Monkey King. This bastard has always hidden his strength and refuses to show all his strength to fight. Isn't this your strength? Ki Nu looked at Sun Wukong condescendingly and asked with a puzzled look. Now Kainu's combat strength is 110,000, and Sun Wukong's normal combat strength is only 90,000. The gap in combat effectiveness between the two is too big. So Sun Wukong was suppressed by the other party from the beginning. Vegeta, give me down. Kainu Usa's big fist is output like a machine gun. Now Vegeta alone could not withstand Kainu's fierce attack, and was punched in the abdomen. The pain in his lower abdomen was unbearable, he spat out a mouthful of bile, held his stomach with both hands, and his body arched. Kainu crossed 10 fingers and slammed his opponent to the ground with a heavy punch. Bang! The ground was instantly smashed out of a deep pit. Just now, against Kainu, Sun Wukong's hands kept coming from a feeling of sourness and numbness. Sun Wukong felt that there was no need to use the out-of-realm King Fist to attack Kainu alone with Vegeta. If you use the Realm King Fist, you can completely crush Ji-Nu. Then there would be no need to attack each other with Vegeta. He wanted to fight Kainu fairly, but after Vegeta's reminder just now, he knew that he had the wrong idea at first. Frisia is the biggest threat. Twice the Realm King Fist. Although Sun Wukong's mind is not bright in other things, his heart is like a mirror for fighting, and he knows better than anyone. He roared, and the white aura transformed into red. Knowing that Frisia's strength is stronger, he must retain his strength. He immediately joined the battle, and the battle was reversed in an instant. The combat power of the Monkey King who uses the Realm King Fist has increased to 180,000. Kainu was completely unable to parry the opponent's attack. Soon he was like a football, kicked around in the air by Sun Wukong, and played within the palm of his hand. Ding! The battle power attribute plus 300 in front of the drop. From the beginning of the battle between the three, the prompt tone of Son Gohan's mental system has not been broken. Pick it all up. The combat power attribute flowed into his body like a flood, and he was happy. Frisia's triangular eyes were also shocked to see the battle between the three. How could the strength of the Scions suddenly become so strong? Especially Earth came to the Scions. Chapter 030. On the battlefield. Vegeta, your combat power is still too weak, let me help you. Son Gohan came to the deep pit in a flash, and saw Vegeta, who was scrapped by Kainu, and said. He also counted on the other party to contribute more combat strength attributes to himself. Son Gohan spread his palm towards Vegeta, a gentle force came out of his palm, and the injuries on the other party's body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Vegeta instantly came back to life with blood. He stood up, and excitedly clenched his fists to feel the powerful power in his body. It seems that there is no mistake, every time you recover from an injury, your combat effectiveness will also increase. Vegeta, do you still want to improve your combat effectiveness? Son Gohan looked at Vegeta with a smile. If you want the horse to run fast, you have to eat more grass. At first, he did not use the methods of the Great Elder to help Sun Wukong stimulate his potential, but he wanted to use Kainu's hand to severely damage Sun Wukong's body. Because every time the Scions recover from injuries, their combat effectiveness rises. But now Frisia's appearance has completely disrupted the plan. Do you have a way? Help me. Vegeta said subconsciously, his eyes full of shock and consternation. This imp surprised himself too much. He has always been in pursuit of power. Okay, you relax. Son Gohan's body levitated, came to Vegeta's side, and put one hand on the other's head. Vegeta had a confused expression. Can this improve combat effectiveness? He was not worried at all that Son Gohan would suddenly strike and kill him. Because the other party has released and saved himself many times. Son Gohan's hand wrapped in white chi frantically poured into Vegeta's body. Rumble! Vegeta's body suddenly gushed with a powerful aura. The deep pit instantly magnified countless times, and the ground cracked like a spider's web. Son Gohan's hand was also lowered. This momentum is Vegeta. Son Wukong instantly felt a powerful aura. His involuntary eyes looked at Vegeta from time to time. Is this a move made by Gohan? How many more things does he have that I don't know? Ha ha ha! Is this really my power? It's so powerful. It seems that Frisia is not my opponent now. Vegeta felt the violent aura on his body, and his heart was almost flying. He found this aura even stronger than the current Frisia. If the detector can detect it, his strength has already reached 500,000. No wonder he felt that his combat effectiveness had surpassed Frisia's. Vegeta is a genius warrior with potential to be underestimated. What's going on? Is this the masterpiece of that little ghost? Frisia had been watching the battle between Kainu and the Monkey King just now. He didn't pay attention to what was happening on Vegeta's side at all. Now the other party actually made such a big move. He was also confused. Ha ha ha! Ah! Kainu, who is ravaged by the Monkey King in the air, coexists with pain and pleasure. Sometimes there were screams, sometimes there were laughter. If he is seen, they think he will be mentally ill. I didn't expect that the strength of this Scion would be so strong, and he didn't have the power to fight back at all. He already has a fancy to this body. Now it's just waiting for the other party to abuse themselves wildly, and when the time comes to exchange bodies, it will be more exciting. Boom! Kainu has completely given up resistance. Is he already planning to use that move? Frisia said with an excited smile. If you exchange bodies later, what is the expression of the other party? It's exciting to think about. Vegeta, there is revenge, there will be no chance if it is too late. Son Gohan smiled at Vegeta. Look up in the direction where Kainu and Son Goku are fighting. Then he flew out of the pit and went into the air to continue observing the battle. After he heard Kainu's words, he knew what the other party had in mind. Want to swap bodies? You think too much. Kainu, take your life. As soon as Vegeta's feet were forced, the whole ground collapsed into it. His body disappeared instantly. Boom! When he appeared, he had already come to Kanai's front and punched the opponent in the lower abdomen. He is the one who has revenge. Didn't you fight very well just now? Now you also try what it's like to be beaten. Vomit. Kainu's stomach instantly felt like a knot, and the pain was unbearable. He bent down holding his stomach and vomited wildly. Vegeta slammed another punch into the opponent's back. These actions flowed in a cloud, and Kainu had not reacted at all. The body is like a cannonball, blasted to the ground. Vegeta just wanted to get back the face that was killed by the other party just now. In the same way, he attacked Kainu. Sun Wukong was also shocked to see Vegeta suddenly become so powerful. I didn't notice what was going on just now. Now the gap between the two is too big. It's like an adult beating a child. Rumble. The ground instantly smashed out a big pit. Ahem. Cough. Kainu lay in the deep pit and coughed a few times. Looking at Vegeta in the air with excitement, as if seeing a beautiful woman, Hara flowed out. This body is so perfect that it will destroy itself with 3 or 2 punches. His own combat strength of 110,000 is like a child in front of him. This is the shell of my dreams. Vegeta, your body, I want it. A burst of energy shot out from Kainu's body, instantly imprisoning Vegeta. His mouth emitted a white light and blasted towards the other party. What? My body couldn't move. Vegeta struggled hard. The forehead is bruised, but it is completely ineffective. Oops, is this the superpower? Gohan said. The white light spewed out by Kainu should be his soul. Sun Wukong hurriedly threw the earthworm in his arms in front of Vegeta. King Frieza, save me! Kainu saw the earthworm thrown by Sun Wukong and yelled at Frieza anxiously. How does this guy carry this thing with him? Did the Saiyans know that I would exchange the abilities of my body? Be bold! Frieza's fingers emitted a red wave of energy that bombarded the earthworm. Now there is only one subordinate under Kainu. Do not allow the other party to destroy the only subordinate in front of him. Phew! Son Gohan also had already guarded against Frieza's attack. A dodge blocked the attack of the energy wave and flew it out with a flick of his hand. Thundered. The energy wave instantly broke through a large mountain. Frieza was slightly shocked and wanted to strike again, but it was too late. I didn't expect this little ghost to be able to block his energy waves. No, without obstruction, the earthworm successfully blocked Vegeta's way. Kainu's soul was also instantly exchanged with the earthworm. He finally let out a heart-rending sound. Kainu! Let me disappear! After Vegeta's body regained his mobility, he angrily shot an energy wave to kill the earthworm in front of him and the body of Kainu on the ground. Although his body couldn't move just now. But see clearly. If there was no cockroach to father and son to make a move just now, his soul may have been exchanged with Kainu. Pick it all up. Son Gohan pocketed the combat power attribute of the whole earth. The combat effectiveness in the battle bar of the personal attribute screen is improving madly. Oh, I underestimated you. Frieza looked at the three with a raging expression, and his eyes became sharper and sharper. Chapter 031. Frieza, don't be ashamed to talk there, you have long been unpleasant. Vegeta felt his aura stronger than Frieza's. I have long wanted to press the other party to the ground and rub it. Boom, my lovely Vegeta, I didn't expect that after you arrived on Earth, the whole person changed. I haven't been active for a long time, today I will teach you how to behave. Frieza got down from the BB car. Stretch the muscles of your body. Now that he has become the commander of the light rod, he can only do it himself. Ah! The airwaves flew in all directions, and the clouds in the sky were blown away. The sea kept hitting the shore, and the ground shook violently. Like a presentable, I don't know where your strength has improved. Frisia looked at Vegeta quietly, but his heart turned over the stormy waves. This from the time he returned from Earth, the whole person seemed to have been reborn. Frisia, take your life. Vegeta has raised his full combat power. Impatiently rushed towards Frisia. Come on, I'll show you the gap between us. Not to be outdone, Frisia also rushed out. Boom! The two fists slammed together in an instant. A wave of chi flew in all directions. In the first collision, Frisia fell down, and his body was involuntarily shocked back several steps. Ding! The front drops combat power attribute 300. As soon as the battle started, Son Gohan's mind began to sound a system prompt. He smiled in front of the melon-eating crowd. Frisia, have you not exercised for too long and become a soft-footed shrimp? Vegeta took advantage of the victory and chased after him. Frisia steadied himself and punched at what rushed over. A punch penetrated the opponent's body, and it turned out to be just an afterimage. It turned out that this was just Vegeta's trick, and his figure appeared behind Frisia as a punch. Boom! Frisia didn't turn his head and struck an elbow at the opponent's punch. A huge attack force shook the two back. The two scuffled together in an instant, fisted to the flesh, and now the comparison is to the flesh. You're less carried away, Eye of Light. When Frisia and Vegeta were fighting, their eyes suddenly shot two red rays of light, which made people unguardable. Not good. Vegeta sensed the fluctuation of his breath, and a tumble could barely dodge the attack. If you hadn't learned this skill on Earth, it would be dangerous now. Ding! Drop the light eye attribute in front, whether to pick it up. Where to run, multiple death beams. Frisia's fingers emitted reddish-white pillars of light towards Vegeta. It's like a prince's trick. Groove. Vegeta dodged the pillars of light that shot at him. Thundered. The ground was as if it had been bombarded by shells. In an instant, the war was raging, and smoke and dust were everywhere. Ding! Drop the death beam. Bastard! How is this possible? How could Frisia's combat power be so strong? We are about the same in terms of speed and power. Vegeta became more and more frightened, and he hurriedly dodged the light's attack. Good, so powerful, how can Vegeta's strength be so powerful? Sun Wukong saw that Vegeta's strength and Frisia's combat power were not on par. A look of envy and jealousy. Just now, he was beaten so embarrassed by Kainu. Now it's so fierce. Dad, I'll help you unlock your potential. It seems that Vegeta has no way to defeat Frisia. When Son Gohan saw his father's envious expression, he knew that his hands were itchy. If Sun Wukong joins the battlefield, he can harvest the combat power attribute together. What, Gohan? Vegeta's strength was improved by you. Hurry up and help me improve too, I can't wait to fight. Sun Wukong's feet kept walking back and forth on the ground. He was so excited that he didn't expect Gohan to have this ability. Son Gohan nodded with a smile and raised his hand to put it on Son Goku's head. Use the same method as Vegeta to increase the opponent's strength. Rumble. Sun Wukong's body gushed with a strong aura. A wave of chi flew in all directions. He sensed the terrifying power of his body and was happy. How? Are you still satisfied with my strength? Frisia smiled at the embarrassed Vegeta. His heart was very proud. Now it's just right to trample this invincible guy into the ground. Frisia, you're less proud. After Sun Wukong increased his strength, he immediately joined the battlefield. He flashed and punched Frisia. Boom! Frisia did not understand the fluctuations of the breath, so he was punched. His body was like a missile, and it was instantly blasted into a large mountain. Vegeta's crisis was also lifted. Fight and fight. He also went crazy in the direction where Frisia fell. One energy bomb after another burst out like they didn't want money. Thundered. The mountain was instantly blown to pieces, and thick smoke billowed out. A huge mushroom cloud soared into the sky. Vegeta stopped his output and gasped slightly. Pick it all up. The time to reap the attributes has come again. Son Gohan saw the attributes of the whole earth, flowing into his body like a tide. Special abilities for personal attributes are added, light skills and multiple death beams. Combat effectiveness is skyrocketing wildly. Light Eye. This skill is that the eyes can shoot beams. When fighting people, the light beam in your eyes is overwhelming. Death Beam. One of Frisia's signature gas attacks. Condense the gas to the index finger and then fire a red laser, very fast. It can penetrate the opponent with one blow or injure the target non-fatally. In its golden form, this move is even more powerful, and Frisia quickly kills a large number of assassins of the 9th universe in this way. Double Death Beam. The speed is much faster than the normal Death Ray, and this move is issued with 2 fingers. Frisia tried to use this trick to kill Gohan, but was stopped by Vegeta. Multiple Death Beams. A continuous firing version of the death beam that quickly fires purple light waves from your fingers to attack your opponents. Crazy Death Beams. The move used by Frisia's third form against Vic is a move that is low in power but extremely fast in fire, and is an abusive move. Death Beam Network. Hands emit countless death beams. Condense it into a net and limit the opponent's movement. If touched by the body, it will hurt. This trick is very exhausting. Ha ha ha. Frisia, this trick is too practical. Son Gohan laughed proudly. With this trick, emitting energy waves does not have to be so troublesome. Whoops, interesting. You guys are really honored, so let me show you my second form. Feel what the power of terror is. The smoke cleared, and Frisia stood there unscathed. It turned out that he had just opened the shield. Frisia. You're less fooling around there. Today is your time to die. Vegeta was bragging, thinking that the other party could not fight. After all these years with Frisia, he had never heard of him still having Form 2. Form 2? Sun Wukong looked at this Frisia with a puzzled expression. Isn't this his true strength? Keep fighting. So that I can continue to harvest your combat power. Son Gohan said with a slight smile. In fact, after Frisia sat on the Universe Emperor, he rarely fought with others. Vegeta didn't know that the other party would transform, and he was forgiven. A white aura instantly enveloped his body. Vegeta and Monkey King were both shocked by this breath. Is he a monster? This strong and terrifying aura is constantly improving. Chapter 032. Oh, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. After Frisia transformed into the second form, he smiled with a look of enjoyment. Just now, seeing the surprise in the eyes of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, he was secretly proud. The second form, tall and burly, is very similar to the norm of his father, King Kurdish. I didn't expect your strength to become stronger again. Really a terrible guy. Sun Wukong looked Frisia in this form up and down, and said with a look of admiration. His mind is very simple, he just wants to fight with masters. Less nonsense. Vegeta is a violent temper. The first one to rush at the other party is a punch. Speed to the limit. Knowing that Frisia's aura was even stronger than his own. He wants to use speed to win, but the idea is fleshed out and the reality is skinny. Boom! Frisia stretched out his palm and easily caught Vegeta's punch. Ding! Drop the combat power attribute 400. As soon as the battle started, Son Gohan's mental system began to sound a prompt. What the? How is this possible? Vegeta was taken aback, trying hard to break free from the other's grip. But Frisia's palm was like iron tongs. Do you think my second form is just a boost in strength? Vegeta, if you want to deal with me, you are still too tender. Frisia said with an arrogant look. You look down on people there, I'm the strongest scion. Hearing this, Vegeta's eyes were bloodshot, the breath on his body kept bursting out, and his other hand blasted out an angry punch. Arrogant. Frisia strikes first and strikes Vegeta's lower abdomen, his eyes full of playfulness and disdain. Vomit. Vegeta took a heavy punch and his eyes almost fell out. The pain in the lower abdomen is unbearable, and the intestines inside are like knots. A mouthful of old blood sprayed into Frisia's face. Whoops, abominable wild monkeys, your blood stinks. Frisia licked the hot blood on his face with his tongue and said with a look of disgust. Vegeta's whole body bent down, and his breath languished. Son Gohan looked at this situation expressionlessly. This time it really became a tower of tragedy, and it was destroyed with one punch. The difference in strength between the two is too big, just like an adult fighting with a child. Now Frisia's second form has a combat power of 1.6 million. And Vegeta's strength is only 500,000. How else to fight this? If Frisia hadn't wanted to humiliate Vegeta, I'm afraid the punch would have killed him. 3 times the Realm King Fist. The Monkey King sees Vegeta being suppressed. Resolutely unleashed 3 times the Realm King Fist, and his whole body was wrapped in red chi. The body rushing towards Frisia like lightning was a punch. Do you think this trick will work for me? Now Frisia is also a learner. I have been paying attention to Sun Wukong's actions, and I suffered such a loss last time. Let go of Vegeta, roll your hands high, and hit him in the back with another hammer. Boom! Vegeta's body was like a cannonball. Instantly smashed the ground out of a deep pit. Now he has completely lost his combat effectiveness. Frisia. Sun Wukong is the heart of the Bodhisattva, and when he saw Vegeta being ravaged, his speed suddenly increased by a few points. Instantly rushing in front of Frisia was a punch, but the other party was not to be outdone. Bang bang! The two of them hit several punches in an instant. And the strength of the two was indistinguishable. Frisia was slightly shocked, he didn't expect the scions of Earth to be so powerful. He was able to keep up with his speed and power. If the power of every scion was so terrifying, the universe would have been ruled by them a long time ago. It seems that destroying planet Vegeta and eliminating all scions before was the right choice. Ding! Drop combat power attribute plus 400. The higher the combat power, the greater the attribute that falls. Son Gohan was also unfazed when he saw the drop of the big attribute. Now he is also numb. Frisia kicked Son Goku's head with a sweeping leg. But the opponent stretched out a hand to block the attack. Sun Wukong counterattacked, and also kicked the opponent's lower abdomen. But Frisia twisted his strange body to dodge the attack of this leg. Boom! Happy, I haven't met a real opponent for a long time. Frisia's was also sweating profusely, and he hadn't been active for a long time. Today he tried the fun of fighting again. He, if I hadn't used 3 times the Realm King Fist, I would have fallen down a long time ago. You're the most formidable opponent I've ever met. Sun Wukong also smiled proudly. He just likes to fight against the strong. Is it? Let's have some fun then. Ball of confinement. An evil smile appeared at the corner of Frisia's mouth. He suddenly thought of a playful trick, and a cloud of light and fog imprisoned Sun Wukong. What? My body couldn't move. Sun Wukong was taken aback, his body was wrapped in a cloud of light and mist, and he couldn't move. This move is like the superpower of dumplings, imprisoning the opponent's body. I didn't expect Frisia to also have superpowers. Boom, let's play football. Frisia is playful and wants to trample the scions under his feet and play with them. He flew forward and kicked Son Goku away, then used high-speed movement to appear on the other side and kick the opponent back. It's like playing soccer and having fun. Ah! Sun Wukong had lost his ability to move and was kicked dizzy by Frisia. He had a feeling like throwing up. Hateful, how can Frisia's combat power be so strong? I can't lose. Vegeta was inside the pit, pounding the ground angrily. I was unwilling and was forever trampled on the soles of Frisia's feet. It must become stronger. Vegeta, are you patient about that? What's the use of hiding in a deep pit and losing your temper? If it's a man, I'll go fight Frisia again. Wait a minute, I make a move, you won't have to play. Son Gohan also wants to harvest another wave of Vegeta's combat power attributes. He came to the other person's side and healed it. After Vegeta's recovery, his strength in his body was greatly improved. He stood up and clenched his fists with a look of excitement. Abominable little ghost, it turns out that you are doing ghosts. Frisia sees Son Gohan heal Vegeta. He just deliberately hit the other party hard. Because I never understood that Kainu had already destroyed Vegeta at that time. In such a blink of an eye, the other party was resurrected with blood, and his strength rose sharply. Now I can finally understand that the source comes from this little ghost. If you don't kill this imp first, the trouble will be endless. At this time, Frisia had already moved to kill. Chapter 033 F. Sharp. When S.A. Vegeta came back in full blood, the first thing he did was join the battlefield. He rushed towards Frisia, and a ball of energy condensed in his hand and threw it at the other party. Whoops, what an annoying guy. Frisia began to condense the energy light ball in his hand. It is about to blast towards Sun Wukong's imprisoned ball of light. He saw Vegeta come back to life and kill one first. Golden binding technique. Son Gohan instantly activated his superpowers, restricting Frisia's movements. He saw murderous intent in the other party's eyes. What? My body couldn't move anymore. This is good as golden binding technique. Suddenly, Frisia felt that his body could not move. The energy that began to condense also disappeared. He was flabbergasted, this is good as superpower. I didn't expect that the children of the Scions would also have superpowers and have to be solved as soon as possible, and staying behind would be a scourge. Rumble. The energy projectile sent by Vegeta instantly hit the imprisoned Frisia, and the explosion was deafening. He turned his head and looked at Son Gohan with a shocked expression. He did not expect that this little devil could also use superpowers. Then the energy bullet condensed in the hand and aimed at the reverse of Frisia is the output of madness. Ah, it was really dangerous just now. Sun Wukong wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Just now seeing the energy ball condensed in Frisia's hand, he now has palpitations. When Frisia was imprisoned by Son Gohan's superpowers, Son Goku's body resumed his actions. Smoke billowed in the air, and energy bombs condensed in his hands as if they didn't want money. Crazy output. An operation is as fierce as a tiger. Ding, drop combat strength attribute plus 500 in the front. Ding, drop combat strength attribute plus 500 in the front. The system's prompt sound kept prompting in Son Gohan's mind. He saw Vegeta's crazy output, and the combat power attribute fell like a heavy rainstorm. Seeing the combat strength attribute all over the ground, the corners of Son Gohan's mouth curved up, not in vain to treat him. Thundered. Vegeta blasted out hundreds of energy bombs. The range of the explosion is getting bigger and bigger. Seeing his masterpiece, he nodded in satisfaction, and the movement on his hand stopped. At this time, Vegeta was also panting slightly. You annoying wild monkeys, let me show you what the overwhelming power of shock is. After a long time, the smoke cleared, and Frisia's body was revealed. At this time, he wiped the blood from his mouth, and his body began to gush out a strong breath madly. A white flame wrapped Frisia's body, and there was a trace of electricity flashing outside. His body also began to mutate. The back begins to grow horns. How is this possible? Could Frisia still be able to transform? What kind of monster is this guy? Feeling this powerful breath, Vegeta's cold sweat kept flowing down. He completely thought that Frisia had hidden his strength, What is the situation? Is this his true strength? Sun Wukong was shocked when he saw Frisia's strong and domineering aura. I didn't expect the other party to refresh his cognition again and again. Pick it all up. Sun Gohan said silently in his heart. He didn't care about Frisia's transformation. The more powerful the person who fights, the stronger the combat power attribute can drop. Seeing the combat power attributes all over the ground frantically integrated into his body, his face turned good-looking. The combat effectiveness of the combat power attribute bar is constantly beating. King of the North Planet. I didn't expect Frisia to be able to transform, it's troublesome. The King of the Realm, who was watching this battle from afar, cold sweat broke out on his forehead and his body trembled. This power was too terrifying. He had long told Sun Wukong not to provoke the Universe Emperor Frisia. What to do now? The Northern Realm King's eyes involuntarily looked at Sun Wuhan. It seemed that he was not surprised by Frisia's terrifying aura at all, and the other party seemed to be very proud. Could it be that Sun Gohan's combat power is even stronger than Frisia's? Seeing the calmness of the other party's face, a glimmer of hope lit up in the heart of the King of the Northern Realm. The last time the Earth's crisis was because of this kid to turn the situation around. I wonder if a miracle will happen now? Lord Realm King, what's wrong with you? Seeing that the King of the Northern Realm was in a daze, and his body was still shaking, Yamcha asked suspiciously. Tianjin Fan and the others also put down their cultivation, and their eyes all focused on each other's bodies. Now Frisia and Sun Wukong have met father and son. The Realm King looked at everyone and explained. To be able to sit on the seat of the Cosmic Emperor, it is impossible without two brushes. He could now feel powerless from the breath gushing from Frisia's body. Really? Sun Wukong's two fathers and sons have the blessing of the Realm King Fist, and Frisia will definitely not be able to defeat them. It's a pity that we can't see them fighting using the Realm King Fist. Tianjin Fan said helplessly. He really wanted to see the battle of name-seeing. Lord Realm King, you must have a way to let us see it, right? Yamcha also said with a look of excitement. In that battle on Earth, I was too humiliated. Vic also pricked up his ears. He also wanted to see what his hometown was like. But he just doesn't know how to talk and communicate with people. Ha ha ha, you are also too underestimated, but I am the Realm King in charge of the Northern Galaxy. If you want to see what's so difficult about the situation of name-seeing, you can just put your hand behind my back. It is that people like others to pat his, and the King of the Northern Realm is no exception. Now his mood suddenly became cheerful, and he said to Tianjin Fan and the others with a proud face. Everyone put their hands behind the back of the Realm King. The situation of that Mizing clearly appeared in their minds, as if it were a movie. Namexin. The wind is fierce, the sky is lightning and thundering, as if the end of the world has come. Waves of air blew in all directions centered on Frisia, as if a typhoon had been blowing. The sea kept lapping against the shore, and the ground felt like an earthquake. Klin, what's wrong with this planet? Boomer felt like he was going crazy. The planet Namek often feels like the end of the world. Either there was a deafening and terrifying sound in the air, or the ground shook. Boomer, this planet can't withstand Frisia's power, that's why this phenomenon occurs. Klin, Dandy, and Boomer have been watching the battle from a short distance. The battles of Frisia, Son Goku and Vegeta broke his cognition again and again. He has also witnessed this powerful showdown in history. The line of sight returned to the battlefield. Frisia finally completed the third form. His fists were clenched, and his body was full of power. Vegeta saw this form of Frisia, and his steps involuntarily took a few steps back. The other party's aura is too powerful. Compared to the previous form, the third form of Frisia has a more visual appearance, the muscles are further expanded, and the figure begins to develop laterally. The face is very hideous, revealing a complete sense of evil, very similar to the alien creatures that appear in the famous sci-fi series The Opposite Sex. Boom, in order for you to feel the horror beyond hell, I decided to skip this form and transform into the ultimate demeanor to fight you. Frisia's triangular eyes swept over both Vegeta and Son Goku. His eyes were full of playful expressions. The breath of his body was still constantly gushing out a strong breath. What? Isn't that all Frisia is all about? Will he be able to transform again? It's scary. Vegeta and Son Goku were shocked and looked at Frisia like a monster. Unexpectedly, the other party refreshed the cognition of the two again and again. An aura like an ocean gushed out from Frisia's body. The wave of chi surged in all directions, and both Sun Wukong and Vegeta were pushed back by this wave of chi. Chapter 034. King of the North. This. How can it be? Doesn't Frisia have limits? This force is simply too powerful. Frisia is a monster. This power is still increasing. Will he really continue to transform? I wonder if Goku's father and son can deal with Frisia after transformation. Because now Frisia's breath is very terrifying. This is completely beyond their awareness. Yamcha and the others saw everything that happened on the planet Namek through the back of the King of the Northern Realm. They were all shocked by Frisia's terrifying combat power. The cold sweat on his forehead kept flowing out, and he shivered with fear. Everyone had never felt such a terrifying aura. I never expected that there would be such a powerful monster in the universe. Everyone involuntarily focused their attention on Son Gohan. Hopefully, this kid can do a miracle again. They saw that Son Gohan looked calm, as if he did not put Frisia on his body. Their hearts settled down a little. The King of the Northern Realm is also a master of the 6 gods, and now he has no idea. God is not omnipotent either, and he can only go with his own flow now. Frisia, are you finally going to bring out all your strength? It's time for me to show my real strength. Son Gohan watched as Frisia's body really began to change, and soon the miniature version of Frisia's began to take shape. A powerful wave of chi swept the entire battlefield, and the sky was thunderous. The sea kept hitting the shore, and the ground burst into bottomless cracks. The entire planet of Namek began to shake again, as if an earthquake had occurred. Klin felt the power, and the man was like being fished out of water. Sweat had already wet his body. Whoops, keep you waiting. In about 5 or 6 minutes, the ground had stopped shaking. Frisia final form. His original appearance and small body increased to 50% combat effectiveness to 60 million. 20 times the Realm King Fist. Sun Wukong felt Frisia's powerful aura, and he raised the Realm King Fist to 20 times. Now his combat power is equal to between 10 million. The combat effectiveness of the two is not a level at all. Shout! Frisia's speed was too fast, and he came to the back of Sun Wukong in the blink of an eye. What? Monkey King immediately sensed Frisia appear behind him, but he didn't have time to strike. Boom! With a loud bang, there was a fierce pain behind Sun Wukong, and his body also smashed to the ground like a missile. Thundered! Sun Wukong's body flipped 360 degrees to remove the impact on his body, and then rushed towards Frisia again. If the other party was not to humiliate him, this punch did not make any effort. Otherwise, Sun Wukong would have hung up a long time ago. Vegeta rushed forward and made a fierce attack on Frisia, but the opponent easily dodged his attack. At this time, Sun Wukong also joined the battle, but the attacks of both were easily defused by the other party. Boom! Damn wild monkey, do you think my transformation is just a change in appearance? Every time I transform, my speed and strength will increase several times. I'm just teasing you. Frisia dodged Vegeta's attack and did not forget to make a joke. His current strength and speed, Vegeta and Son Goku can't keep up at all. Frisia, you're underestimating. Ah! Vegeta's body erupted with an even stronger aura, and with the blessing of anger. His combat power was once again improved. Sun Wukong's eyes were full of desire to fight, and he didn't care how strong the other party was. As long as he can fight, he is very excited. The physique of the Scions is strong, and their strength is constantly improving in battle. You should also rest, now it's my turn to attack you. Frisia said with a smug smile. Suddenly, his figure disappeared in place. Here! Sun Wukong turned around and punched him in the back. But his fist passed through Frisia's body. It turned out to be just an afterimage of the other party. When Frisia's figure appeared again, he had already come behind Vegeta and punched out. Vegeta had already sensed the other's breath behind his back, and he didn't turn his head back with an elbow strike. Rumble! A wave of chi dispersed in all directions. Vegeta was shocked out by this impact. Multiple death beams. Frisia and Vegeta exchanged punches, his figure standing still, as if it had taken root under his feet. His triangular eye looked sideways in Vegeta's direction, and his fingers blasted out pillars of death light. Damn, I can't lose. Vegeta's angry voice sounded again, and the energy egg bomb in his hand burst out again. Thundered. Multiple pillars of death light and energy projectiles exploded in the air. It's like fireworks, and smoke is billowing out. The explosion grew in range, and Vegeta was forced to retreat. Try my trick again, Supernova. Frisia's fingers condensed a dark red energy, which began to expand at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, the energy ball became as big as a mountain. His fingers slid down, and the huge ball of energy flew towards Vegeta's. Supernova. One of the evolutionary versions of the Death Energy Bomb, the energy is more powerful than the Death Orb. Mechanical Frisia used this move against Trunks, but was easily dodged. Sky Cannon. Vegeta was also shocked when he saw this huge energy, and his steps involuntarily took a few steps back. He fixed his mind and shook off the fear in his heart. Mobilizing the strength of his whole body, condensing his strongest move, the pillar of light of the Sky Cannon blasted towards the dark red energy ball. Now Vegeta's combat power wants to take over this energy bomb containing powerful destructive power, which is still enough. Rumble. The two energy waves collided in an instant, and Frisia's dark red energy ball of light crushed Vegeta's Sky Cannon. Vegeta gritted his teeth and frantically output at the pillar of energy. It's not good, Vegeta can't stop this energy bomb. Turtle. Send. Gas. Merit. Wave. Sun. Wukong also broke out in a cold sweat when he saw Frisia's huge dark red energy ball. As soon as he flashed, he appeared beside Vegeta, using the Turtle Sect Qigong wave of the 20-fold Realm King Fist. Bang! Now Sun Wukong's Turtle Sect Qigong wave and Vegeta's Sky Cannon instantly pushed Frisia's dark red energy bomb back. Do you think that more people give you the upper hand? In the face of absolute power, you are like small ants. Frisia said with an arrogant and domineering look. With the crazy output in his hand, the dark red energy ball instantly became several times larger. The dark red ball of energy was pushed by Frisia again. Hold it up to me. Now Sun Wukong's was pushed backwards by the huge dark red energy ball. But he was still gritting his teeth and struggling to support. Bastard! How can Frisia's combat power be so powerful? Vegeta cursed through gritted teeth. He was also angry, and now he even had the strength to eat. However, he did not see any effect at all, and the dark red energy light ball did not lose momentum. His steps kept receding. Oops, can't stand it. Sun Wukong's crazy output, the energy light pillar of the Turtle Faction Qigong wave also skyrocketed instantly. Ding, forward drop combat power attribute plus 1000, ding, forward drop combat strength attribute plus 1000. Chapter 035. Pick it all up. Son Gohan's heart moved. The combat power attribute frantically poured into Son Gohan's body. It took about a few minutes for the combat power in the combat power attribute column to stop. Seeing that the combat effectiveness showed that it was 10 million combat effectiveness, I also gasped. Coming to the planet Namek is really rewarding. With the help of the system's pickup attribute, the combat effectiveness has increased by several million. He also harvested Dandy's healing attributes, as well as the Great Elder's ability to stimulate potential and read other people's memories. There are also Goodha's superpowers, the Golden Binding Technique, the Controlling Technique, and the Time attribute. Frisia's skills, the Eye of Light and the Beam of Death. The line of sight returned to the battlefield. Under the blessing of Sun Wukong's Turtle Sect Qigong Wave and the 20 times Realm King Fist, the energy skyrocketed. The two strands of energy were instantly flushed. Boom, Wild Monkey, is this all your power? I can secretly tell you that this is not my full strength. Frisia's strength has increased sharply again, and now his combat power is above 60 million. Vegeta and Monkey King simply could not stop this overwhelming force. The dark red giant energy ball slightly blocked the advance. Then he once again forced Vegeta and Son Goku to retreat one after another. Damn, are you going to die here today? I'm not willing. Vegeta roared angrily, venting the anger and unwillingness in his heart. Burst. He vomited out a mouthful of old blood, and his physical strength gradually fell, and it seemed that he was almost unable to support it. Well. Amazingly, we didn't even have the power to refute it. Gohan, let's shoot, I can't stand it. Sun Wukong also tried his best, but he still couldn't resist the attack of the dark red energy ball. Sending oversized turtle pie Qigong waves requires a lot of physical strength. He could only turn to Son Gohan for help. The current Frisia's combat power is too strong. Sun Wukong can only ask Sun Wuhan to make a move. Since the latent power in his son's body was channeled out, the combat power was unfathomable. Although he suppressed his combat power, he could still exude a trace of danger on his body. Boom, Wild Monkey, you wouldn't be scared, stupid, would you? You actually called a child to deal with me? No one wants to leave this planet today, the Scions will be extinct from now on. Frisia laughed maniacally. Driven by great power, he was fearless. He felt that everyone could only live like ants in front of him. What's more, Son Gohan is still just a child. Ah! Came out a low roaring voice from Son Gohan, only to see him clench his fists with his horse steps up, and a pillar of energy light soared into the sky. Suddenly, dark clouds covered the sky, lightning and thunder. The stones on the ground were suspended one after another, rising to a certain extent and instantly turning into powder. A wave of chi centered on Son Gohan swept in all directions. It's like a typhoon passing through, flying sand and rocks on the ground. His aura soared with an extremely powerful and domineering madness. The ground began to crack inches because it could not withstand this powerful force. The sea kept lapping on the shore, as if the end of the world had come. As the breath of Son Gohan continues to increase, the entire planet of Namek began to shake violently, the mountain soil collapsed, and the sea water began to pour. Difficult, is this stinky imp a Super Saiyan? Nope. No way. The strongest warrior in the universe, Super Saiyan, will only appear in 1000 years. The person most likely to turn into a Super Saiyan must be my Prince Vegeta. Vegeta felt this strong and domineering aura. He muttered involuntarily. This terrifying aura was even stronger than Frisia's just now. This suddenly reminded Vegeta of an old legend of the Super Saiyan. How can the strength of the Scions be so powerful? No matter what, kill all the Scions on this planet today. Although Frisia did not understand the power of perceiving the breath, but see the shaking of Namex and the change in weather, he vaguely felt a hint of danger. Super Saiyan. You said Gohan is a Super Saiyan. What 1000 years before a Super Saiyan appeared? Sun Wukong asked 3 questions in a row. He had no idea what a Super Saiyan was. This was the first time I'd heard Vegeta say it. Rumble. An even more terrifying aura swept through the audience. Son Gohan's breath reached the apex. His body erupted with golden flames, and his hair and eyebrows instantly turned yellow. The pupils also turned blue, the eyes became extremely sharp, and the body exuded a cold aura. Son Gohan's sharp eyes swept towards Son Goku, Vegeta, and Frieza. Finally, his gaze rested on Frieza's body, without any emotion, as if looking at a dead person. After the transformation, the eyes of the Super Saiyan are blue, and they are full of ruthless killing. Saiyans are actually able to transform. This look is terrifying. I didn't even dare to look at him. Frieza sat on pins and needles, as if he was being stared at by a beast. His heart was filled with fear. Yellow-haired Saiyan. Frieza looked at the yellow-haired Son Gohan and muttered something in his mouth. The dying instructions of the ancestor of the frozen demon clan suddenly sounded in his mind. From now on, when you see the yellow-haired Saiyans, you must not provoke them. Ultra Class Saiyan. Vegeta watched as Son Gohan's body erupted with a strong aura, and there was a golden aura on his body, and his hair turned yellow, and he roared angrily and corruptly. He always thought that he was the most likely existence to become a Super Saiyan. Because he is a Saiyan prince, with a pure and noble Saiyan royal bloodline, and at the same time a genius warrior. I didn't expect that a child born of a low-class warrior and an earthling turned out to be a Super Saiyan. Well, it's so powerful, I didn't expect Gohan to be able to transform. Is this what Vegeta called a Super Saiyan? This breath is like a vast universe. Sun Wukong's face was excited and envious. I didn't expect my son to be so strong. Or what Vegeta said took 1,000 years to appear a Super Saiyan. I am Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe, the ruler of this universe. Fuck it, a yellow-haired Saiyan can't be provoked. Ghosts believe in this kind of nonsense, and my frozen demon clan is the most powerful race in this universe. Saiyan, today I will kill you all on this planet. Frieza forced down the fear in her heart and aroused her anger. The energy balls in his hand were frantically output, and there was no need to play anymore. Chapter 036. King of the North. What? Gohan actually transforms like Frieza. Is this really the breath of Son Gohan? It's terrifying. Now Frieza is definitely not Gohan's opponent. It's really unbelievable that Gohan can also transform, and the aura after transformation is so powerful. Saiyans are also monsters. I never expected that such a small body could contain such a large combat power. Son Gohan's potential is really too great. It's still Big who has successfully channeled the hidden power of Gohan. Yamuti, Tianjin rice, dumplings, Bike, and the king of the northern realm were all shocked. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, or killed them, they wouldn't have believed that the speaker could change this form in addition to transforming into a gorilla. Abominable wild monkey, disappear. Now Frieza's eyes were frightened when he just touched Son Gohan, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan. All of his 60 million combat power came out, and the dark red ball of light in his hand was madly output. The red energy ball that covered the sky skyrocketed several times in an instant. Frieza wants to destroy the planet and the Saiyans. Because he sensed danger approaching him from the moment Son Gohan's transformation. This is the intuition of a master. Ding, the combat power attribute is 10,000 in front. Ding, the front drops plus 10,000 combat power. At this time, the voice of the system in Son Gohan's mind was constantly prompting. Seeing that 10,000 combat power attributes had dropped, his heart blossomed. It has never dropped such a high combat power attribute. Frieza, how much more you contribute to the fight? Burst. Vegeta once again spewed out old blood, and he no longer had the extra strength to support the landing of this huge dark red ball of energy light. Sun Wukong was no better, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He had tried his best. However, the difference in combat effectiveness is too great. Turtle. Send. Gas. Merit. Son Gohan also sent out the turtle sect Kigong wave. An even more powerful pillar of energy instantly pushed Frisia's dark red ball of light out of the planet Namek. Vegeta's whole body collapsed to the ground, panting incessantly in his mouth. After Sun Wukong revoked the 20-fold Realm King Fist, the side effects instantly hit his whole body. He took a few steps back shakily and sat on the ground with one butt. He was also breathing rapidly, panting constantly. "No, it's impossible. How can your combat power be strong? I am the most powerful warrior in the universe." Frisia saw his dark red energy light ball easily blasted away by Son Gohan. His heart seemed to have been hit, and he rushed to the other party like crazy, that is, punching and kicking. Son Gohan easily dodged Frisia's attack. He also flew from the ground into the air, but the other party followed. Bang bang! The two fought hundreds of rounds in an instant. Son Goku and Vegeta couldn't see the movements of Frisia and Super Sai Gohan at all. The two of them just heard a low sound of force colliding in the air. From time to time, a groove and collapse appear in the ground. Flame Ripper! Frisia's palm erupted with powerful energy attacks. The distance between the two was too close, and the energy instantly devoured Son Gohan of KSI. Gohan! Suddenly, Son Goku saw his son instantly devoured by the energy emitted by Frisia. He shouted out as soon as he was in a hurry. "I've never been so nervous about fighting myself. Frisia, your trick is very good, but it is of no use to me." Son Gohan rushed up, burst out of the energy and punched Frisia in the head. "Ah!" Frisia screamed, and the whole person was like a cannonball out of the chest, smashing towards the sea. Boom! The sea water on the surface of the sea was smashed into 100 meters. In the anime, Frisia uses this move to deal with Super Sai Goku, but the other party is unharmed. What's more, Son Gohan, who is now transformed into a super race, is even stronger than the combat power of Super Sai Goku in the anime. Pick it all up. When Son Gohan saw this drop of these large-scale combat power attributes, his heart was hot. Suddenly, combat power attributes poured into his body continuously. After a few breaths, the number of combat effectiveness did not continue to rise. He took a look and turned out to be an increase in combat power of 1 million. Mixed egg, is this the strength of Super Saiyan? A perverted opponent like Frisia can be punched in seconds? Damn, I have absolutely no way of seeing them fight. Is this the disparity in power between Frisia and Super Saiyan? Vegeta can knock Frisia off in seconds when he sees Super Sai Son Gohan punch. He gritted his teeth and roared. "This glory belongs to me, and I am the prince of the Saiyan." The best choice to become a Super Saiyan backfired. His reluctance and anger were all vented. He, it scared me to death just now. I didn't expect Gohan's strength to be so strong that he ignored Frisia's attack. Sun Wukong's heart also slowly relaxed. Master Duel, one move can make a high judgment. He took out a cloth bag from his belt, and there were only 2 remaining fairy beans inside. Sun Wukong threw a fairy bean to Vegeta, but the other party didn't say anything, threw it into his mouth and chewed the fairy bean into his stomach. Suddenly, the injuries of the two were completely recovered, and a strong aura gushed out from their bodies. Sun Wukong and Vegeta felt that their combat effectiveness had been greatly improved. Suddenly, the sea water kept tumbling and bubbling, like boiling water. Frisia rose from the bottom of the sea, and an even more powerful aura spread out. His triangular eyes were bloodshot, and his face became hideous. "Frisia, this kind of battle is not interesting at all, hurry up and bring out your 100% combat power to fight," Son Gohan said with a look of disdain. He also wanted to harvest more of Frisia's combat power attributes. The big guy is the big guy, and the combat power attributes that fall down are all large. Mixed egg, you forced me, don't regret it, Frisia said through gritted teeth. His current combat effectiveness is not the opponent's opponent at all. Although it will be weak for a while after using 100% combat effectiveness, it doesn't matter now. How is this possible? Isn't this Frisia's true strength? Could it be that he still hides his true strength? Vegeta was completely blindsided when she heard the conversation between the two of them. Frisia refreshed his cognition again and again. No, I didn't expect that the other party could even improve his strength. An even more powerful aura gushed out from Frisia's body, instantly sweeping the entire battlefield. His combat effectiveness soared at an alarming rate. Chapter 037. King of the North. The eyes of the Realm King were full of shock and disbelief. This is not Frisia's real strength? Groove. Frisia's combat effectiveness can continue to improve. What kind of race is this? It can transform again and again, and the combat effectiveness is constantly rising. Is there no upper limit to his combat power? How could Gohan be so stupid? Frisia should be killed now. Vic and the others felt this shocking battle, and they were terrified. In the intensity of the battle between Gohan and Frisia, their eyes simply could not see each other's movements. Planet Namek. Boom, that's my 100% combat power. Surprised? Surprised? Are you ready to die? After Frisia raised his body's combat power to the best state, he suddenly had to snort. The whole body is full of explosive muscles. Now his combat power has reached 120 million. Cut, just this point the combat effectiveness began to float. Son Gohan said with a look of disgust. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, the combat effectiveness is increased by 50 times on the basis. That is to say, now Son Gohan's combat power is more than 10 million multiplied by 50 equal to a terrifying 5 or 600 million. Stinky boy, you look down on people less, I'm the Emperor Frisia. Frisia angrily rushed to Son Gohan, he was going to torture the other party to death today. The other party humiliated him again and again. Bang! The two fists collided together instantly, and a terrifying impact force dispersed in all directions. A hill on the ground collapsed in an instant, and the sea water kept rolling. The two scuffled together, fisting and kicking. Ding! The combat power attribute of 500,000 drops ahead. Ding! The combat power attribute is 500,000 drops ahead. Son Gohan's mind kept sounding with the system's prompts. The corners of his mouth showed a good-looking curve, and the plan was finally realized. The combat power is 500,000. Frisia, are you ready to die? The movements on Son Gohan's hand did not stop. Suddenly, two strands of energy burst out from his eyes. Mixed egg. How could you use this trick? Frisia doesn't have the ability to feel the breath. Caught off guard, he was hit by this move. The energy wave flew out of his body. Fortunately, the skin is rough and the flesh is thick, so there is nothing to do. Frisia's face was full of shock, and he found that this move was one of his tricks, the light eye. What is this? Look at my trick again. Mad Death Beam. Son Gohan's 5 fingers kept emitting energy bouncing towards Frisia. He familiarized himself with the combat techniques he picked up from the system. Death Beam. How is this possible? Frisia is worthy of being a master, but he was slightly stunned and adjusted his mentality. He also brought out the crazy Death Beam. Thundered. Death beams collided with each other in the air, emitting a dazzling explosion. It's so powerful, this is Frisia's trick, I didn't expect Gohan to learn it. Sun Wukong said with a look of excitement. His own son is so good, and his face is also light. He was not at all shocked by Son Gohan's ability to use the other party's tricks. When he was on Earth, he learned the Realm King Fist after cultivating with the Realm King for half a year, and he learned it at a glance. Damn! I didn't expect this stinky boy's talent to be so strong. I was able to completely copy Frisia's tricks. At this moment, Vegeta was envious and jealous. He is a genius warrior of the Saiyan, but why don't he have this talent? And this stinky boy is just the son of an inferior warrior," thundered. The range of the explosion grew, and both stopped the death beam in their hands. The smoke cleared, and the two seemed to be people who had nothing to do. "Wild monkey, aren't you very powerful? Do you dare to take my trick? Cut the disc." Frisia's fingers condensed a thin sheet of purple energy. He looked at Son Gohan with a smug expression. "I'll do the same. Kikai round chop." Son Gohan also made Klin's trick. The fingers began to condense a thin curtain of energy light. "Cut the disc." Similar to Klin's move, the air slash, it forms a disc-shaped throwing bomb with a slashing effect on the palm of the hand, and can also be freely reversed and tracked. In the anime, Frieza uses this trick to deal with the Super Saiyan Monkey King, but he can't keep up with Goku's speed. In the end, Frieza cut himself off because of carelessness. Ding! The front drops the cutting disc attribute. "No, it can't be, you die." Frieza looked at the disc in Son Gohan's hand with an incredulous expression. It always feels like this little bastard is imitating his own tricks. He angrily threw the cutting disc out of his hand. "What's impossible?" Sun Wuhan also threw the chi circle in his hand and flew out. The two tricks are instantly paired. Bang! With a loud bang, the two strands of energy instantly disappeared. "Pick it all up," Son Gohan said silently in his heart. Combat power attributes and cutting light attributes frantically poured into his body. The personal attribute column has millions more combat power and cutting disc attributes. "Abominable wild monkey!" Frieza roared angrily. The cutting disc is constantly condensed in the hand. He threw it out at Son Gohan, trying to cut the other party into pieces. He didn't believe that the other party would be so perverted, and he could copy the tricks that could be used twice. "Hehe, I will too." Son Gohan also fights using a cutting disc that he just picked up from the system. He also threw out a few discs that collided with Frieza's discs. Thundered. The cutting discs on both sides were blasted off. "You bastard!" Frieza gritted his teeth angrily, he had never seen such a pervert before. Unexpectedly, the other party used his own tricks to fight. He also learned well this time and no longer used any skills. Facing Son Gohan, he rushed over, wanting to compete with the other party for strength and physical body. Frieza flashed with two punches. Son Gohan reached out to catch the other party's fist. The fingers of the two instantly clasped together and began to compete for strength. Frieza stepped up, his silver teeth clenched, and his power was frantically output. Son Gohan was expressionless, and the power in his hand kept gushing out. The stones on the ground were levitated. The entire planet of Namek could not withstand this force, and it kept shaking violently. The hands of the two clasped, Son Gohan's body leaned back, and Frieza only felt a strong attack, and the whole body was pulled up by the other party. Bang! Super Sai Son Gohan kicked his feet towards the lower abdomen of Frieza who pulled up, and the other party's stomach hurt. And his hand was actually loosened. His body flew into the air like a kite with a broken line. Son Gohan's body suddenly disappeared in place, and when he appeared, he was already waiting for Frieza in the air. He clasped his hands together and hammered his opponent in the back with a heavy punch. Ah! His body smashed to the ground. Thundered. The ground was instantly smashed into a huge deep pit. Chapter 038. Good, great. I didn't expect Gohan after the transformation to be so powerful. Universe Emperor Frieza was suppressed and beaten by him. Klin, who was watching the battle not far away, couldn't believe his eyes. He involuntarily wiped his eyes. Yay, Gohan, this is the rhythm to win. What the great elder said is not wrong at all, brother Gohan finally defeated those bad guys. Boomer and Dandy were overjoyed when they heard Klin's words. They knew that Son Gohan would not let them down. On the battlefield. Damn Saiyan, unforgivable! Frieza burst out with astonishing momentum. The area in the pit instantly magnified countless times. As soon as his feet were forced, the whole person rushed towards Son Gohan like a cannonball. The ground could not withstand this force, and it instantly dented and cracked. "Speak loudly, and have any skills," Son Gohan said with a look of disdain. He put on a fighting posture and was ready for battle. Bang bang! Frieza exerted the full strength of his body. The two scuffled together in an instant, and the speed was increased to the extreme. Monkey King and Vegeta couldn't see each other's movements at all. I just heard a loud collision noise in the air. From time to time, a large groove appeared in the ground, and the mountain collapsed. They shook their heads helplessly, or their strength was too weak. If it were on his own, I am afraid that even Frieza's punch would not be able to catch it himself. Frieza punched through Son Gohan's body. But it was not as expected, blood flowed. The other party's body slowly disappeared, and it turned out to be just an afterimage. Frieza was startled and began to look around warily. But still slow, Son Gohan appeared in Frieza's back and punched him in the back. Wow! Frieza spurted out a mouthful of old blood. Son Gohan swept his leg again, kicking him and smashing him into a mountain. Bang! With a loud bang, Frieza's body was slammed into the interior of the mountain. The mountain stone instantly submerged the other party's body. Thundered! A terrifying energy rushed into the sky, and the entire mountain instantly turned into powder. Damn, there is no need for this planet to exist. Destroy with this planet. Frieza was covered in scars and looked very embarrassed. His eyes showed murderous intent, his body flew violently into the air, and a huge ball of energy light condensed in his hand instantly expanded. Frieza now hates Son Gohan and the planet. Whether it is energy attacks, or fists and feet, and physical bodies, there is nothing that can compare to Son Gohan. He had an idea to destroy the planet and the people here. No one knew that his universe Emperor Frieza would lose at the hands of a scion. Oops, Frieza wants to destroy the planet. They are a frozen race and can survive in the universe. Vegeta saw the ball of energy light in Frieza's hand. His heart was also terrified. Sun Wukong is confident. He believes his son can resolve this crisis. Frieza, since you are too long, then I will fulfill you. Turtle. Send. Gas. Gong. Son Gohan said with an indifferent look. The hand made the action of the turtle school Qigong wave. A terrifying and domineering ball of energy quickly swelled up in his palm. The energy ball emits a dazzling light, making it impossible to open one's eyes. Wild monkey. Die. Planet Doom. Frieza threw a huge ball of energy light containing terrifying and destructive power towards the ground. He just loves to see the expressions of others struggling in front of him. Bo. Son Gohan pushed the turtle sect Qigong wave in his hand out with both hands. A huge pillar of energy light blasted into Frieza's ball of energy. Rumble. Two balls of energy light collided together instantly. A terrifying and domineering wave of chi instantly went in all directions. Vegeta and Son Goku both stride, clenched their fists and crossed to protect their heads. The steps of the two seemed to have taken root, but they were still pushed back a few meters by this terrifying chi wave. The ground was plowed into two deep ravines. No, it's impossible, you were able to block my energy attack. Full fire, let me disappear. Frieza's eyes seemed to spew fire, angrily shooting at the energy ball. The energy skyrocketed several times in an instant at a speed visible to the naked eye. Insect tricks. Sun Wuhan also increased his energy output, and the energy light column instantly skyrocketed several times. The turtle sent Qigong waves to push back Frieza's sky-shading energy waves. Nope. Impossible. Frieza let out a heart-wrenching roar of anger. The huge energy light pillar of the turtle faction Qigong wave will instantly swallow the other party, and his body will slowly melt away. The dead can no longer die, not a single cell is left. Since then, a generation of cosmic emperors has fallen. King of the North. Yay, win! Gohan, you really didn't disappoint me. I didn't expect Gohan's strength to be so strong. Ha ha ha, what about the Universe Emperor? When he met Gohan, he could only blame himself for being unlucky. This battle is really exciting. Hehe, in the future, we will also have strong people on the earth. Look who is still so unsightly and dares to invade the earth. Far away in the northern realm, King Bik, Yamuati, Tianjin rice, dumplings, and several people danced with joy. They saw Frisia being melted away by the turtle sect Qigong wave energy. Everyone is happy, you say every word. This is so exciting for them. Son Gohan brought them a big surprise. Not only did they complete the mission, but they also saved Bike's hometown, the planet Namek. Even the Cosmic Emperor Frisia was blasted by Gohan into cosmic dust. Planet Namek. Win. Vegeta looked at Son Gohan with a look of stunned and confused. I didn't expect Frisia to be solved. After this stinky imp transformed into a Super Saiyan, his combat power was really unfathomable. Gohan, good. I didn't expect such a terrifying combat power hidden in your body. Sun Wukong flew to Sun Wuhan and patted the other party's shoulder with an excited look of praise. I didn't expect my son to be so powerful. Dad, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, the strength in your body will increase to 50%. If you become a Super Saiyan, the combat power will also become terrifying. Son Gohan said with a smile. Because of his own reasons, Sun Wukong did not break through the limits of Saiyans on the planet Namek and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Is what you said true? Can I also transform into a Super Saiyan? Monkey. King's feet kept beating back and forth. He is in an extremely happy mood now, and he did not expect that he also had the opportunity to transform into a Super Saiyan. If the combat effectiveness is increased to 50% after transformation, it is really an astronomical amount. What? Can every Saiyan become a Super Saiyan? Isn't it 1000 years before a Super Saiyan appears? Vegeta's face was full of shock and excitement after hearing the conversation between the two father and son of the Monkey King. He had been suspecting that this ancient Super Saiyan legend was fake, and there was no reason why a lower-level warrior could transform into a Super Saiyan. And the genius warrior cannot transform. Now that Vegeta has finally confirmed, he also has a chance to become a Super Saiyan. How could this not shock and excite him? Pick it all up. Son Gohan withdrew his Super Saiyan form, the golden light all over his body dissipated, and his hair turned black. He saw the combat strength attributes all over the ground, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily revealed a good-looking arc. The combat power attribute frantically poured into his body like a small river. In a few breaths, the combat effectiveness reached 30 million. Chapter 039. In the vastness of the universe. Planet 67. Frisia's father, King Kurd, felt as if something had been lost in his heart. A little tear involuntarily flowed from the corner of his eye. What the hell is wrong with me? Why do you feel so uncomfortable? Just when the Kurdish king looked dazed, a voice pulled him back to reality, wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes. Report, King Kurdish, just now I checked that King Frisia's vital signs have disappeared. Lord Frisia seemed to be fighting someone just now, and their bodies emitted powerful combat power, and then the detector exploded. An electric door opened, and an alien like a toad quickly came to Kurdish on the throne and said respectfully. What? My son Frisia's vital signs are gone? The Kurdish king suddenly heard such bad news, which made him very angry. However, he thought about it, his son was a tenacious member of the Frozen Demon clan, and he couldn't die so easily. Even finding the Frisia cell would be able to revive him. He constantly comforted his restless heart. Let's set off right away and look for where Frisia last disappeared. To live is to see people, and to die is to see corpses. The Kurdish king roared below. I would like to see who the other party is divine and dares to do something to my son. Be sure to peel off the other person's cramps. But he never expected that Frisia's cells were all melted under the energy of the turtle faction Qigong wave. Yes, subordinates will do it immediately. The toad-like alien ran out in fear. He had never seen a Kurdish king so angry. In fact, Frisia came to the planet Namek to find the Dragon Ball and made a wish without telling his father Kurd. He wants to gain immortality and then rule the universe for longer. If he let his father know, he would definitely grab the opportunity to make a wish to Dragon Ball with himself. On the planet Namek. Lord Realm King. Lord Realm King, can you hear what I said? Sun Wukong shouted into the air. Now Klin, Boomer, Dandy, and others are all together. After the decision of everyone, all the Nemesis people were resurrected first. Then use the dragon of the planet Namek to resurrect the people of Earth. Well, Goku, I heard you. It's really gratifying that Gohan eliminated Frisia. You really did a great job for the universe. The king of the Northern Realm said with a happy face. In the past, Frisia did something wrong in the universe and formed gangs. It is a tumor of the universe, and now this tumor has finally been removed. Lord Kai Wang, I want you to inform the celestial god of Earth so that he can use the Dragon Ball to resurrect the people of Namex. Then, we are using the Dragon Ball of Namex to resurrect everyone on Earth. Sun Wukong simply said everyone's plan. Well, this method is good, and people on both sides can be resurrected. After hearing Sun Wukong's words, the King of Realm felt that this method was quite good. He immediately informed the gods of the earth and told him what happened on the planet Namek. When Tenjin heard this, he immediately began to get busy, looking for the Dragon Balls to make a wish. Meanwhile, the planet Namek. Ding! The battle attribute 10,000 drops ahead. Ding! Combat power attribute plus 10,000. Son Gohan's mind kept sounding the system's prompts. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. And he looked at the two people fighting in the air with interest. Bang bang! The sound of forces colliding was constantly heard in the air. That's right, it was Sun Wukong and Vegeta, two battle maniacs, who fought in the air. Scions are belligerent, and both are fighting as hard as they can for that covenant on Earth. They know that Son Gohan and Dandy's healing techniques are against the sky, and as long as there is a breath, they can be saved. So shoot mercilessly. Both of them are masters of lifelessness, fisting to the flesh, as if the other party is their own father-killing enemy. Ah, they! Screams of the two kept coming from the air. Groove! Scions are really too perverted. Hearing their screams hurts. The corners of Klin's mouth twitched involuntarily, and his scalp was numb when he saw the battle between the two. If it weren't for Son Gohan here, he would have hidden far away. The two fought shaking the ground was a mess, and there were potholes and desolation everywhere. Sun Wukong did not use the Realm King Fist, otherwise Vegeta would only be abused. Both of them did everything they could to knock each other down. Vegeta flashed behind Son Goku to attack, but halfway through his punch, he suddenly changed direction and hit to the right. But it was still slow, and Sun Wukong slammed one knee on the other party's back. With a wow, Vegeta spewed out a mouthful of old blood. It turned out that he was put on the back by one knee of Sun Wukong, and the two directly hit a mountain. Gohan, is it really okay for them to fight like this? Boomer sees this thrilling scene up close. She involuntarily grabbed Son Gohan's arm to seek a little security. The battle between the two was too terrifying. It was as if the gods and demons in the sky were fighting. If you continue like this, maybe the planet will be built for them. It's okay, they'll be measured, isn't there still me? Just put your heart in your stomach and watch this battle. Son Gohan said with a confident look. Even if the planet Namek explodes, he will use teleportation to get out of here. What's more, he would not allow this to happen. Damn, Kakarot, I fought with you. Flash cannon. Vegeta became angry, and a strong aura erupted from his body, and his body was wrapped in white qi. He flew into the air to confront Sun Wukong, releasing super energy with his hands wide open. Turtle. Send. Gas. Merit. Bo. Seeing this situation, Sun Wukong also decisively used the turtle sect Qigong wave. A dazzling light burst out between his two palms. The stones on the ground were levitated. Rumble. Two huge pillars of energy light collided together in an instant. A wave of qi swept through the entire battlefield. The sand and rocks flying on the ground are like a typhoon of about 10 magnitude. Seeing this situation, Sun Gohan had already condensed a protective shield to protect everyone. Good, good. Klin saw this enormous energy colliding up close. He couldn't help but swallow a few mouthfuls of spit. If it weren't for Sun Gohan's protective shield protecting them, they might have been blown away by the chi wave by now. Kakarot, I won't lose to you, a junior warrior. I am the prince of the Scion, a genius warrior. Vegeta frantically output, squeezing out all the last bit of combat power on his body. Having already lost once on Earth, this time to get back the dignity of his prince no matter what. Vegeta, you're daydreaming, break it for me. Sun Wukong also suppressed all the energy of his body. Even without the blessing of the Realm King Fist, he would defeat Vegeta. He hasn't forgotten his promise to Klin on Earth. When Vegeta invaded Earth, he was beaten by Son Gohan and could not take care of himself. But Son Goku willfully let the other party go, and promised Klin that the next time he saw Vegeta, he would definitely knock him down. The energy of the Turtle Faction Qigong Wave pushed back the energy of the Flash Cannon. But evil! Boom! With a loud bang, Vegeta was instantly hit by the Turtle Sect Qigong and exploded. Smoke billowed in the air. Pick it all up! Son Gohan said silently in his heart. The combat power attribute frantically poured into his body. The combat power in the personal attribute column reached 32 million. I didn't expect that the two contributed 2 million combat power. A gust of wind blew and the smoke cleared. Vegeta's figure appeared, his combat uniform tattered everywhere, like a beggar. The two kept panting in the air, and finally lost the battle by Gita or Jita. Chapter 040. Planet Namek. What? The way to transform into a Super Saiyan is to concentrate all your breath on your back. Both Son Goku and Vegeta have been treated by Son Gohan. They are resurrected with full blood and their combat effectiveness has increased significantly. Because of the special physique of Saions, the combat effectiveness has been greatly improved after resurrection. Vegeta and Son Goku learned the method of transforming into a Superman from Son Gohan's mouth, and their faces were full of shock and excitement. Did not expect that there is skill in transforming into a Super Saiyan. Son Gohan saw the two happy like a child. In fact, when Dragon Ball arrived in the Majin Buu chapter, Super Saiyans had long been rotten on the street. Even the age of Son Goku and Trunks can transform into Super Saiyan. Ha ha ha, it turns out that this is the key to transforming into a Super Saiyan. I'll definitely be able to transform into a Super Saiyan this time. Vegeta said with a look of excitement. He is always on the hunt for great power. When he saw Son Gohan become a Super Saiyan, he was envious and jealous. Didn't expect to be a Super Saiyan himself. They are impatient to become Super Saiyan. Then concentrate all the power behind you. Crackle. Behind the two of them, there is no sign of becoming a Super Saiyan. After trying several times, the result is the same. None of them transform into Super Saiyans except for the exhaustion of their powers. What's going on? Aren't we strong enough? Monkey King gasped and said with a puzzled look. Isn't my approach right? Shouldn't it? Abominable, I can't transform yet. Vegeta said through gritted teeth. I'm a genius warrior, why can't I become a Super Saiyan? Your current strength is too low, and your current physical body simply cannot withstand this powerful force. Don't worry, when your body's foundation is enough, it will naturally come to fruition. Son Gohan explained, looking at the two. What? Our strength is too low? The flesh cannot withstand the powerful force of transforming into a Super Saiyan? Vegeta and Son Goku both wide-eyed. It turns out that I thought too much. The flesh cannot withstand the terrifying power of the Saiyans. Time flies. 3 days have passed. Earth's god used Dragon Balls to make a wish and resurrect the name Xians. Because the Great Elder is dead and cannot be resurrected. Then the second elder successfully ascended to the throne. Dandy has told everyone about what happened on the planet Namek and the Dragon of the Earth, and told all his people. People of Namek are very grateful and peace-loving. They gathered everyone's strength, and after half a month's effort, a new Dragon Ball on the planet Namek has been created. After the birth of a new Dragon Ball, the Namex has raised the dragon to a higher level. Now, like Earth's Dragon Ball, you can resurrect multiple people at once. And 3 wishes can be made. Son Goku made a wish to resurrect the people killed by Vegeta and Nappa on Earth. Son Gohan made a second and third wish, respectively, to make the Earth's mother Kiki and Boomer young forever. Even if it is a little compensation for them. After making a wish to the dragon of the planet Namek, a white aura in the sky melted into Boomer and Kiki's bodies, slowly changing their physique. That woman did not like her youth forever, and Boomer was naturally happy. Dragon Ball, Kiki and Boomer are actually the most pathetic women, because they are married to Saiyans. Saiyans have no family at all except for cultivation and fighting. Vegeta was a little better and found a rich woman. Never worry about food and clothing. Boomer's family was wealthy and did not work for 3 meals a day. But Kiki is the worst. Since marrying Sun Wukong, she has dedicated herself to this family. And in the anime, the Monkey King spends most of his time cultivating, either fighting or dying. Monkey King died for a year when Raditz invaded Earth, and another 7 years during Shiru's time. Now I have crossed over to Son Gohan's body, and I will carry anything in the future. I will definitely not allow this home to fall apart. King of the North Boundary. Yay! Resurrected! Goku, they finally succeeded. Great, I'm finally resurrected. The aperture on the heads of Tianjin Fan and others disappeared instantly. And the dragon of the planet Namek also helped the dumplings recover their bodies. They jumped excitedly. King of the Northern Realm also showed an appreciative look. Did not expect that the dragon of the planet Namek was also created. Planet Namek. Sun Wukong and others are ready to return to Earth and enter the gravity chamber to cultivate. Everyone said goodbye to the nemesis. Vegeta, follow us to Earth, we can find Boomer to build a gravity chamber for us to cultivate. Son Goku invited Vegeta. Where to find such a powerful opponent as the other party? Not to mention that now he has nowhere to go. Hey, I don't go to that garbage planet to live. Vegeta still said with a cold face. In fact, he is now homeless and does not know where to go. It would be better to go to Earth to cultivate, and find an opportunity to defeat Kakarot in the future. He is a genius warrior, the prince of the Saiyan, how can he lose to a low-level warrior? But Vegeta, due to his strong self-esteem, could not put down his noble head. Hey, Vegeta, are you afraid of losing to me, too faceless, to dare to go to Earth? If you are still a man and have the ability, you will follow me to Earth, and we will have a chance to fight in the future. Son Goku grinned and said mockingly to Vegeta. He is going to use the agitation method to bring the other party to Earth, and the two can fight often in the future. Afraid? I, Prince Vegeta, have never been afraid. Kakarot, someday I'm going to solve this guy of yours with my own hands. Vegeta gritted his teeth angrily. He didn't expect the other party to be so naive and use the radical method. Okay, then it's settled, you come with me to Earth. Monkey King said with a sneering look on his successful face. I didn't expect Vegeta to agree so quickly. I learned a new skill, you hold hands, I will take you back to Earth now. Son Gohan said to everyone. I don't want to take a spaceship, which is too time-consuming. He wanted to try his hand at teleportation. Pretend. Is that so? Everyone didn't know why, and looked at Son Gohan in disbelief. Can I go back with a handheld? You really are a child. But they did it anyway, holding each other's hands. Brush. Everyone disappeared in an instant. Chapter 041. Earth. Groove. Eileen, this is Earth? How do I feel the breath of Grandpa the Turtle Immortal? Earth? Which of you told me that this is not a dream, and I also feel the breath of Teacher Wushan? Oh my god, this is teleportation. It takes 6 days to return to Earth from the planet Namek, and now it will return to Earth in the blink of an eye. Gohan, did you do that? Son Gohan and the others appeared on Earth in an instant. This wave of divine operations shocked everyone. My obedience, even if it is a heavenly god, will not have this kind of divine skill. That's right, this is the Earth. The corner of Son Gohan's mouth showed a good-looking range. The first time you use teleportation, the effect is cool. If you want to go somewhere in the future, there is no need to take a spaceship. Ha ha ha, save trouble and effort. Gohan, how did you do it? Let's try again. Sun Wukong said with a look of excitement. He felt that this move was too divine. If you can do this yourself, it will be convenient to go there in the future. Okay, go to the Turtle Immortal first. Son Gohan also wanted to try his teleportation skills. He began to sense the breath of the Turtle Immortal. Found it, you hold hands. Now Son Gohan's strength is already the ceiling of the earth. All the breath has not escaped his own perception. Soon he sensed the breath of the Turtle Immortal. Brush. Once again, everyone disappeared where they were. Kamizan Island. Hey, it's really on time. The Turtle Immortal was looking at a magazine intently. Hara all flowed out. Grandpa. Teacher Wushan. Suddenly, the Turtle Immortals heard voices that seemed to be Sun Wukong and Klin. He was stunned for a moment, and then took away the magazine in front of him. I saw Sun Wukong and the others appear in front of him. Groove. Goku, the Turtle Fairy wiped his eyes in disbelief. Several people seemed to appear out of thin air. Am I hallucinating? How did the Scions appear on Earth with Goku and the others? Old man, don't you have Alzheimer's disease? I haven't seen us for more than a month, and you don't know us. Boomer saw the Turtle Immortal's dumb look and scolded with an unceremonious smile. This old man reads these unorthodox magazines all day long. Ahem, it's really you. I thought I was hallucinating. It's great to see you guys back safely. At this time, the Turtle Immortals finally confirmed that Sun Wukong and the others had really returned from the planet Namek. Hey, this is a new skill that Gohan learned, teleportation. We teleport over on the planet Namek. Sun Wukong said with a proud face, as if he wanted everyone to know that his son was very promising. When the Turtle Immortal heard this, he looked at Son Gohan as if he were looking at a monster. After everyone said hello one by one, they said everything that happened to Nemesis. Now Son Gohan has finally figured out the teleportation skill that the Nemesis Divine Dragon made a wish for. This is the teleportation fusion version of the two of Yadetra Star and the Realm King God Jebet. In the Dragon Ball anime, there are two versions of teleportation. The teleportation of the people of the planet Yadetra can only be moved by breath, and if they can't feel the breath, they can't use this stunt. And the teleportation of Jebet, the attendant of the Realm King God, does not need to rely on breath to move. And it can go to places and planets in the nether at will. Bun Mountain. Hey, my Gohan, I haven't seen you for almost 2 months. I wonder if you wash your hair every day and do your homework. Kiki was in a daze at home, and her mouth kept nagging. Since the departure of Sun Wukong's father and son, she has often been like this. Mom, we're back. Kiki, are you okay? Son Gohan once again uses teleportation to return to his home. It turned out that after they left the Turtle Immortals, they sent Boomer back to the western capital. Klin stayed with the Turtle Immortals. Vegeta practices in the gravity chamber of Boomer's house. Son Gohan sells the 3 spaceships of Team Kinnit to Boomer's Universal Capsule Company, from which he earns a large sum of money. My Gohan, you're back. After Kiki heard Son Gohan's words, the whole person was like an electric shock. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at Sun Wukong's father and son. After confirming that he was not mistaken, he got up and rushed up with an arrow step to hug Son Gohan and ask for warmth. Son Gohan gives Kiki a large sum of money from selling the spaceship. And the origin of this money is explained. Kiki smiled so hard that she couldn't see her teeth, boasting that her son grew up and could help earn money to support the family. Since then, the family has started a new life. Sun Wukong also began to cultivate in the gravity room. Because Son Gohan brought back Sun Wukong's spaceship to the planet Namek into the Dao system space. That spacecraft had a weight device, and now it finally came in handy again. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Son Gohan counted the time, and the Kurdish king should come to the planet Namek to look for Frisia at this time. He had a plan, which was to gather everyone together and collect the combat power attribute. As the so-called mosquito legs are small, they are meat. They can be generals, soldiers against soldiers. Son Gohan and his son used teleportation to find Vegeta and Klin, saying that they will take them to battle. The two followed in a fart. King of the North. Suddenly, several guests appeared out of thin air. They are the Monkey King and others who used teleportation. What? How did you show up out of thin air? It's so powerful, I didn't feel your breath just now. This move is really powerful, if you punch us in the back. Tianjin Rice, Dumplings, Yamuti, and Bic were all shocked. This wave of operation is really shocking. Uncle Bike. Probably due to the influence of the original owner's memory, Son Gohan hugged Bike's waist and cried with joy. His mind suddenly showed that Vic was using his life to protect himself. At that time, Vic said with tears in his eyes, Gohan. You're the only one who seriously chats with me. Gohan, well, you're my pride. Vic Great Devil's eyes also moistened. He has always had great expectations for Son Gohan. The other party did not let himself down, and successfully saved the Earth and his hometown Namek. Sun Wukong explained that the reason for coming this time was to fight, and everyone was eager to try. Son Gohan used the Great Elder's superpower to raise everyone's potential. The combat effectiveness of Bike, Tianjin Rice, Yamcha, and Dumplings reached more than 10,000. Chapter 042. The Vastness of the Universe. There was a mass of light like a shooting star streaked by. When the line of sight zoomed in, it turned out to be a spaceship exactly like Frisia. It turned out to be the Kurdish king. They gathered the men and horses, and the wind and fire rushed over. Report King, there are still 20 minutes to land on the planet Namek. Frisia's vital signs disappeared in this place. A horse-headed alien from the Ministry of Information said respectfully to the Kurdish king. The aura on the Kurdish king is too powerful. Cold sweat involuntarily broke out on his forehead. We all came to the vicinity of the planet Namek, and none of us found Frisia. It seems that he is less fierce. I'm going to let all the people of Namek be buried with me. The Kurdish king looked at the grass-green planet Namek in front of him, his face showed pain, and he roared angrily. In fact, he had long felt that his son was dead. Just looking for Frisia's cells by chance. The closer he got to the planet Namek, the heavier his heart became. I also faintly felt a heart-wrenching pain. He couldn't accept that Frisia died just like that. Planet Namek. Not good. There is a very powerful and evil aura that is approaching our planet. There are a lot of guys who are more powerful than us. Yes, what can I do about this? These bastards must have come to snatch the Dragon Ball. This aura is several times more powerful than Frisia's aura a month ago. And there are quite a few people on the other side. Oh my god, do you really want our nemesis to be exterminated? Who will save us? The nemesis have sensed this very powerful evil aura approaching their planet at this time. And there are many aliens who are more powerful than them. Everyone was overshadowed by Frisia. These aliens are too powerful and inhumane. Last time, without Son Gohan's rescue, Frisia would have let them exterminate. If only Brother Gohan was there. He will definitely be able to defeat the bad guys in one go. Dandy suddenly said at this time. All eyes were on him. Yes, now only Super Saiyan can destroy these evil invaders. How can we find a way to notify them? Time passes minute by minute. The nemesis are all anxious to turn around. But there was nothing they could do to stop the disaster. Rumble. A huge spaceship flew above their heads in the air. An evil aura instantly enveloped the entire planet. The nemesis were all trembling with fear. Just when they were overwhelmed. Brush. Suddenly, a large group of people appeared in the air. It turned out that Son Gohan once again used the teleportation skill to teleport everyone here. The crowd slowly landed in front of the nemesis. Brother Son Gohan, it's great. Dandy ran to Son Gohan and was a bear hug, as if grasping a life-saving straw. Just now, the brothers were all scared of the 6 gods and masters, and he was also very afraid. Seeing Son Gohan and the others descending from the sky again, the nemesis was also excited. It was as if they had taken a reassuring pill, knowing that their planet was saved. Son Gohan felt a very powerful aura. It seems that Frisia's father, King Kurd, found it. My hometown, the planet Namek, I'm back. Vic looked at his people and hometown, and he felt an indescribable sense of intimacy. He took a few deep breaths and slowly exhaled it to relieve the excitement in his heart. Now Vic seems to live abroad. And he has never seen his own people at all. Suddenly, one day, I returned to my homeland and hometown, and saw people who were exactly the same as myself. At this moment, Vic simply could not describe his mood in words. Hello, welcome back. At this time, after the excitement of the nemesis, he was attracted by Bike's words. They finally see the people who live on Earth, Vic. Everyone said hello one by one. Just fly in the direction of the spacecraft landing. None of the Nameks and the Great Elder, who had no combat effectiveness, went to the battlefield. Because if the Dragon Ball disappears with it after the Great Elder dies, then everyone cannot use the Dragon Ball to resurrect. The huge spaceship hatch slowly opened. The Kurdish king came out. Behind him was a large group of little Luoluo. This time, the Kurdish king deliberately came to seek revenge, so he brought all the troops over. When everyone saw the Kurdish king's appearance, they suddenly understood in their hearts. It turned out to be Frisia's family, and they looked exactly the same. Vegeta, it turns out that you are also here, it seems that Frisia's death is inseparable from you. The Kurdish king's eyes were blood red, like an angry lion. Suppressing the anger in his heart, he yelled at Vegeta and the others. His form is very similar to Frisia's second form, and he is tall and powerful. Hehe, I didn't have the ability to finish off Frisia before. It's nice to kill you guys now. An evil smile appeared at the corner of Vegeta's mouth, and he said playfully to the Kurdish king. When he saw Frisia's father, he wanted to kill him. What do you say so much? Just do it. When Son Gohan sees the Kurdish king now, it is like seeing the continuous surge in combat effectiveness. This time it will definitely be very rewarding. Scions are really unfamiliar dogs, it seems that Frisia is right to destroy your planet Vegeta. King Kurdish smiled proudly at Vegeta and Son Gohan. He also noticed the brown tail of Son Gohan's ass. I didn't expect that besides Vegeta, there were scions. Damn it, you damn it. Vegeta's eyes looked like they were about to spew fire. Now he is like an angry tiger. Scion? What's so great? It's really a newborn calf that is not afraid of tigers. The Kurdish king saw that son Gohan was just a little fart and thought that the other party had no combat effectiveness. His sharp eyes swept over everyone one by one, and he said with a look of disdain. The strongest combat power in this group is only more than 10,000. Sun Wukong can feel that the Kurdish king's strength is stronger than Frisia's fighting power. Kill me! The Kurdish king waved his hand and gave orders to the large army behind him. After speaking, his body slowly flew into the air to watch the battle. Kill! Kill them and avenge King Frisia! Rush! A group of little Luoluo were like flies, all of them rushed towards Sun Wukong and the others. It is good to say that there are also hundreds of little Ralas of the Frisia Legion. Don't be afraid, fight inside the death, even if we die, we can use the Dragon Ball to resurrect. Kill! Nami Niru, the number 1 master of the battle type of Namex, roared. Today you either die or I die. Now with Son Gohan and others joining, they are fearless. After you die, you can be resurrected with Dragon Balls. Chapter 043. Planet Namek. Ding, the front drops the combat power attribute 100. Ding, combat power attribute plus 100. As soon as the battle began, Son Gohan's mind kept sounding the system's prompts. Ha ha ha. Fight as much as you like, the more intense the fight, the faster the combat power attribute will drop. When he saw this large-scale battle, his heart was about to blossom. This time it's going to make a lot of money. The current scene is like when Dragon Ball Super Frisia came to Earth with the people of the Legion to seek revenge after the resurrection, a big scuffle. The Kurdish king did not make a move, he suspended in the air, watching the battle. Sun Wukong's father and son and Vegeta also did not make a move for the time being. They also flew into the air to watch the battle. Because they know that with their current combat effectiveness, if they strike first, then all the people with low combat effectiveness will be crushed into slag by their chi waves. Bike, Tianjin rice, Yamuti, dumplings, Klin, and others are like wolves into the flock. Niru, a genius warrior of Namex, is like cutting melons and chopping vegetables, frantically harvesting the lives of invaders. Bik and the others went through the power of Son Gohan to stimulate their potential, and the combat power of several people was in their early 10,000s like Klin. Now is their battleground. If they wait until Son Gohan and the others appear, they will not have a chance to make a move. The people of Frisia's Legion were just making up numbers. Their combat effectiveness is basically at the level of 2 or 3,000. Last time, all the elite of the Frisia Legion were folded on the planet Namek. The combat effectiveness of the Kainuit team is quite good, but it has been destroyed. Sob and Auroria, their combat power has just exceeded 20,000, which is Frisia's big red man. It is conceivable that the Frisia Legion is a rabble. There is no suspense, the battle is one-sided. The Kurdish king looked at the battle expressionlessly. For the dead little Luoluo, I don't feel sorry at all. Ding, drop the Messi's bloodline attribute. Groove. That Mexian bloodline? Can even this be dropped? This system is really awesome. Pick it all up. Son Gohan subconsciously said. The combat power attribute and the Namex bloodline attribute were integrated into his body. Ha ha ha, it's amazing. So that I can have the bloodline of multiple people at the same time as Shiru? In the future, as long as the head is not destroyed, it can be reborn indefinitely. The battle lasted an hour, and all the men of Frisia's Legion were wiped out. The Nemesis also suffered heavy casualties, leaving only 5 or 6 people. If it weren't for the assistance of Niru and Bik and the others, the Mexiers might have been killed. Klin and the others have hung up the lottery, although they have high combat effectiveness, they can't hang up many people's families. Son Gohan picked up all the combat power attributes. Now the combat power in the personal attribute panel is 35 million. In other words, this battle gained 5 million combat strength. Waste, It's all waste. The Kurds roared angrily. A huge legion, not even a single useful subordinate. King Kurd, now that the good show is over, now it's our turn to strike. Vegeta was already itching her hands. In the past half a month, he had been cultivating in the gravity room. And he felt that his body had become significantly stronger. Vegeta, I'll make you live better than die. The Kurdish king said with an evil smile. Wait a minute, you see my true strength, can you still be so arrogant? Let's fight in another place. Sun Wukong shouted at King Kurdish. Then a strong aura erupted from his body and flew to the other side. There are too many wounded here. If you fight here, it will definitely affect the life and death of these people. It's the same everywhere you fight, today I'm going to kill all of you scions. The Kurdish king put down his cruel words and flew to the side after Sun Wukong. He wants to kill all the scions and the people of this planet. Kakarot, you bastard, you actually robbed my opponent. Vegeta roared and chased after the Kurdish king. He didn't expect Sun Wukong to come to this trick. The three did not fly far before stopping. I'll help you treat it. Son Gohan landed, and he said to Vic and the others. Because the healing-shaped nemesis did not go to the battlefield. So if they don't get timely treatment, they may die. Gohan, thank you. You are our great benefactor of Namex. Nero said sincerely, if it weren't for Gohan taking someone to protect Namekashi, he and the others might be dead now. Vic and the others don't know why, could it be that Gohan brought Sendu? The Earth Warriors are all wide-eyed and confused. But how did he put his palm on the body of the nemesis? Don't make a fuss everyone, in fact, Gohan has learned healing techniques now. Klin saw Tianjin rice, Yamu tea, dumplings, and Bix's curious face. He explained. What? Healing. When did Gohan become so powerful? Did he learn it when he came to name seeing? Bic and the others waited intently for Son Gohan. I saw that his palm kept gushing out a white aura and began to repair the wounded person's injuries. The wounds of the nemesis heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, a person who was about to break his breath instantly became alive. Bic, Tianjin rice, yamacha, and dumplings were so shocked that they could stuff a duck egg in their mouths. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they really couldn't believe that there was such a terrifying healing technique in the world. This healing technique is not comparable to the Earth's fairy beans. In a burst of effort, all the injured nemesis were revived with blood. Gohan, this healing technique is really awesome. It's a divine skill. You boy, this is promising. Vic and others also experienced it firsthand, and they were full of praise. Because after this big war, there is little combat effectiveness left. What's more, everyone's bodies are also injured to varying degrees. After Gohan's treatment, he recovered his injuries at once, and his combat effectiveness was full of blood. After everyone recovered, they all flew in the direction of King Kurd, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta. Sun Gohan conveniently incorporated the luxurious spaceship piloted by King Kurdish into the system space. When you return to Earth, you will sell one more, and now there are 2 spaceships. Frisia's spaceship is still in system space. It may be the reason why Son Gohan was an orphan in his previous life, or he doesn't want his mother Kiki not to worry about money. After receiving the spaceship, Son Gohan found a place to be a melon-eating masses with peace of mind. And sat down to collect combat power attributes. Ah! Ah! A deep voice sounded, and Sun Wukong stepped up, and an energy rushed into the sky. He instantly burst out all his strength, and a white aura wrapped his whole body. He looked at the Kurdish king with excitement. Scion, your courage is commendable, but you chose the wrong opponent. The Kurdish king looked at Sun Wukong's white aura wrapped in white chi and said with a look of disdain. At this time, his body also erupted with a powerful aura. The battlefield was full of gunpowder, and Tianjin Fan and the others were looking forward to it. The big war is on the verge. Chapter 044. On the battlefield. King Kurd, take your life. At this time, Vegeta also rushed here, that is, he punched the Kurdish king. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly, revealing an evil smile. I saw Vegeta's figure suddenly disappear in place. Vegeta, you're too cunning. Sun Wukong sees his prey being robbed. He also rushed to the Kurdish king. Insect trick, I see you. The Kurdish king looked wary and punched ahead. Neither of them played hard yin, they both chose to resist hard. Although in the anime, the Kurdish king died at the hands of the future Trunks, his combat effectiveness is not weak. Bang! The two fists collided together, making a dull loud noise. A terrible impact struck, and the Kurdish king's body did not move, as if it had taken root under his feet. Vegeta, on the other hand, took a dozen steps back. Rumble! With a loud bang, Sun Wukong also killed, and he punched the Kurdish king's 8-pack ABS. But the other party didn't do anything at all, but Sun Wukong felt like he was hitting a steel plate. Fight and fight! He unleashed his wolf-tooth wind fist and kept hitting the Kurdish king in the lower abdomen. Ding! The combat power attribute 1000 drops ahead. Ding! Drop combat power plus 10,000. As soon as the battle began, a systematic prompt sounded in Son Gohan's mind. He watched the battle with interest. Is this your strength? It's like tickling me. The Kurdish king looked at Sun Wukong with a playful expression. He grabbed the opponent's hand and spun it around 130 degrees, throwing it at Vegeta, who rushed over. Vegeta's body dodged the smashed Monkey King with a strange body. All of a sudden, he brought his true strength. A powerful aura erupted from his body. The whole body is wrapped in a white flame. Vegeta wanted to press the Kurdish king against the ground and rub it so that he could highlight his strength. Is the difference in strength too great? 20 times the Realm King Fist. Sun Wukong saw that his attack had no effect at all. He decisively used 20 times his combat power to fight. I saw that Sun Wukong's body was wrapped in red chi. His speed and combat effectiveness were greatly improved, and soon he once again rushed towards the other party. Bang bang! The three fought hundreds of rounds in the blink of an eye. The Kurdish king seized the opportunity and punched the lower abdomen of the Monkey King, who rushed over. But before his fist hit the opponent's body, he changed direction, and he punched him in the back. It turned out that it was Sun Wukong's. This is a false trick, and he uses the high speed to come to the back of the other party. But the Kurdish king is also experienced in battles, and his instinct is to punch him in the back. Bang! Sun Wukong's body was once again shaken out. The Kurdish king's eyes suddenly shot two beams. Using his ability to sense breath, Vegeta leaned back and kicked the Kurdish king's chin, thus avoiding the sneak attack of this blow of the opponent. After a successful blow, Vegeta chased after the victory, and a high-speed movement came above the Kurdish king. I saw that his hands against the other party's head was a heavy hammer. Boom! The Kurdish king's body fell into the sea like a cannonball. Sun Wukong and Vegeta bombarded the sea water one by one. Thundered! The energy bomb exploded in the sea, splashing tens of meters high. I didn't expect this battle to be so shocking to see from such a close distance. Their combat power is so strong that the eyes can't see their movements at all. Good, good. This battle is really terrifying. At this time, the Nemesis and the warriors of Earth were watching this battle, and their foreheads were frightened into cold sweat. If the Monkey King father and son and Vegeta were there, maybe the Nemesis might have been destroyed long ago. The sea water is constantly steaming, as if the water is boiling. A column of water rose into the sky, and the Kurdish king stood on it. How is this possible? Under such a fierce fire attack, the other party actually has nothing at all. Our battles are too far apart. Sun Wukong was surprised to see the Kurdish king flying out of the sea. The tiger father has no dog son. No wonder Frisia's combat power is so powerful. Vegeta was angry when he saw the Kurdish king unscathed. It did not occur to me that his and Kakarote's attacks had no effect at all. Scion, it's time for the warm-up to end now. Next, start accepting my wrath. King Kurdish looked condescendingly at Monkey King and Vegeta. It was as if he was playing with his prey. His breath all gushed out at once. What? His aura is still rising. The Kurdish king said it was a warm-up exercise. But Goku has used 20 times the Realm King Fist. Damn, I can't help it all. Vic and the others were so angry that they gritted their teeth, blaming themselves for being too weak in combat. I didn't expect that Sun Wukong had already shown real combat power, and the opponent was still warming up. Boom. Sorry to keep you waiting. The Kurdish king felt the majestic power in his body. He laughed happily. This damn laughter, I want to vomit when I hear it. Vegeta was furious and took the lead. A dodge rushed up and punched the Kurdish king in the head. Bang! The Kurdish king did not dodge, and his face and fists came into close contact. But he stood like the Eiffel Tower in Paris, and nothing happened at all. What? This, how is it possible? Vegeta's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. He saw that his fist was still attached to the Kurdish king's face. The opponent's head completely blocked his fist. Also look at yourself like an idiot. Nothing is impossible. Now that the game is over, lie down, Vegeta. The Kurdish king's sandbag-sized fist slammed into Vegeta's lower abdomen. Wow! A sharp pain instantly came from the lower abdomen, and Vegeta spat out a mouthful of old blood. He held his stomach with both hands, and his body arched into the shape of a large prawn. Groove. Spike. I didn't expect the strength gap between the two to be so big. Vegeta couldn't even withstand a punch from the Kurdish king. The melon-eating masses watching the battle were shocked. How else to fight this? The battle between the two is like the battle between adults and children. Does it hurt? The pain is right. I'm going to torture you to death. The Kurdish king said with a fierce face. He unleashed a mad death beam, and his fingers hit Vegeta's body one by one. Ah! Chapter 045. Vegeta. It happened between electric flint. I didn't expect that the Kurdish king's strength was also so terrifying, and he pressed and beat Vegeta at once. Sun Wukong roared, and an energy bomb from his hand slammed into the Kurdish king. Hehe, are you scions so impulsive? Don't worry, it will be you soon. Kurdish king stopped his attack and raised his hand to blast the energy of Sun Wukong. The corners of his mouth curved up, as if a cat was watching a mouse. Vegeta, when I've settled your companions, we'll have fun again. The Kurdish king suddenly appeared above Vegeta and slammed his opponent to the ground with a heavy punch. Rumble. The ground was smashed into a huge deep pit. Vegeta lay weakly in the pit, his eyes showing incomparable reluctance and helplessness. Turtle. Sand. Gas. Merit. It. Turns out that Sun Wukong saw that his energy bomb was useless to King Kurd. He decisively used the Turtle Sect Qigong Wave blessed by the 20-fold Realm King Fist. A huge pillar of light blasted towards the other party. Humble Scion, suffer death. A finger of the Kurdish king, the energy bomb that covered the sky instantly took shape. With a flick of his finger, the huge energy bullet blasted towards Sun Wukong's Turtle Qigong Wave. Bang! Two huge streams of energy collided. Suddenly, the planet Namek collapsed and cracked, and the sea water poured in. The sky is covered with dark clouds, lightning, and thunder. The weather has changed due to the collision of these two forces. Ding! The front drops combat power attribute 20,000. Ding! Combat power attribute plus 20,000. Good, good. Goku, you have to resist. If this huge ball of energy light falls to Namex, the entire planet may be destroyed. The melon-eating masses watching clasped their palms and looked at this confrontation with a nervous face. Go and die. The Kurdish king saw that the other party's energy light pillar was able to confront him. Just now, he was just a temporary condensed energy bomb. He immediately increased his output, and the energy wave instantly skyrocketed several times. The energy light pillar of the turtle faction Qigong wave was forced to retreat one after another. Sun Wukong also gritted his teeth and persisted, exporting all his energy. The energy light pillar of the turtle faction Qigong wave instantly skyrocketed, but it seemed to be useless. The opponent's energy bomb did not stop and slammed in a crushing posture. Ha ha ha, tremble, Scion. Our frozen demon clan is the strongest in this universe. When the Kurdish king saw this situation, he laughed proudly. Gohan, let's shoot. Your dad is going to be out of steam. Klin looked at this situation and said with an anxious expression. He didn't hear a response, and involuntarily looked at Son Gohan next to him. But there is still a shadow of the other party there. Brush. The figure of Son Gohan suddenly appeared next to Sun Wukong. His body also erupted with 5 times the Realm King Fist, and his whole body was wrapped in red and white chi. Sun Gohan's Turtle School Qigong wave instantly formed, and the energy bomb against the Kurdish king bombed up. Rumble. The turtle faction Qigong wave of the two instantly blasted back the other party's energy bomb. Hehe, I didn't expect your kid's strength to be so powerful. In a matter of seconds, the Kurdish king dodged the attack from the energy projectile retreat. His heart was terrified, and he did not think that the power of these two scions would be so great. Hey, Gohan, the next battle will be left to you. It's time for me to quit too. Sun Wukong withdrew the Realm King Fist, recovered his state, patted Sun Gohan's shoulder, and said with a look of relief. After that, he flew away from the battlefield and came to Klin and the others to be a melon-eating mass. The next battle has nothing to do with itself. Staying to help, it just drags its feet. What's more, in the battle just now, the Kurdish king has not yet shown his real strength. If the other party had been serious, he would have laid down like Vegeta. Pick it all up. Sun Gohan said silently in his heart. The combat power attribute on the ground was like a small river, frantically pouring into his body. The combat effectiveness is skyrocketing madly, and in a few breaths, the number stays at 40 million. The corners of his mouth involuntarily laughed, and his combat effectiveness increased by another 5 million. This is the Shenmue situation. You look down on people too much, don't you? You actually let a child fight me. Scion, I really admire your guts and ignorance. Don't be sorry, I'll twist this little brat's neck in a minute. The Kurdish king saw Sun Wukong fly away from the battlefield, leaving only a small Budian to fight with himself. He looked stunned and disdainful. Even if this child starts cultivating as soon as he is born, how far can his combat power go? King Kurdish, you are also too arrogant. My strength is not just a little bit stronger. Have a good feeling, what is the terrifying power of crushing? Rumble. Sun Wuhan removed the Realm King Fist, and a wave of energy rose up into the sky. The terrifying aura gushed out madly. The ground instantly dented. Sun Gohan instantly turned into a Super Saiyan. His eyes became extremely sharp, and he squinted at the Kurdish king. What? Yellow. Yellow-haired Scion. Frisia, you killed you. The Kurdish king's footsteps kept taking a few steps back. This look is so terrifying. He thought of his ancestors' last words before he died, beware of scions with yellow hair. That's right, Frisia was killed by me. Sun Gohan's sharp eyes did not have a trace of emotion. The air seemed to be a little colder. Good. This force is really terrifying. Watching it up close makes it difficult to breathe. Is this Gohan's true strength? It's scary. Everyone watching this battle is terrified. This breath is really shocking. Last time I didn't feel it up close, now I was completely scared. Okay, arrogant child, today I will smash your corpse into 10,000 pieces." The Kurdish king also burst out with 100% strength. His combat power was several times stronger than Frisia's. Everyone felt as if they were demons crawling out of hell. I did not expect that the Kurdish king also hid his strength. "Scion, suffer death." The Kurdish king made the first move, and it was a huge energy bomb attack against Son Gohan. Rumble. Son Gohan raised his hand and slapped the energy bomb away. His body suddenly disappeared in place. When he reappeared, a huge energy bomb erupted from his palm, which bombarded the Kurdish king's back. Ah! Immediately after a high-speed movement of Son Gohan, he caught up with the Kurdish king's body flying upside down. One knee against the other's body smashed towards a mountain. Thundered. The Kurdish king's body was held against by Son Gohan and smashed into a huge rock. With a wow, he spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Chapter 046. My frozen demon clan is the strongest race in this universe. The Kurdish king roared angrily. Eyes begin to condense energy, and he wants to use the light far skill. Just now I was too careless. There is a child who has no combat effectiveness. I didn't expect to exploit the other party. I'll do the same. Son Gohan saw that the other party was going to use the light eye, and he also began to condense. Boom! Two rays of light instantly collide. Kurdish king was instantly bombarded into the mountain. Son Gohan flew in. It's so powerful, I didn't expect that the tough Kurdish king was ravaged by Gohan. Gohan's power is terrifying. Before we could see what was going on, the Kurdish king was thrown to the ground. What the hell is going on here? Tianjin Rice, can your three eyes see their movements clearly? Everyone looked confused, and they had not yet seen how the other party made a move. Son Gohan's combat power is completely beyond their understanding. I didn't expect that this was only 2 months old, and the other party would be reborn. Combat effectiveness has left itself and others far behind. Vic and Monkey King are both smiling. Gaze back to the battlefield. Bang bang! The entire mountain was instantly flattened. 2 people flew into the air from the ruins. Crazy death beam. Kurdish king was covered in bruises and angrily unleashed a crazy death beam. He wants to use energy to attack the other party. Insect tricks. Son Gohan becomes a Super Saiyan with a combat power of 2 billion. Now he completely ignores all energy attacks. Boom! Son Gohan allowed the dense energy bombardment on his body, but it had no effect at all. King Kurdish was sweating anxiously, but he couldn't. Son Gohan rushed out the energy bomb as a punch to the Kurdish king's head. Bang! Kurdish king's body flew upside down, like a kite with a broken thread. Son Gohan didn't give him a chance to breathe at all, moving at high speed to get in front of him, and another kick. All of a sudden, I started playing football in the air. The sound of the Kurdish king's screams kept coming from the air. The melon-eating masses only heard screams in the air, and they couldn't see the movements of the two at all. Vegeta gritted his teeth alone in the deep pit. As if everyone had forgotten about him. It's too much of a deception, there is no need for this planet to exist. Kurdish king is firing Son Gohan's trick. He was already carried away by anger and sent an energy slap into the ground. If you want to blast the planet Namek into slag, these people will fall out of the universe. They have no ability to survive in the universe, and they will all die in the end. Oops! Gohan, it's going to be too late. Are we all going to die? King Kurd, you bastard! He is the rhythm that will die with us. Everyone was scared into a cold sweat. If this energy hits the planet Namek, then the entire planet will be disintegrated in an instant. Everyone will die in an instant. Kurdish, you are not wrong in your thinking, but unfortunately you chose the wrong object. Time pause. Son Gohan instantly activated his superpower and held his breath. All of a sudden, everything stopped in the whole of Namex. It's as if the TV had pressed the pause button. Only Son Gohan can still move. He flashes to the place where the energy bomb is about to fall. Sun Wuhan silently calculated how many seconds the time could pause while condensing the energy of the turtle sect Qigong wave. Now that the Kurdish king has killed the Red Eye, he must not be left behind. And after 5 seconds, he felt so bad. Call. Exhaled, the time pause technique instantly failed, and everything began to return to its original state. Sun Gohan's turtle pi Qigong wave, a huge pillar of light instantly engulfed the energy bomb blasted down by the Kurdish king. Then rushed towards each other with unabated momentum. How? Is that so? How could you be so fast? No. 73 huge pillar of energy light instantly devoured the Kurdish king, leaving only a scream. All picked. Sun Gohan said silently in his heart, and the combat power attribute of the earth was constantly integrated into his limbs and bones. Personal attribute panel, the combat power has reached 45 million. Yes, win. It scared me to death just now. I knew Gohan wouldn't let us down. I'm sorry to say, just now your face was scared livid. Tianjin Fan and the others were stunned for a moment, and then said with a look of excitement. This battle completely refreshed their perception of power. They are now eager to start cultivating and surpass Sun Gohan as their goal. Gohan, thank you, you've saved their planet again. The Namex people also jumped up with joy to vent their inner excitement. They were so happy. After destroying the Kurdish queen, the Namexians used the Dragon Ball to resurrect their own people. Sun Wuhan may have wished, hoping that Sun Wukong will stay away from illness and be invincible. Because he knew that by the time of the Shalo chapter, the Monkey King would have a chronic heart attack. If it were not for the future delivery of drugs by Trunks, the consequences would be unimaginable. Time flies. A year slipped by. After destroying the Kurdish queen, Sun Gohan used teleportation to bring everyone back to Earth once again. Everyone started their own cultivation. Suddenly, a giant spacecraft entered Earth's atmosphere. A terrifying and evil aura instantly enveloped the Earth. Oops, the Earth is in danger. The gods of the Earth felt this powerful and evil aura, and their faces turned livid. Sweat on his forehead kept flowing down, this momentum was too powerful. He looked in the direction of Bun Mountain and muttered, Sun Gohan, the survival of the Earth depends on you. Is this evil breath Frisia? Shouldn't it? Could it be? As soon as this breath approached the Earth, Sun Gohan sensed it. It seems that he changed some of the plot by eliminating the Kurdish king and Frisia. Now coming to Earth to seek revenge is Frisia's brother Gura. Gula is the ruler of a certain region of the universe and first appeared in Dragon Ball Z Theatrical Version 5 Attack. Strongest versus strongest. While Frisia exterminated the Scions, Gula watched from the wall and spared the young Monkey King, Kakarot, who was sent to Earth. And mocking Frisia's carelessness, 24 years later, Frisia is defeated by the Super Saiyan Son Goku. Theatrical version, in order to defeat the Monkey King, Gula, and his men attack Earth. I didn't expect him to arrive on Earth so quickly now. Soon Dragon Ball Z's warriors Bike, Yamcha, Tianjin Rice, Dumpling, and Klin all sensed this terrifying and evil aura invading the Earth. They flew towards the direction of the evil aura. Chapter 047. Just when everyone rushed towards the evil breath, the Earth also suddenly appeared a time machine, slowly landing on the ground. Mom, we made it. The hatch of the time machine slowly opened, and a teenager with a sword on his back jumped from above. Wearing a trench coat with the mark of a universal capsule, he has light blue hair and looks 16 or 17 years old. He looked at this familiar place and said with a look of excitement, Hey, what's going on? Did I come to the wrong time and space? How come there are 3 Saiyan breaths? This powerful aura is Teacher Sun Gohan? How could it be so similar? There are also 2 Saiyan breaths, which should be Uncle Sun Wukong and Dad. That's right, come here is the future Trunks, now he has a question mark on his face? Logically speaking, Uncle Sun Wukong should not have returned to Earth yet. And how is there only one breath of evil? Isn't it now that the Kurdish king resurrected Frisia, and the two came to Earth to seek revenge? He shook his head and shook the thought off his head. Leave it alone. Now rush over and see what's going on. Shout. In the future, Trunks turns the time machine back into a universal capsule and stores it in a convenience box. Then a white aura erupted from his body, flying directly towards the evil aura. This force. Trunks. Son Gohan felt a scion breath. A young man with a long sword on his back suddenly appeared in his mind. Unexpectedly, the future Trunks also appeared. This breath is scion. What the hell is going on here? Vegeta also felt a very familiar scion breath. There are not a few scions left, who is it? As if the other party just appeared out of thin air. Vegeta didn't have time to think much and flew in the direction of the evil aura. Because that powerful scion aura is also approaching there. Gohan, what's going on with this terrifying aura? Much like Frisia's. How can I still feel a very familiar aura suddenly appear out of thin air, as if it is a scion? Sun Wukong looked at Sun Wuhan and asked with a puzzled look. How did the earth suddenly gush out two very powerful breaths? Let's go over and see. Sun Gohan took Sun Goku's hand and teleported over using teleportation. Rumble. A huge spaceship landed on Earth in an instant. Is this the Earth? It's a really nice planet. No wonder the scions settled here. The hatch slowly opened, and Gula walked out of the spacecraft. Feeling that the gravity of this planet was very light, he sighed. Gula walked out of his subordinates one after another. Shaiza, calm judgment and very strong combat effectiveness of 170,000 Dre, strong strength, combat effectiveness of 185,000. Nez, with a combat power of 163,000. The three of them, like the Frisia Legion's Kainu team, are the vanguard of Gura. Brush. Sun Wukong's father and son used teleportation to rush over first. Then the future Trunks second arrived. What's going on? Who is this guy like Frisia? How did Uncle Monkey King appear here? Am I really in the wrong time and space? Gula is physically strong and about the same height as Monkey King. The usual posture is no different from ordinary people, occasionally crossed on the chest, blood-red eyes, purple-black lips. There are two lines like blood and tears under the eyes of the face, and the purple shell on the body is shiny. One foot has 3 toes. And the footsteps make a creaking sound when walking. The whole body has a shell defense, which can effectively protect against all ordinary physical attack damage, mostly used to protect joints and body bones, anti-friction, anti-hit. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to send it to the door yourself. Scion, introduce yourself, I'm Frisia's brother Gura. I came to Earth to wipe out all of you scions. The strongest warrior in the universe, only our frozen demon clan. Gula looked at the two father and son of the Monkey King and the future Trunks and introduced. Coming to Earth to seek revenge is to feel that Frisia and the Kurdish king have disgraced the face of the family. He must wipe out all the scions and pick up his face. What the? Frisia's brother? What's going on? Am I really coming to the wrong time? Shouldn't it be King Kurdish and Frisia the mechanical who come to Earth to seek revenge? Where is Frisia's brother? Trunks, hello. Son Gohan ignored Gura's words. He came to Trunks and greeted him in a voice that could only be heard by the two. In fact, he was also very heartbroken in his previous life, and he fought alone in a desperate time and space. Future space-time Trunks is an unwavering scion. What's going on? Gohan-sensei actually knows me. Future Trunks looked shocked. I didn't expect that Gohan-sensei in this time and space would know him. Didn't I come to the wrong time and space? Like you, I have traveled through time and space before, so I know your origin. Son Gohan casually said something perfunctory. Trunks still wanted to find out what was going on. A shout interrupted the conversation between the two. Bastard, I'm talking here, and you're actually chatting about family life below. You wild monkeys, too, are too rude, I will kill you. Gula sees Son Gohan and future Trunks whispering. His eyes were cold, and he raised his finger to Son Gohan and Trunks. 2 death beams, one at Son Gohan and one at Trunks. Son Gohan also sent 2 death beams to blast towards Gula. An energy bomb from Trunks also blasted through. Gura's death beam and Son Gohan's death beam are eliminated. And Trunks' energy came instantly. As soon as Gula raised his hand, he sent the energy flying. Shout! Bastard, are you a scion? Why is the hair light blue? Vegeta questioned the future Trunks as soon as he arrived. He had never seen scion hair lilac. Yes. B. Mr. Vegeta, hair is born. Future Trunks said tremblingly. His head was slightly lowered, not daring to look at Vegeta. Tears kept rolling in his excited eyes. I finally saw my dad. How? Will not feel very disappointed. Son Gohan patted future Trunks' shoulder and said. I feel very happy, just like my mother said. Future Trunks collected his mood and said with a look of excitement. When I was a child, my wish was to be able to see what my mother said was a father with strong self-esteem. Because when he was very young, Vegeta in future time and space was killed by artificial humans. Shout! Hey! At this time, Vic and the others had all rushed to the battlefield. Before they could ask what was going on, the guy who looked like Frieza ordered. Kill me, leave no one. With an order, the armored troops behind him were instantly dispatched. Like locusts, it suddenly rushed towards Vegeta and the others in a dense air. Son Gohan flew into the air, these people were not worth his shot at all. Future Trunks also flew up. He also wanted to ask what was going on. But now is clearly not the time to ask about this. The two flew away from the battlefield and came to the side to watch the battle. But the departure of the two was seen by Gula, and he also flew up to catch up. Kill, no scions left. Shaiza, Dre and Nez will face Vegeta and Son Goku. Because the detector shows that these two people are the most powerful here. Bic and others also joined the battlefield. This year's cultivation, their combat effectiveness has also improved a lot. It was time to use this battle to test the results of this year's practice. Suddenly, the flames burst into the sky and there was a wail. As soon as the battle began, the system's prompt sound kept coming from Son Gohan's mind. Ding! The combat power attribute 1000 drops ahead. Drop combat power attribute plus 100. Chapter 048. On the battlefield. You two little rabbit cubs, it turned out to be hiding here, and today you will all die. Feel the terrifying power from hell. Gula has been looking for Son Gohan and future Trunks. When did he suffer from this kind of anger? These two guys were too blind. Just now they were talking to themselves, and these two bastards ignored their own existence. He even dared to make a move on himself, and he really didn't shed tears when he saw the coffin. Rumble. Gula's body erupted with a terrifying and evil powerful aura that instantly enveloped the entire earth. He can't follow the old path of Frieza and the Kurdish king, and suddenly show positive strength. Final form. After the transformation, the body became larger and stronger at the same time. Starting from the head, the four corners extend backwards, and the mouth is protected by a mask. Of course, it can be left uncovered. The eyes turned red, the pupils disappeared, and the other two shoulders protruded like chest protectors, and two horns grew from the back. The arms also grew like knife-like protrusions, and their strength was further improved. What is this situation? How could Gura's breath be so powerful? Will he even transform again? Future Trunks instantly turned into a Super Saiyan. He is the most unwavering Saiyan, and he also showed his true strength at once. Boom! the sword behind it was instantly unsheathed. A gloomy and cold aura instantly filled the entire battlefield. What? What? This bastard can even become a Super Saiyan. At this time, Vegeta sees the future Trunks become a Super Saiyan. He gritted his teeth and said with an angry look. Every hairy boy can become a Super Saiyan. And as a Saiyan Prince, a genius warrior, he can't even become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta was angry like a tiger and vented his anger on his opponent. His skyrocketing firepower was in full swing. In an instant, the desperate harvest of the three fierce generals of Gula was harvested. The other party is only in the early 100,000 combat power, and he is now in the millions. He also flew away from the battlefield and came to the sidelines to watch the battle. Vic and the others are also like tigers into wolves, madly harvesting each other's lives. They all wanted a quick victory and later watched the big fight. It's so powerful, I didn't expect this kid to become a Super Saiyan too. Sun Wukong also stimulated the battle intent in his heart and burst out with a powerful momentum. Shocked a group of little Luoluo all away. He looked envious and jealous. I didn't expect that all the young people now are so fierce. Gula was even able to transform again, and his breath seemed to be even greater than that young man's. Like Vegeta, Monkey King came to another place to watch the battle. What? That young man turned out to be a Saiyan too. Why didn't I hear Vegeta and Monkey King say it? Is he Gohan's friend? The warriors of Earth all felt these two terrifying forces. But the Earth has Gohan, and that is solid. They were not afraid. Super Saiyan. My frozen demon clan is the strongest in the universe. Gula was not surprised to see that the Saiyans were able to transform. In the past year, he has heard that Saiyans can transform. Gula had already done his homework, and this year he had also undergone devilish training. His combat power is 470 million. Arrogant. Let you have no return today. In the future, Trunks is holding a sword against Gura's head. Boom! With a loud bang, Gula stretched out a finger to block the opponent's sword attack. In the anime, Sun Wukong also used this trick. He condensed his energy in his fingers and easily blocked the future Trunks' sword. Now Gula has breathed all over his body, ignoring the sword of the future Trunks now. Future Trunks uses a set of sword techniques, but they are useless. Even if he was cut, Gula's body was like a copper and iron bone, and the sword could not hurt him at all. Abominable, look at me. Future Trunks inserts the sword back into its back scabbard. He intends to use energy waves and fist and foot attacks. Against Gula is an onslaught. Ding, the battle attribute of the drop ahead is 1 million. Ding, combat power attribute plus 1 million. Damn, how could the combat power of this bastard be so strong? In the future, Trunks is getting more and more frightened, and this guy's strength has surpassed that of artificial humans. Do you have the strength at this point? Now it's my turn to attack. Gula seized the opportunity and slammed into the future Trunks with one punch. The opponent evaded Gula's attack with a clever body. By the way, an energy bomb shot out. Rumble. The energy bomb hit Gula and instantly smoked out. But the other party directly rushed out of the smoke. One punch to the stomach of future Trunks. Wow! With a sound, future Trunks spat out a mouthful of blood. The pain made his entire body arch like a prawn. Damn Saiyan, no R gap, right? I haven't done my best yet, let's feel the fear of death. Gula appeared behind the future Trunks in a flash. Bang! A heavy punch hit him in the back. Future Trunks' body smashed into the ground rapidly. Rumble! A huge deep pit was smashed into the ground. It's not that the raptors are not rivers, but Gura's combat effectiveness is really powerful. It seems that Gula is confident in his strength. He came to Earth to kill the Saiyans and win back this glory for the family. Good, good, this is a scary guy. Didn't expect that the Super Saiyans were not able to block Gura's attack. I wonder if Gohan's combat power can defeat him. Sun Wukong saw the future Tyran smashing to the ground like this, and said with a worried face. I must not lose. We can't let this Earth be like our future space-time, we must destroy you. Magic flash. Future Trunks flew out of the pit. With an angry expression in his eyes, he put his hands on his head and condensed a huge beam of energy light and shot towards Gula. He thought that if he lost, the entire Earth would be controlled by the other party. Then this time and space, like the future time and space, will fall into endless despair and helplessness. Human beings can only hide like rats crossing the street, surviving for a long time. Come on, let you see what is the overwhelming power. Gula sees the future Trunks using energy attacks. He does not show weakness, and he must defeat the other party in every aspect. In that way, it can be shown that his frozen demon race is the strongest race in the universe. Gula's fingers instantly condensed a ball of energy and smashed it towards the pillar of energy light that was coming towards him. What? Magic flash? How could this guy use my skills? Is this taught by Gohan? Vic sees the tricks that Trunks will use in the future. He was stunned for a moment, and then wondered if it was taught by Gohan. Rumble. The two strands of energy collided in an instant. A furious impact spread instantly. Chapter 049. Disappear, Scion. Gula was crazy about output, and the energy egg skyrocketed instantly, and it was the size of a basketball court in an instant. He wants to destroy the Earth together. I'm not going to lose. Trunks gritted his teeth and persisted, frantically suppressing the energy in his body. The pillar of energy in my flash also skyrocketed instantly. The huge energy bullet was pushed back, and the energy ball flew towards the universe. It turns out that Gula has long disappeared above. He suddenly appeared behind the future Trunks, and it was a punch. This, how can this? Future Trunks felt the breath of Gula behind him. With a roundhouse kick, he kicked to the rear. However, it is still slow. Bang! With a sound, I felt a pain in my back, and the whole person flew up. Smash directly into the side of the pit. Gura's body is like a shadow, and it is a crazy output to the future Trunks. Both are now playing injury for injury. It depends on who can make it to the end. But the gap in combat effectiveness between the two is too big. Bang bang! The two fought fiercely in a deep pit, and the ground was dried into a deep ravine. Future Trunks was punched by Gula and flew into the air. Mad Death Beam. Countless purple pillars of energy light were emitted from Gula's hand, which were output to the future Trunks. Ah! Ah! Dense pillars of energy light hit future Trunks' body. Let him keep screaming. Ding! Drop combat power attribute plus 1 million. Ding! Combat power attribute plus 1 million. Scion, the more you scream, the more excited I am. Ha ha ha. Gula laughed maniacally. He just wants to ravage the Scions and let them know who is the strongest in this universe. After sending out hundreds of energy waves, future Trunks returned to normal. His voice was getting quieter. Guruz also stopped attacking. He was like a cat and mouse, not killing his opponent all at once. Then there would be no fun, and Gula would make them fearful. I want to play a trick on the other party before killing. Call. Phew. Future Trunks kept panting. The clothes on the body are tattered. How can it be? I actually lost. This guy's combat power is too strong. What can I really do? Now the future Trunks is confused. Pick it all up. Son Gohan said silently in his heart. The combat power attribute on the ground frantically integrated into his body. In a few breaths, his combat power has reached 50 million. Gura, don't be too arrogant. Let you know the horrors of the Scions today. Rumble. Son Gohan instantly turned into a Super Saiyan. An even more terrifying aura spread. Future Trunks was stunned. Even the injuries on the body were forgotten. Wasn't Uncle Son Goku turned into a Super Saiyan? Why can Gohan Sensei turn into a Super Saiyan? And how many times more terrifying is his aura after transformation than mine? The future Trunks at this time has a question mark on his face. What the hell is going on here? Gohan's combat power seems to have become stronger again. How did I find that every time I see Gohan, it surprises us? Isn't there an upper limit to his combat power? The physique of the Saiyans is too perverted. Tianjin Fan and others dealt with this group of little Luoluo, and they were simply at ease. There were only 3 of the aliens who were combative, but all of them were taken out by Vegeta. All that remains are some crooked dates. And they are all able to cope. Vegeta sees Son Gohan transform into a Super Saiyan again. The eyes are full of envy, and hatred. One day I will trample you 2 father and son under my feet. Ha ha ha, you Saiyans like to pretend. Wasn't that Super Saiyan just now being played with by me? No matter how many Super Saiyans come, the result is the same. We, the Frozen Demon Clan, are still the strongest warriors in this universe. Gula said with an arrogant look. After he defeated future Trunks, his confidence skyrocketed. I think Super Saiyan is just that. If Gula could sense the breath, he might have shivered with fear. Because the breath of Son Gohan of the Super Race and the future Super Race of Trunks are not at the same level at all. Yes. Son Gohan's body suddenly disappeared. When he appeared, he had already reached the front of Gula and slammed a punch at the other party. What? How could you be so fast? Gula thought that the strength of Super Sai Son Gohan was worse than that of Super Sai future Trunks. So he didn't care too much about the other party's combat effectiveness at all. Just a kid, after all. Even if his combat power is strong, can he still be stronger than an adult? But Gula's wishful thinking was wrong. Bang! Super Sai Son Gohan's fist touches Gura. Gula regretted it, he only felt a tingling sensation in his arm. A huge impact blasted him out. Ding! Drop battle attribute plus 1 million. What? One punch to blast Gula away. Gohan Sensei's combat strength is really too strong. Future Trunks looked stunned. Gohan Sensei in this time and space can not only become a Super Saiyan, but the battle is also so terrifying. Gura, who had no way to deal with herself, Gohan Sensei actually blasted the other party away with one punch. He doesn't know what's going on now. Well, the one who dared to come to the earth to spread wilderness. I didn't expect Gohan to fight so fiercely after his transformation. That young man's Super Saiyan strength doesn't seem to be comparable to Gohan's. At this time, Tianjin Fan and others had also killed a group of little Luoluo. They watched the battle from the sidelines and cheered for Son Gohan. This group of aliens dares to come to the earth to spread wilderness, and does not weigh their own strength. Isn't this an old birthday star hanging, a long life? This, how is it possible? The power of this little devil is so powerful. It seems that my smelly brother died at your hands without any injustice. Gula steadied his figure and looked at Son Gohan with a wary face. He had never met such a formidable opponent. It seems that you have to deal with it carefully. Nothing is impossible. King Kurdish and Frisia died at my hands. Bring out your 100% strength to fight, or you won't have a chance to wait a while. Son Gohan said with a look of disdain. His sharp eyes are not mixed with a little emotion. It's like looking at a dead person. Damn, you look down on people less. Let me see my 100% strength. Gula roared angrily. A terrifying aura gushed out from his body. Powerful waves of air blew in all directions. Suddenly, the whole earth began to shake. The sky is covered with dark clouds, lightning, and thunder. Ah! Help me! Is this an earthquake? Hurry up and hide! I don't want to die yet. People on Earth thought it was an earthquake. The road was blocked. And the billboards of the buildings literally fell. People are avoiding this catastrophe. Chapter 050. How? That's what I'm 100% good at. You should be honored that no one has ever been able to use 100% terrifying power to fight. You are the only one and the last. After Gula showed his 100% strength, he said with a triumphant face. He wanted to see fear and despair in Son Gohan's eyes. But Gula miscalculated, and the other party's eyes were still expressionless. No, this force is too weak. Son Gohan said with an indifferent look. He just wants the other party to show real strength to fight. Instead, let's see if the system will drop a greater combat power attribute. Rampant, really rampant. Stinky boy, I'm going to crush your corpse into 10,000 pieces. Gula gritted his teeth, not expecting that he was underestimated. He angrily rushed over at Son Gohan, which was a left hook. But he didn't blast this little devil out as he imagined. Son Gohan's body slowly disappeared. Gula struck an elbow in the back. Boom! The two collided again. The ground could not withstand this force, and suddenly burst open. The two scuffled together in an instant, punching and kicking, and the fight was incomprehensible. There was a constant roar in the air. Every collision emits waves of air. Ding! 1 million combat power dropped ahead. Ding! Combat power drop plus 1 million. Son Gohan's mind kept sounding the system's prompts. It seems that the combat effectiveness attribute of 1 million is the ceiling. Light eye. Son Gohan's eyes suddenly shot two beams. Ah! The pain made him scream uncontrollably. Abominable! Gula clenched his silver teeth, not expecting this imp to sneak up on him. Fortunately, his armor resisted some of the energy attacks. Is this really a brat? The combat power is strong, the movements are agile, and the combat experience is so rich. Groove. This trick is beautiful, and people can't prevent it. I didn't expect Gohan's combat power to be so strong. This alien doesn't seem to be his opponent at all. Tianjin Fan and the others' hearts were all put down, and they cried out with a happy face. Just now I saw that Trunks turned into a Super Saiyan in the future, and I couldn't fight this alien. They were also secretly worried about whether Son Gohan's strength could defeat him in the end. It seems that he still underestimated Gohan. Gohan, good. Vic, who was watching the battle, flashed his eyes and looked proud. Gohan actually learned his own Eye of Light. And the combat effectiveness is still so strong. Hey, Bike, thank you. Gohan is really a blessing to have a teacher like you. Sun Wukong thanked Vic sincerely. Now his own son is so powerful, Vic is indispensable. Sun Wukong, if you don't come to this set, I will definitely defeat you then. Vic yelled at Monkey King. This guy is just so annoying. One day this bastard will be pressed to the ground and rubbed. In fact, seeing Son Gohan's performance, Vic was also very gratified. Vegeta's teeth clenched. I must practice well. Fight for the fastest time to become a Super Saiyan. This would have been my honor. It was so humiliating that he could only watch others fight from a distance. It's not over yet. After Son Gohan blasted Gula away, he condensed Frisia's trick cutting disc in his hand. 5 cutting discs were sent out in a row and flung out. Cutting discs is similar to Klin's move, the gas round chop. A disc-shaped throwing bomb with a slashing effect on the palm of the hand, and can be freely reversed and tracked. What? When Gula saw this trick, he ran away. The power of this move, he could not be clearer. This was his younger brother Frisia's trick, and he didn't expect that this Saiyan would even use it. If you are hit by this move, you will definitely cut your body into countless pieces. He quickly flew out of range of the attack. Son Gohan kept manipulating the 5 cutting discs and kept chasing after Gula. Demon, I didn't expect this trick to be used like this. Klin mistakenly thought that this was his trick and was angry. The Chi round chopper can also be used like Yamcha's super air bomb. This time, he seemed to have opened his mind, and suddenly he was enlightened. When this crisis is over, I will definitely try it too. This trick didn't work for me. Gula also made a cut disc, and the disc on both sides was instantly eliminated. He just didn't have a chance to cast it just now. Now you can do the same trick by opening the distance. Really? Son Gohan's voice suddenly appeared behind Gula. Frightened, cold sweat kept flowing down his forehead. This little ghost is really out of nowhere. Gula reflexively condensed an oversized Qigong wave in his hand and blasted towards Sun Wuhan. Rumble. Sun Gohan was instantly engulfed by the energy wave. Ha ha ha, you are not dead this time. When Gula saw it, his heart blossomed. This time, you stinky imp should be bombarded into slag. This guy laughs like a fool. Yes, I don't even know where the opponent is. This can also be blamed on them. After all, aliens do not know how to perceive the movement of breath. They can only judge the location of the enemy by their eyes and feelings. Everyone watching the battle below knew that Son Gohan left the energy attack range at the moment of a quick shot. And Gula was still proud, thinking that he had killed Son Gohan of KSI into slag. You don't even know the strength of your opponent, so you dare to come to Earth to seek revenge. I really admire your guts. Son Gohan saw Gula smile like a fool. He couldn't help but complain. Abominable. The frozen demon race is the strongest race in the universe. I'm going to kill you all. Will you scions only run away? After hearing Son Gohan's words, Gula roared angrily. He turned sharply and saw that the other party appeared behind him. Run? You think too highly of yourself. Now I'll show you the gap between us. Son Gohan said with a look of disdain. The breath on the body keeps rising. It has been tried out that the maximum combat power attribute dropped by the system is 1 million. It's time to show real technology. What? Gohan's strength is really bottomless. Klin sensed that Son Gohan's breath kept rising. He couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of spit. Little ghost, you are also too arrogant. Gula angrily rushed to Son Gohan. I want to twist the neck of the other person. This little bastard is so unsightly. Bang! Gula came and went faster. It turned out that it was Son Gohan who kicked the other party back. Chapter 051. No, it can't be. When Gula flew back upside down, it occurred to his mind that this was not true. How could this scion imp be so fierce? That's 100% of my strength. It must have been because I was too careless just now to fall for the scion attack. Yes, definitely. What's impossible, next year today will be your death day. Don't think about leaving when you come. At this time, Gula's ears once again heard Son Gohan's voice. Rumble. It turned out that the other party had caught up with his body and flew out upside down. A punch slammed into Gula's body. Wow! A mouthful of blood spat out, and his body flew out again. Super Sai Son Gohan followed like a shadow, constantly washing back and forth against Gula's body in the air. It's like playing soccer alone. He never dreamed that he would travel thousands of miles to Earth to seek revenge, and now he was treated as a plaything. It's so powerful, I didn't expect the tough Gula to be kicked by Gohan as a ball. Yes, Gohan is really too perverted. With him sitting on the Earth, he will not be afraid of some demons and monsters coming to invade the Earth in the future. You also said that if we don't practice well, we will only be the masses who eat melons in the future. What you said is right, we must work hard to cultivate and catch up with Gohan in the future. The eyes of the crowd are full of light, which is really inspiring. Everyone chatted happily with me every word. But because the Earthlings have a limited physique, they want to catch up with Son Gohan, which is simply delusional. Magic Flash. Son Gohan kicked Gula's body upwards. Put your hands on top of your head and start condensing energy. What? I won't lose. I'm going to blast everything out of your place. Supernova. Gula saw Son Gohan condense a big wave. He felt a chill down his spine. In the face of life and death, Gula will also be afraid. He struggled with all his strength to break free of the impact. Begin to condense energy waves. Concentrate your chi with one finger to form a giant ball of energy that can destroy a planet. Gula wants to blast the planet and the people here into cosmic dust. The scion, who was once regarded as an ant in his eyes, was now able to crush him. How can Gula bear this humiliation? He wants to destroy everything here. It's time for the game to end. Son Gohan's huge pillar of energy light blasted towards Gula in the air. He felt no need to fight any further. It's going to be over, let it all turn into cosmic dust. Gula threw the ball of terrifying energy that covered the sky at Son Gohan. He wants to turn this place into ashes, all that has brought him humiliation. Rumble. Two huge strands of energy collided together in an instant. Suddenly, sand and stones flew away, kicking up dust in the sky. The cracks in the ground are bottomless. The whole planet shook for it. Gula's huge energy was slowly pushed back by the magic flash. Gohan, you must hold on. Our planet depends on you. Come on. Everyone watching the battle was clenched with their fists clenched. These two forces are simply terrifying. The ground that was closed together collapsed, and they all flew into the air to watch. Future Trunks was also shocked to see the confrontation between the two. I didn't expect that teacher Son Gohan in this time and space would be so powerful. The enemy that he can't deal with is simply no different from playing in his hands. Vic saw that Son Gohan's magic flashing energy wave was so powerful, and his heart also blossomed. I didn't expect Lao Tzu's trick to be so powerful in Gohan's hands. Sun Wukong looked at his son and Gula with a confident expression. He couldn't help but look at Vic with gratitude in his eyes. Vegeta's eyes were full of anger. Damn stinky imp, I didn't expect your combat power to increase so quickly. You wait for me, and one day I will surpass you. Stinky little devil, go to hell. Gula's forehead was bruised, and his eyes were bloodshot. He frantically pumped out into the ball of energy. The huge energy ball instantly skyrocketed twofold. Noisy. Son Gohan was full of firepower, and a very dazzling strong light made people unable to open their eyes. The huge energy light pillar of the magic flash instantly turned into a blue-white flame, devouring the Gula energy light ball at an unstoppable speed. Ah! Gula let out a miserable scream, and his body was melted by the pillar of energy light. The fate of their three fathers and sons is the same, becoming a speck of dust in the universe. Since then, a generation of emperors has fallen. In the anime, Gula comes to Earth to find Sun Wukong to take revenge, and sends a Kigong wave to the sun for the turtle. After being beaten into the sun, he did not actually die, but half of his head was still alive. He relies on the high-tech chip of the cosmic tomb of Bixta Star to repair his body. And the device on his body constantly regenerates and increases his strength. His own energy reaches 10 billion, turning into a mechanical Gula. The body is wrapped by countless mechanical chips, and the body shape has become a lot larger. The head except for the right side is the original body, and the left side is replaced by a machine/chip. But now that Gurutun has no body and cells left, he can only wait for reincarnation in the next life. Pick it all up. Son Gohan revoked the form of the super race and said silently in his heart. A steady stream of combat power attributes frantically poured into his limbs. The combat power data in the personal attribute panel is beating wildly. After a few breaths, he felt that the data of combat effectiveness slowly stopped beating. The combat strength is 80 million, which means that after this battle, it is enough to earn 30 million combat effectiveness. Yay, finally won! Ha ha ha, it's still Gohan reliable. I knew that victory was only ours. Yes, I've always had faith in Gohan. Everyone you say a word, and dance happily. With Son Gohan sitting on the earth, he is not afraid of any demons and monsters. Heavenly Temple. The God of Heaven, whose face was full of wrinkles, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with his hand. He didn't expect that a scion would appear out of thin air on the earth, which made him slightly shocked. But I didn't expect that the other party was actually to help the earth solve the crisis. In the future, when Trunks transforms into a Super Saiyan and can't beat the invaders. The god broke out in a cold sweat, but he didn't expect the aliens' combat power to be so terrifying. Fortunately, the Super Sai Son Gohan crushed and killed the other party later, otherwise the earth would be in danger. He nodded in satisfaction. I didn't expect that this small body contained such terrifying energy. The physique of the Scions is really too perverted. This was the first time he had seen Son Gohan's true strength. Chapter 052. What the? This guy turned out to be Trunks, who came back from time and space in the future. He is also the child of Vegeta and Boomer. And in 3 years there will be powerful artificial humans? Son Goku died of a chronic heart attack and was unable to participate in the battle. Everyone is dying in battle to protect the earth, and the world will be controlled by artificial humans in the future. The people of the earth live in misery, like rats crossing the street, surviving. The Nemesis have a special physique, and their hearing is exceptionally strong. After Vic heard the conversation between Son Gohan and the future Trunks, it was like being scorched by a bolt of lightning. I was shocked by this explosive news. It's just incredible. Hearing what future Trunks said, Son Gohan was not surprised. Because he knows that the artificial people in the main spacetime are very different from the future spacetime. Main spacetime number 17 and number 18 did not treat humans as ants like future spacetime, and took pleasure in killing and destroying. They were created for the purpose of killing the Monkey King. Because when he was a child, Sun Wukong personally destroyed the Red Ribbon Legion. And the one who created the artificial human was Dr. Gro of the Red Ribbon Legion. Gohan-sensei, I hope you don't reveal my identity for the time being. Because the parents in this time and space are not together yet. Future Trunks and Son Gohan said on the other side. He feared that when everyone knew his identity, he might change history. As a result, he was not born smoothly. You can rest assured that we won't say it. Son Gohan's eyes couldn't help but look at Vic Omega. He knew that the Namex people had a special physique, and they could hear each other's conversations even from a distance. Now his body is fused with the bloodline of the Namex people, and the conversation between Tianjin Fan and the others on the other side can be heard. Gohan-sensei, your strength is so strong, I would like to ask you to help us eliminate artificial humans in the future. Future Trunks said with a sincere face. He doesn't want the mother of time and space in the future and the people of Earth to be threatened by artificial humans again. No problem. Son Gohan agreed. He took a fancy to the infinite energy attributes on the cyborg 17 and 18. Because the two were normal people at the beginning, they were only arrested by Dr. Gro to reform later. Gohan-sensei, let's go now. Future Trunks took the universal capsule from the convenience box, pressed it and threw it aside. Boom! With a sound, a time machine appeared. He opened the window door and walked in, his eyes involuntarily looking at Vegeta. Goodbye, Dad. It's a pleasure to meet you this time. Daddy, Uncle Bike, hello everyone. This friend is here to ask me for help, I'll go with him now. I'll be back when I'm done with what I'm doing. Son Gohan flashed in front of everyone and said hello. He handed the special medicine in his hand to Vic and said, Uncle Vic, you explain it to them. Son. Gohan and future Trunks disappeared in front of them in a time machine. What? That kid turned out to be a crosser. On May 12, 767, the artificial man number 19 appeared in Nandu town. That's 3 years later. When everyone heard what Vic said, they couldn't believe it. It's also bizarre. Vic did not reveal Trunks' identity. The enemy is so powerful, should we find it out and kill it? Klin said cautiously. The unknown enemy is the most terrifying, and he doesn't want to take this risk. Yes, that's a good idea. We can strangle danger in the cradle. Yamcha is also very much in favor of such a decision. Because he also felt that there was no need to take risks, not to mention that he died once. If any of you dare to do this, I will kill whoever you want. Vegeta said with a fierce look. Scions are strong when they are strong, and the fastest way to become stronger is to fight. Everyone's eyes looked at Sun Wukong, wanting to hear his opinion. I also want to fight strong opponents. Sun Wukong said with a look of excitement. As soon as he heard that there was a strong opponent, his heart stirred. Ahem, actually, I'm not done yet. The Monkey King will die of chronic heart virus in 3 years, and he did not participate in this battle. This young man came to deliver a special medicine for heart disease. Vic broke another eye-catching news. Then he handed over the special medicine in his hand to Sun Wukong. Everyone was shocked. The powerful Scion Monkey King will actually die of illness. It's ironic to think about. A warrior does not die on the battlefield, but on sickness. Wow, it scares me to death. I didn't expect there to be a special drug. Sun Wukong patted his chest and said with a shocked face. He didn't think so much, it would be good to have a special drug. Then let's take our leave. Now we have to step up our efforts to cultivate to meet the battle in 3 years. Tianjin Rice and Dumplings said a word, and then flew into the air. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from everyone's sight. Vegeta also flew in the direction of the western capital. Next time I have to become a Super Saiyan. Everyone left one after another and went back to their respective places to cultivate. Future time and space. Capital. Yay! There are several crows hovering in the air, and they make calls from time to time. It's a dead city, like purgatory on earth. There were ruins everywhere, buildings collapsed and dilapidated. It's as if a big war has just been experienced here. The ground was full of potholes, as if it had been bombarded, and there was a trace of black smoke. The smell of gun smoke filled the air. One corpse after another, lying in a pool of blood. Stumps and severed arms are everywhere. Suddenly, a time machine suddenly appeared in the air. And then slowly descend. Damn, I didn't expect that Pa City has also fallen. Future Trunks looked at the ruined Pa City and said with an angry face. It was only a long time before the artificial humans began to wreak havoc again. Trunks, please mourn. Everything will be fine. When Son Gohan saw this scene, his eyes were also cold. The artificial humans of this time and space are murderous. Take pleasure in killing and destroying. Gohan-sensei, we'll go find artificial humans now. They should be destroying Peepa City, I can feel it. Trunks said through gritted teeth. He has dealt with artificial humans for so long. Through some special channels, you can feel that the energy of artificial humans is fluctuating. In the future, Trunks turned the time machine into a universal capsule and put it away. A strong aura erupted from his body, and he was about to fly in the direction of Peepa City. Do you still use flying? Too slow. Son Gohan raised his hand to grab the future Trunks who was about to take off. As soon as he came to the future space-time, his powerful perception locked onto the planet. He knew where Cyborg 17 and 18 were. Brush. Son Gohan and future Trunks disappeared in place. Chapter 053. Peepa City. Thundered. One energy bombardment after another slammed into one building after another. The explosion was deafening. It's as if you've been attacked by a missile. There were fires everywhere. The entire high-rise building collapsed in an instant, and smoke and dust were everywhere. There were screams and wails everywhere. It's numb to hear. It turned out that half an hour ago, artificial humans suddenly attacked here. Number 17, who has a red scarf around his neck, and number 18, who has blonde hair, have energy waves on their hands that are constantly attacking the buildings and people here. I saw buildings explode and collapse and the people here crying and wailing. Their hearts are extremely happy. Little mice, let's play a game. You're going to run hard for me right now. After 10 minutes, the two of us will shoot. If you can run away during this time, then congratulations on your life. Cyborg number 17 and number 18 were suspended in the air, looking playfully at the people here. Now they are going to play the game of eagle catching mouse. Everyone's eyes widened and they were completely calmed by these two demons. Now there is chaos everywhere, and it is impossible to escape here in 10 minutes. But if you have a chance, you have to fight. The people of the city of Peep ran away. Suddenly, there was a mess everywhere. 10 minutes in the blink of an eye. Ha ha ha, when the time comes, you are ready to die. Hee hee, weak human, it's not that I don't give you a chance. It's that you don't know how to cherish it, then you can't blame us. The 17th and 18th let out demonic laughter. They issued an ultimatum to the crowd. You two demons, this is to drive us to extinction. I don't want to die, Lord Trunks, come and save us. Mom, farewell, we'll see you in the next life. Lord Trunks, come quickly. The men, women, and children of Peepa City wailed. At this time, everyone was facing death. Now they can only pray in silence. Hopefully, Earth's great hero, Trunks, comes to their rescue. Ha ha ha. Trunks? That little mouse can't protect itself, how could it come to rescue you? Just die obediently. Cyborg 17 and 18 showed an evil smile at the corner of their mouths. A ball of energy slowly began to condense in his hand. The two of them pointed the energy ball at the people underground and threw it down. The people below were desperate when they saw this situation. Some closed their eyes, as if they had resigned themselves to their fate. As long as this one can bring the ball down, the entire city disappears in an instant. Brush! Suddenly, two people suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The two of them raised their hands and knocked two energy projectiles away. Thundered. Two energy bombs exploded in the distance. Two mushroom clouds soared into the sky, and the power was as if they were two missiles. Everyone was pulled back to reality by this loud noise. Lord Trunks, are you really here to save us? Am I hallucinating? Hallucinations? I saw it too. It's really great, it seems that my prayers really work. We don't have to die this time. That's right, Son Gohan used his teleportation skill to rush here before the moment of a shot. Knocked the falling energy projectile out. Trunks, you came here after all. I thought you were going to be a shrunken-headed turtle. But I didn't expect to finally catch you out. 17's face showed a smile of intrigue. It turns out that all this is to be able to lure Trunks out. Just now, the two siblings will go around destroying everywhere. Now that the fish has finally taken the bait, how can you not be happy? Artificial humans, you two demon heads, today is your time to die. The enemy blushed when he saw him, and Trunks said through gritted teeth. Then he turned to Son Gohan and said, Gohan-sensei, please ask you. Hee hee, Trunks, so you went to the rescue. What did you just call him? Gohan-sensei? No wonder it's so familiar, it turned out to be Son Gohan when he was a child. It seems that the last time you escaped, you took a time machine back in time. Trunks, you actually found Son Gohan when you were a child, were you stupid by us? How strong could Son Gohan's combat power be when he was a child? Are you trying to laugh at both of us? Ha ha ha. Wait until we kill you, and then take the space-time machine to travel to other space-time machines. The 17th and 18th are ridiculing Trunks and Son Gohan. Unexpectedly, he traveled back in time and found Son Gohan when he was a child to fight with himself. Trunks really got his head in the water. Now only Trunks on Earth can fight them. Other normal people are all waste. One energy ball can kill an entire piece. Wait a moment to kill Trunks, and then use the time machine to play in another time and space. You two are too arrogant too. Son Gohan looked at the artificial humanity with interest. The 18th is worthy of being the otaku goddess in Dragon Ball. He has short blonde hair, a bumpy figure, and a face with exquisite facial features. It is a pity that the artificial humans of this time and space are hopeless. They were born to destroy and kill, losing their humanity. Arrogant? No, right? Son Gohan, I'll let you see what is arrogant today. Number 178 smiled charmingly and rushed over to Son Gohan. When Son Gohan saw it, he flew to the other side. There are still many ordinary people behind him. If you fight here, it will affect a lot of people. What's wrong? Did you run away when you saw your sister? 18th saw Son Gohan flying to the side, and couldn't help but laugh. She also thought that the other party was afraid of herself. After all, the other party is just a little brat. The 18th flew away after Son Gohan. On the 17th, let's find a place to settle the general ledger. Trunks looked angrily at 17. Then his body slowly levitated and chased in the direction of Son Gohan. Number 17 smiled wickedly and chased them out. It scared me to death just now. Fortunately, Lord Trunks appeared, and we only survived. Or we'll all be dead. After the androids, Trunks, Son Gohan, and others flew away. Everyone was relieved. This feeling of escaping death is so cool. Everyone prayed silently. Hopefully, Trunks and the kid will kill these two demons. Save the people of the earth from this dire situation. I hope that everyone can live in peace. Son Gohan, where to escape? The 18th has been chasing behind Son Gohan. She was a little impatient, and casually threw an energy bomb at the other party. Chapter 054. Future Space-Time. On a large mountain, a man and a woman are suspended. Number 18, you are rushing to reincarnation. Son Gohan raised his hand and knocked the blasted energy bullet away. He stopped and asked at number 18. Sister likes people with little tempers like you. Wait a minute, I hope you can still be so tough. Number 18 didn't smile angrily, she thought it was very interesting. People here saw that the two siblings were scared to death. Ordinary people have no power to resist at all, but she finds it uninteresting. I'm always so tough. Let you feel the taste of death too. Son Gohan exploded, and a huge aura came out of his body. The whole planet trembled. At this time, Trunks and 17 also arrived at the scene. They were also in no hurry to make a move, quietly looking at Son Gohan and number 18. You scions just love those bells and whistles. Transform into a super scion like you, come and I'll kill one. Number 18 said with an excited look. Seeing that someone could finally confront her, her eyes lit up. Yes. Then we'll see. As soon as Super Son Gohan's voice fell, the person suddenly disappeared in place. When he appeared, he had already come to the front of number 18, and it was a left hook. What? How could he be so fast? Number 18 just felt that his eyes flashed, and Son Gohan came in front of him. Before he could react, he was punched in the face. The body of the 18th flew to the side like a kite with a broken thread. It's not over yet, don't you like to play? Let's have fun. Mad Death Beam. Son Gohan teleported and appeared where the 18th flew and waited. Pointing towards the flying 18th, energy bombardments in his fingers blasted over. He did not pity Xiang Yu, and he shot mercilessly. Boom! Ah! 18's body kept being shot. Heart-rending screams kept coming out. 18. 17 saw the continuous bullets and heart-rending screams of 18's body in the air. He was so anxious that he wanted to come on and help. Number 17, don't forget, your opponent is me. Trunks instantly changed into a super race form. Spread out your arms like a large figure, blocking the way of the 17th. He didn't expect Gohan Sensei to be so powerful and suppress number 18 so quickly. Fuck off! 17 shot out angrily, and energy bombardments blasted out. He wanted to blast Trunks away, he wanted to save 18. Trunks dodged left and right, frantically dodging the attacks of these energy bombs. Because the combat effectiveness of the two is not much different, there is no need for him to hard connect these energy eggs. Ding! The front drops the combat power attribute 100,000. Drop combat power attribute plus 100,000. Ding! Drop the infinite energy attribute ahead. At this time, Son Gohan's mind kept sounding the system's prompts. This is followed by the drop of an infinite amount of attributes. Pick it all up. Infinite energy attributes and combat power attributes frantically poured into Son Gohan's body. Sure enough, as I guessed, the 17th and 18th were transformed. The artificial human body is just a miniature bomb installed, and the rest of the place is original. So unlimited energy may drop. In the future, I will also be a person with unlimited energy. If you don't use big wars, you will be weak. In Dragon Ball, Monkey King often does bad things because of exhaustion and physical exhaustion. At the time of the Shiru chapter, after the battle between Sun Wukong and Shailu, his physical strength was exhausted, and he was ravaged by little Shailu. At the time of the Majin Buu chapter, Sun Wukong turned into Super Saiyan 3, because he did not have enough energy to maintain this form to lose to Majin Buu. There is also the time when the Genki bomb is used at the end to destroy Majin Buu. It was also because of his lack of physical strength, and he was almost pushed back by the other party. In the end, he could only make a wish to Shenlong and restore Sun Wukong's physical strength before killing the demon Buu. To die. Drunken Man 17 does not mean to drink. Taking advantage of the gap where Trunks dodged, he pointed the energy bomb at Son Gohan. That's his ultimate goal. Not good. Trunks found himself deceived. The target of the 17th is teacher Son Gohan. Good to go. Super Sai Son Gohan also aimed his hand at number 17. He is also now a person with unlimited energy. There is simply no fear of a war of attrition with the 17th. Boom! The energy waves of the two kept colliding in the air. One after another energy exploded instantly. Smoke billowed out. Burst. At this time, number 18 spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body was covered with scaly wounds. It was clear that he had suffered a significant injury. She was covered in a shawl and her clothes were tattered. It's like a beggar. Abominable, unforgivable. Son. Realize. Rice, you dare to hurt the old lady like this. I want you to die. No 18's beautiful eyes were bloodshot, and she looked like she wanted to eat people. She raised her hand to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth and roared angrily. Ever since Dr. Gro transformed them, they hadn't suffered such a blow. The two siblings have never met each other. Scions who were once toyed with by them. Now it can make her so embarrassed. This humiliation made her unbearable. She clenched her fists tightly. Her nails were stuck in her flesh, and blood fell down the tips of her fingers. Now the 18th has lost its rationality. Like a mad cow, she rushed towards Son Gohan. Number 18, your opponent is me. Trunks didn't expect to fall for the 17th. And now he flashed and stopped in front of the 18th. If you blocked the 17th number for Gohan Sensei just now, on the 18th, he may have been killed by the teacher. Fuck off. 18 shot angrily, and there was a fierce attack on Trunks. The two scuffled together in an instant. Ding! Drop the combat power attribute plus 1 million. 18 sweeping legs, against Trunks' head is a kick. Bang! Trunks raised his hand to block, and then set a punch to blast into the opponent's lower abdomen. Ah! Her body flew back upside down. Trunks is with him, never giving his opponent a chance to breathe. In a flash, he appeared in front of the 18th and kicked the opponent into the air. Then kicked the 18th in the air like a man playing football. The current 18th is completely out of state. She has been carried away by anger and has lost the ability to judge. Coupled with the physical injury, he will be abused by Trunks. Number 18, come on. Trunks vented all the resentment in his heart. He drew his sword from behind his back and roared with a hideous face. Chapter 055. How is that possible? My power is endless. How can you possibly bombard me for so long and haven't exhausted your energy? Number 17 asked with a shocked look. He wanted to use the infinite energy of his body to consume Son Gohan's energy. But I didn't expect that the two had been fighting each other for so long, and the other party was not physically exhausted at all. He couldn't help but wonder. Nothing is impossible. Do you think you only have unlimited physical strength and energy? Son Gohan said with a happy face. Coming to the future time and space is for unlimited energy. Now that I try it, it's a wonderful feeling. The two of them were crazy about the output just now, and now the energy in their bodies is not less at all. It's like a fountain, inexhaustible. It's a really cool feeling. What? Do you also have unlimited energy? When number 17 heard Son Gohan's words, he was shocked. I didn't expect Son Gohan in another time and space to be so perverted. Congratulations, that's right. Reward you with a fist. Super Sai Son Gohan's body suddenly appeared behind number 17. A heavy punch hit him in the back. Wow! There was a sharp pain behind the 17th. A powerful impact blasted him out. Feel it well, what death tastes like. As soon as Son Gohan's voice fell, his body slowly disappeared. When it appeared, it was already waiting for the arrival of the 17th ahead. Bang! Another heavy punch slammed into the opponent's lower abdomen. Burst! The 17th spurted out a mouthful of old blood. A piercing pain made him hold his stomach arched like a prawn in both hands. The combat effectiveness of the two is not at the same level at all. Like artificial humans in future time and space, they have no humanity and are not worthy of living in this world at all. Son Gohan's subordinates showed no mercy and destroyed the other party with one punch. This. How can it be? No. Believe it. Ahem. 17's body kept coughing. A feeling of death enveloped his entire body in an instant. He never thought he would have such a day. The super scions of this time and space, they can all play with it. And in another time and space, Sun Wuhan when he was a child would be so powerful. It's just unbelievable. Nothing is impossible. I haven't used my true strength yet. The gap between us is just too big. To you, I don't even have the desire to strike. Son Gohan grabbed No 17's head and threw it in the direction of Trunks. The current 17th simply lost the ability to fight. It's at the mercy of others. Trunks has always paid attention to the battle on Son Gohan's side. When he saw the other party throwing the number 17 towards him, he decisively abandoned the attack on the 18th. And egg. Finish. He wailed to the 17 that Trunks flew over, and his back chilled. A sense of fear of death spread throughout the body in an instant. It's like being splashed with cold water, cold from head to toe. Is this what death feels like? It's terrifying. Go and die, number 17. Trunks carried his sword and slashed at the flying 17. Brush, brush, brush. Poor 17 was cut into countless pieces in an instant. Trunks sent another wave of energy, turning the opponent's corpse into powder. Number 17. Number 18 saw number 17 die in front of him like this. She cried out in tears and tears her heart to 17. Because Trunks abandoned the attack on the 18th. It gave her a chance to escape. Ha ha ha. It's ridiculous. Number 18, do you have feelings too? You have killed so many people, don't people have family affection? Trunks smirked angrily. Now I can finally get rid of these two demons for my dead father and the people of Earth. Trunks, I fought with you. Number 18 finally calmed down. She was an energy attack on Trunks. Then one moves at high speed and flies to the other side. The most important way now is to run for your life first. Heal the wounds first, and then seek revenge on them. Number 18, where to escape. Trunks saw that the other party wanted to escape. His body erupted with a powerful momentum. Chased in the direction of the 18th. Golden binding technique. Super Sai Son Gohan's body flashed, and he blocked in front of number 18. He is facing the other party to cast a superpower, confines the other party's actions. If he escapes by 18th, it will be difficult to find him together. Because they have no breath on their artificial humans at all. How is this possible? My body couldn't move anymore. Number 18 was terrified and felt that his body was completely unable to move. This has never happened before. It turned out that in the face of life and death, she would also be afraid. Go and die. Trunks didn't care if 18 could move. As soon as he flashed in front of the other party, it was a flurry of slashes. Brush, brush, brush. The 18th was cut into countless pieces in an instant. Trunks' alone energy waves instantly blasted the other party into powder. I never dreamed that the rescuers invited by Trunks would be so powerful. How vulnerable were their two siblings Son Gohan in front of them when they were children? It's over. It's all over. Dad, Gohan-sensei, the people of the earth, I finally avenge you. Trunks roared heartbreakingly. A wish that had been suppressed for years had finally been fulfilled. Now I can finally put the burden on my body. It's been a shame all these years. In order to live, he endured hardships. His tears couldn't help but flow. Son Gohan withdrew his Super Saiyan form. Now Trunks, it will be fine to vent his resentment for many years. Pick it all up. The combat power attribute on the ground, like a river, flowed into his body. The combat effectiveness has broken through to 100 million. The people of the earth, artificial humans have finally been wiped out. In the future, there is no need for everyone to worry about living. People hiding in basements can also come out for a new life. After Trunks vented for a while, he roared a few times on his back. He wanted to spread this good news to the ears of everyone as soon as possible. Because Trunks is still in super race form. His voice was like a broadcast, resounding for 100 miles. This is Lord Trunks' voice. He said he had wiped out the artificial humans. Okay, finally down with the artificial humans. Lord Trunks, you are a hero to our people. Mom, the earth is finally safe. Now I can finally live with peace of mind. When everyone heard Trunks' words, they cried with joy. Some people shouted happily, and some danced. They were so touched to hear the news. The people are finally free. In the future, there will be no need to hide and live secretly. Chapter 056. Future Space-Time. What? The time machine has no energy. It takes a year to replenish energy. Son Gohan looked at Trunks with a puzzled expression. He didn't expect that it would take a year to replenish his energy. I'm sorry, Gohan-sensei. Because artificial humans are destroying everywhere, energy is scarce. We have no choice but to wrong you to live here for a while. Trunks said with an embarrassed look. When he invited Son Gohan over, he didn't think about this problem at all. It's okay, let's just go on vacation here. Son Gohan patted Trunks' shoulder and comforted. There is no way to change it, and that can only be accepted. Let me take you to see my mother, he will be very happy to see you. Trunks said with a look of excitement. He wants to bring this good news back to the western capital as soon as possible. The two flew in the direction of the western capital. Zidu. It has long been in ruins. The masses of the western capital, there is no need to hide in the future. The androids have been wiped out by me. Everyone can start a new life in peace in the future. Trunks came over the Siju and shouted. He wants to spread the news to everyone's ears. This is Lord Trunks' voice. It's really good that the androids are finally wiped out. In the future, we won't have to live in hiding. Thank you, Lord Trunks. After Trunks finished speaking, he saw some people slowly walking on the ground. These men and women were all ragged, but their faces were full of smiles and a desire for life. Everyone was talking happily. They wept with joy. All these years I have been living in hiding. It's like a rat crossing the street. For fear of being discovered by artificial humans. It's all in ruins. Where do you live? Son Gohan saw that the ground was pitted and white bones could be seen everywhere. Not a single building is good, all are dilapidated. Gohan-sensei, you and I will know. Trunks walked in front and beckoned to Son Gohan with him. The two came to the basement. It's brightly lit. Trunks turned around and came to a laboratory. Now there is only one scientist on Earth, Boomer. Her 10 fingers kept tapping on the keyboard. As if studying something. Mom, I'm back. We successfully returned to the previous time and space, and met my father. I also brought teacher Son Gohan over. Together, we wiped out the androids. Don't worry about living in the basement in the future. Trunks quickly came to Boomer's side and said with a happy face. He was so excited that he wanted to show off when he saw his mother. He is happy like a child now. In fact, Trunks is only 16 or 17 years old. It's just that he carries too much and looks more mature and responsible than his peers. Child, you've suffered all these years. Boomer put down his work and touched Trunks' head. She looked at her son with a distressed expression. I haven't seen Trunks smile in a long time. Hello, Aunt Boomer. Son Gohan saw Boomer in the future time and space and greeted him with a smile. The Boomer of future time and space, youth is no longer there. There are crow's feet at the corners of the eyes, and there is a sense of maturity that still exists. It may be that the living conditions in this time and space are too poor. She was not well maintained, and her face was relatively old. Thank you, Gohan. I didn't expect to see you again. It's great that you can come to this time and space and help us eliminate artificial humans. Boomer thanked Son Gohan sincerely. If it weren't for the other party, he could come to the future time and space to help Trunks. I don't know how long it will take to get out of this life. Aunt Boomer, you are so polite. I want to ask, is the mother of this time and space still there? Son Gohan looked at Boomer and smiled. He also wanted to know if Kiki in the future time and space was still alive. Your mother is still here. I used to persuade her to move in with me, and everyone took care of each other. But she declined my invitation. Kiki said that Bunzishan is full of too many good memories, and that it is her home. If she sees you, she will definitely fly happily. Boomer is also looking forward to the meeting of Kiki and Son Gohan. As a mother, if you can see your son again. What a happy thing it was. Then you talk first, I'll go see the mother in the future time and space. Son Gohan thought of this time and space mother, Kiki. Kiki should be the most miserable woman in this time and space, right? When he was young, the future Monkey King fell ill and died. In middle age, his future son Gohan was killed by an artificial man. But the so-called white-haired person sends the black-haired person. Brush. Son Gohan's body suddenly disappeared into the basement. Bun Mountain. Goku, Gohan, you two father and son are so ruthless. I was left alone here. I miss you so much. Kiki said to herself with a sad face. Tears fell down their eyes, and the crying pear blossoms brought rain, and I saw pity. She has nothing to do now, so she likes to talk to Sun Wukong's father and son. Boomer also persuaded him to move in with her, and everyone took care of each other. But Kiki refused. Because Bun Mountain is his home. It's full of memories of their family. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of the gate. It turned out that Son Gohan used the skill of teleportation to come to Bunzishan's own home. Kiki seemed to have telepathized. She slowly turned her head to look at the gate. Hee, Gohan, it looks like I miss you so much. I actually saw you as a child. Don't really say, when you were a child, you looked pretty good. Kiki slowly stood up and walked to Son Gohan with her own words. She was afraid that if she walked too fast, her dream would wake up. Son Gohan will also disappear with him. Mom. When Son Gohan saw this poor woman, his eyes were also infected. Tears flowed involuntarily. It seems that Son Gohan's memory is responsible. Gohan, Mom misses you so much. I didn't expect that it would be so real in my dreams. Kiki came to Son Gohan and gently touched her son's face. Mom, I miss you so much. I'm a real Son Gohan. Son Gohan took Kiki into his arms. The mother in this time and space is so pitiful. I know, you are my son. I hope this dream doesn't wake up again so I can be with Gohan. Kiki said with a happy face. She was so happy. It's really God's favor. Mom, you're not dreaming. You touch it, I have a heartbeat. It's the time machine invented by Aunt Boomer. I followed Trunks to travel to the future. After the two hugged each other for a while, Kiki's mood also calmed down. Son Gohan explained everything to Kiki. Chapter 057. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Now that the artificial humans have finally been eliminated, you can stop and take a break. Trunks lay on a large rock on Bun Hill. Now the whole planet is rebuilding its home. Because the artificial humans have all been wiped out. Earth's buildings were also destroyed. Trunks was busy and came to Bun Mountain to find teacher Son Gohan. Now Son Gohan lives with his future mother Kiki in Bunza Mountain. Trunks, now you are a warrior in this time and space. You must not give up cultivation. In the future, the earth will still need your protection. Son Gohan thinks of the future time and space, and there will also be the evil realm king god Zama's and the black Goku with an evil smile. Zama's was originally the realm king of the 10th universe. Because of his super strength, he was selected by the 10th universe king god Gervis as the candidate of the realm king god. But he has a distorted view of good and evil, and cannot tolerate any evil he deems to be evil. Being a god is prejudiced against humans. It is believed that human beings, referring to all non-godly intelligent races in the universe, can only abuse violence and cause war. And disagreed with Master Kvaz on whether human beings are worth guarding. The result is a terrifying plan, Project Human Zero, that affects multiple parallel universes. Black Goku is actually another space-time 10th universe king god Zama's. Another time and space trainee world king god Zama's successfully killed the master. Snatched the Potara earring and the time ring to become the 10th universe king god. And exchanged his body with Super Dragon Ball with the Monkey King a year later in another time and space. Black Goku kills the universe's king god and destroys the Super Dragon Ball after Zama's made a wish to obtain the immortal body. Since the god of destruction and the god of the realm king are symbiotic, with the death of the god of the realm, the god of destruction will also die, the angels also sleep. Therefore, there will be no other gods, except all kings, in the future time and space. There are only two Zamas, Black Goku from another time and space, and Zama's, who was originally in the future time and space. Master Gohan, do you know something? Trunks looked at Son Gohan with a puzzled expression. He vaguely felt that the teacher knew something. Trunks, there is something that will not do you any good to know. It is enough for you to practice hard and protect your Earth. Son Gohan said with a serious face. I hope that the people of Earth and Trunks and others in the future time and space will live well. Gohan Sensei, I know. I hope you can train me again. Trunks said with a sincere look. He missed the scene when he practiced with Gohan Sensei before. Okay, let's make a comparison. Son Gohan thought that he couldn't go back now anyway, It's better to cultivate here with peace of mind. Not to mention that there is also a good Super Saiyan Trunks sparring here. Even if the system picks up combat power attributes, it will also gain a lot. Gohan-sensei, can you show me your true strength? Trunks rolled with a carp and jumped up from the rock. He looked at Sun Wuhan with a sincere face. He was curious to know where his teacher's true strength had come. You boy, let you see my true strength. Ah, son. Gohan's body instantly erupted with a terrifying aura. Rumble. Son Gohan instantly transforms into a Super Saiyan. His whole body was wrapped in golden flames. Super Saiyan 1 full power. Can maintain the state of Super Saiyan form for a long time. Also the most ideal Super Saiyan state. The advantage of full power is that it overcomes the shortcomings of Super Saiyans who consume physical strength too quickly in battle. Maximizes the potential combat power of Super Saiyan 1. And it avoids the energy loss that ordinary Super Saiyans will incur even if they don't fight. This is the Saiyan 1 full power. Being able to maintain this form for a long time is also the most ideal state for the Saiyan. Because he consumes very little energy. Son Gohan explained. Now his basic strength is 100 million. 50 times higher after becoming a Super Saiyan. Then the current combat strength is 5 billion yuan. Good, good. Trunks nodded like a machine in shock. This breath is too powerful, just like the vast universe. It's not over yet. Son Gohan, surprised by Trunks, said another word that shocked the eyeballs. His breath kept rising. What? This, how is this possible? Trunks was completely blown away. You can stuff a duck egg in your mouth. Rumble. A burst of energy rose up into the sky. The whole sky is covered with dark clouds, and there is still lightning in the sky. The ground cracked one after another, and the depth could not be seen. The whole earth began to shake. Ah! Son Gohan's body shot out a dazzling light, making it impossible to open people's eyes. The place where he stood instantly sunken. Smoke billowed on the ground. A minute later, the sky returned to normal and the ground stopped shaking. After the smoke cleared, a figure was revealed. Son Gohan's golden aura turns into a jet instead of a flame. The hair stands on end, and there is lightning around the body when it emits energy. Cracking sound. Lightning also makes a sound from time to time. This form is cooler than Super Saiyan, full power, and his eyes will become sharper. Trunks looked stunned. This force made him despair. There are simply no words to describe it. This is Super Saiyan 2. The combat effectiveness has increased 100-fold on the original basis. Son Gohan looked at Trunks with sharp eyes. This force is fantastic. That is, the combat effectiveness now has 10 billion. Ultra. Class Saiyan 2? After. Trunks met Son Gohan's eyes. The footsteps involuntarily took 2 steps back. Super Saiyan even has a second form. I always thought that transforming into a Super Saiyan was the ultimate form. It turned out that my vision was lowered. It's not over yet. Realm King Fist. Son Gohan's body was wrapped in fiery red terrifying aura. The whole earth was shaking violently, and lightning and thunder were roaring in the air. Gohan-sensei, hurry up and stop, the earth will soon be unable to stand this force. Seeing this scene, Trunks quickly shouted at Son Gohan. If this power continues to increase, I am afraid that the earth will be destroyed. Gohan-sensei's power is unfathomable. Even the entire planet could not withstand this terrifying aura. I see. Son Gohan slowly lowered his breath. Then removed the Super Saiyan form on his body. Chapter 058. Trunks, I'll take you to a place. Sun Wuhan just now turned into a super second form, and his perception instantly increased 100 times. He sensed a faint breath, which came and went. Because all the martial artists on Earth have been wiped out by artificial humans. There is no other breath at all. Then there is only one possibility now, which is a small bug hiding under the ground. Shrew. The ultimate artificial human created by Dr. Grow. Cells with many masters. The purpose is to absorb Cyborg 17 and Cyborg 18 into complete bodies. In the anime, Shrew kills another time and space Trunks. Because he was too large to ride the time machine, he turned into a juvenile and shuttled to the main time and space. Hidden underground for several years, he was not born until the 17th and 18th came out. He absorbed Cyborg 17 by force and turned into a semi-mature body. Later, he was given the opportunity by Vegeta to absorb Cyborg 18 and become a complete body. He defeated Vegeta and Trunks successively, and fought on a par with Goku. Later, Gohan became Super 2 due to the death of Cyborg number 16, and was crushed and humiliated by Super 2 Gohan. After Shalo's self-explosion and failure, because of the Scion cells, the strength of the near-death resurrection increased greatly. He uses teleportation to return to Earth and kill Trunks in one move. 3 seconds. The real man Vegeta was angry when he saw his son die. A powerful aura erupted from his body, frantically attacking Shrew. But our Grandpa Bay was only 3 seconds old, and he was almost killed by the other party in seconds. In order to protect Vegeta, Son Gohan was injured in his left arm by Shrew. In the end, Shrew used Kame Kigong to fight Gohan and once gained the upper hand. But in the end, he was still encouraged by Goku and the warriors of Earth to work together to block it. Son Gohan was full of firepower, and Shrew hated the Northwest on the spot. If Son Gohan hadn't turned into Super Saiyan 2, he wouldn't have been able to perceive this faint breath at all. Gohan-sensei, did you discover something? Trunks asked with a puzzled look. He found that the teacher was not only powerful, but also very mature and sophisticated. Not at all like a 6 or 7-year-old child. You'll know when you go. Let's go now. Son Gohan looked at Trunks with a smile. He used the teleportation skill, and the two disappeared on Bun Mountain. Brush. Son Gohan and Trunks appear in a tattered cave. Here it is obvious that people sabotaged, and the instruments inside were deliberately destroyed. The cave has also collapsed in more than half. It looks like it's very hidden, full of cobwebs and dust. It seems that this cave is some years old. If you don't pay attention, most people won't find it here. This is Dr. Gro's laboratory for studying artificial humans. Trunks looked at the tattered cave. He observed the instruments and experimental drawings here. It soon became clear that this was Dr. Gro's laboratory for studying artificial humans. There should be no mistake, artificial humans were developed here. We're just waiting quietly, maybe a surprise will appear later. Son Gohan said with a smile. Feeling the faint momentum just now, it should be that Shalo is about to be born. If this little bug finds out that we are waiting for him to be born, will it be frightened? Surprise! Are there artificial humans here? Trunks' heart suddenly clicked. Look at the place with a wary face. Slowly feel everything changing here. Suddenly, Trunks looked at Son Gohan with a surprised expression. He had a very faint breath, intermittent, which should have poured out from the ground. If it weren't for Son Gohan's reminder, Trunks wouldn't have noticed this faint breath at all. Son Gohan nodded, and the two did not speak again, waiting quietly. About half an hour passed. The whole cave began to shake. A bottomless crack broke out in the ground. A majestic breath gushed out. What? This? What the hell is going on here? The breath is constantly changing. This is the breath of Uncle Sun Wukong and Dad. And the very evil aura of the universe Emperor Frieza. And there is also the breath of Bike, Tianjin Rice, Klin, and others. Almost all the strong people of the earth have the breath. What kind of monster did Dr. Gro create? Because Trunks went back in time. He knew very well the breath of everyone. At this moment, he was completely shocked. Dr. Grow is an eternal sinner in the hearts of people in the future time and space. If it weren't for this old bastard who created artificial humans, nor will the planet suffer an unprecedented crisis. It is because of his existence that the Earth in future spacetime will be controlled by artificial humans, causing the Earthlings to endure humiliation and bear the burden, and live scrupulously. Rumble. From below the ground, a speckled green monster levitated in the air. Ha ha ha! I, the Shalo ultimate artificial man, have finally been born. Heaven and earth, only I am honored. Dr. Gro, I must absorb number 17 and number 18 and become a mature body. Fulfill your will and rule the entire universe in the future. Ha ha ha! As soon as Shalo was born, he was full of pride and confidence. A hearty laugh echoed through the caves. Shalo, the ultimate artificial human. Absorb 17th and 18th and become full-fledged. Who gave you the guts to rule the entire universe? I see you're daydreaming. Trunks roared angrily after hearing what the killing had said. Unexpectedly, Dr. Grow, the bastard, also created the ultimate artificial human. If it weren't for Master Gohan bringing himself here, he wouldn't have discovered this monster himself. The Earth must not be allowed to repeat its mistakes. Once again, he lived a life of hiding in the East and stealing his life. I must strangle this monster in the cradle. Trunks! Son Gohan! Why are you two here? Shiro looked at the two with a shocked expression. Strange was too excited just now to notice the existence of the two. Hey! How so? How does Son Gohan look like a child? Shouldn't he be bigger than Trunks? Shalo finally fixed his gaze on Son Gohan. Is this bed bug of yours finally coming out? We've been waiting for you for a long time. Son Gohan looked at Shalo with a smile. This monster is so ugly. It's a little disgusting to watch. You monster, how did you know us? And how can there be so many strong people on you? Trunks didn't expect this monster to be able to call the names of both of them as soon as he was born. And how can there be so much the breath of a strong man on his body? Aren't artificial humans breathless? What the hell is going on here? Rumble. Shiru's eyes wandered and looked at Son Gohan and Trunks. Suddenly, a white aura erupted from his body and flew towards the direction of the cave entrance. The main thing now is to save his life, he does not want to risk it. You have to get out of here right away, absorb number 17 and number 18 and become full-fledged. Chapter 059. Inside the cave. Want to run? Not so easy. Trunks had already taken precautions, and a dodge blocked in front of the hole. Shiru's every move is under his control. He absolutely did not allow the monster created by Dr. Gro to once again endanger the entire Earth. Shiru looked at the two with an angry expression, and he forced down the anger in his heart. I didn't expect to be blocked by the two just after I was born. Now that he has just been born, his combat effectiveness has not yet improved. Just go outside and absorb some humans and grow up. Find number 17 and number 18 again, fuse the two of them, and evolve a mature body. Then the entire Earth and even the universe will not be afraid of anyone. Now is not the time to fight you to the death. Gotta find a way to get out of here. Actually, I have all the strong cells in my body. In the past, when you were fighting, Dr. Gro used high technology to collect your cells. Then all the collected cells, all into the embryo, now I am conceived. Shiru said it succinctly. He hopes to get through the muddle. What do you mean by absorbing number 17 and number 18 before becoming a mature body? Can you still evolve? Dr. Gro's ultimate plan is to rule the entire universe. His dream is really big. Trunks looked at the monster with a surprised expression. He thought of what the monster had said just now. Did I say anything like that? It may be that as soon as I was born, my mind is not clear, I will talk nonsense. You two might as well let me leave first, we'll talk about anything later. Shrew wanted to get out of here quickly, but he didn't have the heart to brag with these two people anymore. He also has to go outside to find number 17 and number 18 and absorb them into the evolutionary mature body. It doesn't matter if you don't tell the truth, today you will be buried here forever. Trunks' eyes became cold, and the temperature in the cave dropped several degrees. His body suddenly disappeared in place. When he appeared, he had already come to Shailu's face, and he was punched out. Trunks, you're too arrogant too. That's not what you say. Shrew also threw a punch. In fact, he had already been on guard, and he had long been vigilant. Thundered. A powerful wave of chi gushed out, and the entire cave collapsed in an instant. Dr. Gro had already been sentenced to death in Trunks' heart. As long as he created it, he must destroy it. The planet must not be plunged into crisis again. Rumble. The entire mountain instantly turned into powder, and three figures appeared. Ding! The front drops the combat power attribute 100,000. They. First collision, Shrew knows the true strength of Trunks. Now he has not become a Super Saiyan, and his combat power is so strong. Now is not the time to lose both. Trunks, don't lie too much. I didn't do anything bad, why would you want to kill me? Shrew said with an angry look. I never expected to encounter such a tough opponent as soon as I was born. Now I can only bow my head and leave here. Hey, didn't do anything bad. By the time you do something bad, it's too late. Trunks once again rushed towards Shrew. He made a quick decision and absolutely couldn't let this monster leave here. When Shrew heard Trunks' words, 1,000 grass and mud horses rushed past in his heart. And such a truth? I'm fucking a talent, I'm speechless. Bang bang. The two scuffled together in an instant. Ding, drop the combat power attribute 100,000. Ding, combat power attribute plus 100,000. As soon as the battle started, Son Gohan's mind kept sounding the system's prompts. It's really crooked. If you are a melon-eating masses here, you can reap combat effectiveness. Trunks, it's too much of a lie. Look at my four-body fist. Shrew jumped back hard to distance himself from Trunks. He tied up his horse and made a unique move of Tianjin Rice, a four-body fist. Shailu's body was 1 for 2, 2 for 4, and soon 4 identical Shrews suddenly appeared. And their breath is exactly the same as the body, and they do not divide the breath to 4 doppelgangers like Tianjin Rice. Shrew brings out his 4 body punches to the fullest. It is simply equal to 4 identical Saru. Ding! The 4 body fist attribute is dropped in front. Ah! A majestic and powerful terrifying aura instantly gushed out from him. A huge impact rushed to the face. The 4 Shrews' footsteps kept being pushed back several steps by the chi wave. Rumble. Sand and rocks flying on the ground. Trunks was wrapped in golden flames. The hair and eyebrows also turned golden yellow. Super Saiyan. I fought with you. 4 Saru instantly surrounded the Super Setranks. They raised their hands and used Qigong cannons, and there was no need to gather gas at all. Everything fell into place. The pillars of light of the 4 Qigong cannons instantly slammed into the Super Setranks. Rumble. Before the Qigong cannon exploded, Trunks' body soared into the sky. Magic light killing cannon. The 4 Sarus simultaneously condensed 4 thread-type light waves and shot into the air. Trunks. Ding! The attribute of the magic light killing cannon dropped ahead. Now Shrew is using the tricks of the Great Demon of Bike. When Vic uses this trick, it takes a long time to gather chi. However, Shailu completed the launch in an instant, and he could complete it without gathering gas at all. It can be said that the tricks of so many strong people, made on Shailu's body, are simply perfect. Ugly, this kind of long-range attack is of no use to me. Trunks dodged and dodged 4 pillars of light in an instant. After becoming a Super Saiyan, his combat effectiveness has been greatly improved. Dodging this attack is a breeze. Because the gap between the two is too big. Is it? Then you can try my trick. Cut the disc. Once again, the four Shrew use Frisia's tricks. Threw it at Trunks. Shrew wanted to cut the opponent's body to pieces. He kept controlling the discs underground, chasing Trunks. But the speed of the other party is too fast. Four cut discs to surround the momentum, there is no way to catch up. Insect trick, you should lie down too. Trunks was impatient with Shrew's repeated attacks. He was completely angry and flew towards Shrew. I want to bring this thing in front of the other party and quickly dodge it. What? What? You bastard! Shrew saw Trunks flying in his direction. He cursed angrily. I didn't expect to do what to do, and I brought the cutting disc over. Burst. Shrew couldn't dodge and cut into several pieces in an instant. Super Cetronix then rushed towards the three Saru. Nope. No way. How could it be so fast? Shrew saw Trunks' body flickering. As he approached his side, his body trembled constantly. It's over, what should I do? He couldn't see the other party's movements at all. Trunks' body kept flickering a few times. One punch, one kick, one elbow blow, instantly put down the three stunned Shailu. Chapter-1-60. Pick it all up. Son Gohan said silently in his heart. The attributes on the ground are like tadpole texts, scrambling to integrate into their own bodies. The combat effectiveness is constantly rising. In the battle skill bar, there are more magic light killing cannons and 4 body fists. If you use the 4 body fist to fight, the system picks up the combat power attribute perfectly. Grunt. Son Gohan couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of spit. 4 identical Super Saions feel like bulls when you think about it. Purr, gurgler. A sound sounded, and the Shrew who had been cut into several pieces was actually revived. The 4 also fused together. This is Bike's cells because Bike's bloodline has the ability to regenerate. Trunks saw Shrew, who had been cut into several pieces, come back to life in blood. He was also slightly surprised, but quickly understood. This is Vic's cells. Trunks, such a fight is not fair at all. It's better if you let me go, and when I finish my mature body, we'll have a good comparison. Shrew stood up from the ground. His eyes rolled around, and he quickly thought of a good way to come. There are Scion cells in their own bodies. He wants to use the warlike and arrogant nature of the Scions to persuade Trunks to let him go. After absorbing number 17 and number 18 and becoming mature bodies, I will regain face. Let you go? You're a fool of me. When you evolve into a mature body, stop being delusional. You won't be able to fulfill this wish in this life. Ha ha ha. I secretly told you that Cyborg 17 and 18 have been destroyed by me. They have turned into a particle of dust in the universe. Ha 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 ha. Trunks levitated in the air and looked at Shrew condescendingly, as if looking at an idiot. Are you really an idiot like me? Let you go and let you scourge the planet? After listening to what Trunks said, Shailu was like being scorched by lightning. Unexpectedly, the cyborg number 17 and number 18 were destroyed by each other? Impossible, artificial humans have unlimited energy, and their combat power is still very strong. It must have been Trunks who scared himself. It must be so, it must be. If the artificial man is really destroyed, then if he wants to evolve a mature body, it can only be a joke. Trunks? Is it true? Both the 18th and the 17th were destroyed by you. But Shrew calmed down and thought about it for a while, and felt that something was wrong. Why did Son Gohan and Trunks appear in the cave? Leave it alone, let's leave this damn place first. Shailu's eyes casually looked at Son Gohan, who was silent on the side. A thought came from this, why not catch this stinky little ghost? Then threatened Trunks to let himself go. Ha ha ha. It seems that my life should not be extinguished. As long as you catch Son Gohan, then you will have a glimmer of life. If Shiru's idea had been known to Trunks, he would have died laughing. Teacher Son Gohan's combat power is so terrifying, even I am not an opponent. Besides, you Shiru are still my subordinates. Trunks, I fought with you. Shailu's hands kept condensing energy bombs. There was a blast against Trunks. Boom! Trunks kept dodging these energy bombs in the air. Ha ha ha, you're fooled. Shiru stopped the energy attack in his hand. He rushed towards Son Gohan as fast as he could. It's just a child, and that's not a hand-to-hand capture. He saw the dawn of victory at hand. You bug, you're looking for death. Son Gohan's eyes were cold, and a violent aura suddenly skyrocketed. Rumble! A wave of energy rushed to the sky. He instantly turned into a Super Saiyan. A powerful shockwave came at you. Groove! This! Little ghosts can even become Super Saiyan. Shiru's heels hit the ground first, using his legs to break his body. The ground was plowed into 2 ravines. He now sees that the Super Saiyans are all magical. You, come here. I saw Son Gohan stretching out a finger like watching a movie. He shouted at Shiru expressionlessly. Good, so scary. Sha Lu was actually calmed by Sun Wuhan's sharp eyes and this Wang Bhe. His forehead was covered with cold sweat, and a feeling of death was cold from head to toe. Shiru's footsteps kept receding. He felt that Son Gohan was staring at his prey like a beast. Gohan-sensei, you're angry. Just leave this bastard to me to deal with. At this time, Trunks appeared next to Son Gohan in a flash. Said with a smile. Son Gohan nodded and withdrew his Super Saiyan form. Opponents of this level, he is not interested at all. It is still more comfortable to sit here and wait to collect combat effectiveness. Trunks, do you have to kill them all? We have no grudges, do you need to fight you to death and me to live? Seeing this situation, Shailu could only obediently bow his head to save his life. Frontal hard bars definitely won't work. Now we can only compromise and ask for the whole, and it is important to save our lives first. Kill them all. If you're going to blame Dr. Gro. The artificial man he created brought a devastating blow to the earth. I will never allow artificial humans to cause any more damage to the earth. Trunks' eyes were murderous. His current heart is that he would rather kill 100 wrong than misplace one. The artificial humans created by Dr. Gro had to die. The people of Earth can no longer withstand the persecution of artificial humans. Ha ha ha. Well, since you won't let me live, then let's die together. Shiru sneered angrily, this guy had Frisia's cells on him. He thought of blowing up the earth and dying together. I saw that Shiru was about to launch an energy attack on the ground. Ugly, you want to die with us, you are still tender. Trunks came to Shiru in a flash, grabbing his hand of condensed energy. Click! There was a bone-cracking sound from Shailu's arm, and the energy ball in his hand disappeared instantly. The gap in combat effectiveness between the two is too big. Now Shiru fights Trunks in super race form. It's like a fight between a child and an adult. Two people are not a level battle at all. Ah! My hand! Trunks, you bastard! Shiru let out a scream. His hand instantly changed into the shape of a fritters. If you want to leave so much, I'll give you a ride. Magic flash! Trunks threw Shiru into the air. His hands emitted huge pillars of energy light towards Shailu in the air. No, Shiru was instantly swallowed by the pillar of energy light. He let out a heart-rending scream. Shailu's body has been melted away by energy, leaving no minced meat left. If you want to be resurrected, you can only wait for reincarnation. Trunks, I'll take you to another place. Son Gohan put away all the combat power attributes. Is there another place? Oh my god, Dr. Gero won't have a lab. Trunks looked at Son Gohan with a puzzled expression. The two disappeared in an instant.